Yes. Mayor Betty Resch.
Here.
Vice Mayor Herman Robinson.
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga.
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy.
Present.
Commissioner Kimberly Stokes.
Here. Thank you very much. And please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Stokes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, new business. We have tonight is the interview of applicants for the Voices for the Lake Worth Beach Schools Educational Task Force. We have quite a few applications, and it's very heartening to see that. What we're going to be doing, I believe, and tell me if anybody, this is sort of your bailiwick. So why don't you just take the lead on this one, Commissioner Stokes?
Okay, sure. I'm Commissioner Stokes, and I'm excited to help launch this new effort to get the community more connected with their schools. I'm very excited to see all of the enthusiasm from the public and the number of really awesome applicants that we have. So the original idea of this task force is to have 7 schools that we want to partner with. So the 4 elementary schools, the middle school, the high school, and then public elementary schools, and then also Sacred Heart. So you've all filled out which ones you might be interested in working with. So the 7 positions that we're going to have to choose, it's going to be very hard for us to whittle it down. I don't want that to be, if we don't choose you for one of those positions, I don't want that to be the last we see of you. So there's a lot of talent in this room and that we could use going forward. So when the task force meets monthly, I'd love to see everybody in this room come to those meetings and participate, whether or not they're the direct liaison to that school or not. And so something to consider is, if you were like, I'm really interested in this task force, I don't know much about it. So you applied and you're like, actually, I might appreciate taking a back seat and just attending the task force meetings and not be one of those 7 positions. Let us know that because we just really want to make sure that we're getting the best use out of everybody's time and energy and comfort level as we can. So I think we're just I'm not sure what order we're going in.
Well, we have them as alphabetically here on this list that I have here. Do you have this list?
Oh, no,
I will share this with you because that's the kind of girl I am.
Oh, well,
There you go.
Madam Mayor, do you want mine to call off?
Sure.
I probably have it then.
It's okay.
Okay.
So essentially what we're doing is just, sure, we've got all your applications and it's quite an impressive group. I wish we had like more committees to put people on because we've got such a talent pool here. But we're just going to call you up by alphabetically. Ms. Abbott would be the first. And just tell us a little bit about yourself. If anybody has any specific questions that they'd like to ask, that's fine. It's pretty much an open forum. But we just want to hear your voice, hear what you have to say about why you want to do what you've applied to do. So, Ms. Abbott.
Madam Mayor, how many minutes are we allowing each candidate? Since
That's
time constraint?
such a good question. We have 23 people and we have
1 hour.
a little less than an hour. So let's keep it at 3 minutes. Does that
Would you
work?
like me to time that, Madam Mayor?
You would be delighted if you would do that. Actually, that doesn't even work.
That
That's
doesn't
at 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Sorry, and go.
Right.
Oh, boy.
Thank you very much.
I'm the first one.
Yes.
Again,
You guys hear me okay?
Yes, you can take your mask off if you need to.
yeah. And I want to, we all, on behalf of the entire commission, want to thank everybody for putting in an application. It's amazing to see what happens when we ask our citizens to respond. Thank you.
So my name is Emily Abbott. I've been a Lake Worth resident since 2017. I live on 1 Street Harvard, and I have a 2.5-year-old son that will be attending North Grade one day. And I also have a large education background. I have a master's secondary science education. And basically for the last 20 years of my career, I've either been in the classroom or I've been supporting teachers and educators at the high school chemistry level. I work for the American Chemical Society. So we do have a large outreach program with education. And so with that, what you're just saying, Marish, I am also on the library board. And so if my connections to the American Chemical Society is a bigger service to the community and there's other candidates that you feel, are qualified for this position, I'm happy to lend those connections and I would be happy to attend the meetings and still be involved. But
Thank you.
That's my background. I don't know if anyone has any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
I just have one. So I can see where you have the child that will be attending North grade, so you're interested there. And of course, you can be involved in the PTO and all that other stuff. But with your background, it seems like are you leaning more towards wanting to interact with the high school, or do you have a certain?
I think in terms of my experience and my comfort level, high school is where that interest lies. But in terms of just being willing to serve, like I'm happy to, be there for anyone who needs me.
Okay.
Education is very near and dear to my heart. So as soon as I saw this pop up, I was like, yes, I'm doing it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions?
I was going to ask the same question to everybody. If you got a chance to speak to the superintendent of schools, what would you say to him?
Good question.
Oh boy. I would say I admire the last year and a half of the challenges that he's had to go through, and
You're going to get a new one.
well, that's true. But he was still the leadership there, and I just implore anyone that's willing to devote their heart and soul to education, especially at that level.
2 minutes is up.
That was subtle.
I'm very known for my subtlety. Can I request that the paper shuffling be at a minimum so that we can hear it's picked up by the mics? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We have to keep that in mind. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next up is Terry Abrams. Madam Clerk, we had to pass some papers back and forth, so we'll be good now. Ms. Abrams, is she here? No? Okay, then we're going to go down to Vernell Burris. Vernell Burris, calling once, okay. Itzel Calderon.
Oh, I think we knew that.
What?
Okay. I don't think she can.
Right. Michaela Clanton.
Hello.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
and thank you for
My name is
applying.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Michaela Clanton. My husband and I own LW Subs on J Street. I also live in Parrot Cove. And as I stated on my application, my philosophy is that it takes a village to help a school. As a business, we have already reached out to Highlands Elementary and we've partnered with them. And we are, in a sense, adopting them. We're running fundraisers to help collect school supplies. We're working with the principal to do a mural in the lunchroom to brighten it up for the children. And then also going to be working on holiday programs with them. I previously worked for Office Depot for 17 years, and I worked with the school district. So I'm very aware of how a child who goes to an elementary school in Wellington or Boca Raton has different opportunities than a child who goes to school in Highland Elementary. And it's no fault of their own. And that's why we believe that sometimes it's up to the community to lend a hand. And when there's not necessarily a parent at home to help someone quiz for a test or check on their homework or make sure they have a lunch the next day. Sometimes it's the community that needs to step up, and sometimes the community needs to hear from within that there's a need. And so that's why I put my name in.
What do you see as the biggest need?
The biggest need for Highland Elementary is tutoring and quizzing and just making sure that the child has gotten something to eat in the morning and is going to have food on the weekends. And that if there's not a parent that's able to help them study, that I can or we can as our business at this point, what we're doing is making sure that we know someone that can step in and volunteer a few hours to help that child be ready to learn in school.
Are you interested in other schools but Highland?
No, I'm interested in Highland because we've already partnered.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
She runs a tight ship. Thank goodness. Next up
I'm
would be.
sorry, I apologize.
No, don't. No. We need you. We have 6 o'clock looming.
Yeah,
Dolores Cooper.
I'm sorry. He's going through these and they're all out of order. So I'll try to shuffle between.
Here to get softer paper. Good afternoon, ma'am, and thank you for coming in.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dolores Cooper, and I live on South H Street in Lake Worth. And I have always been an advocate for not only children, but for the entire family, because I believe that's the basic of learning. If we can get their self-esteem up, and when I was working with the school board, I was employed with the school board, also Palm Beach County School Board.
What did you do with this?
Yes, and I also work with my church, my community, and I'm so interested in getting people to be the best that they could be. I went back to school in my 11 years, and I my chaplain certification, and I also have my degree in counseling, because I wanted to help people like me. And we have to reach them right where they are. And if we can get their self-esteem up, if we can let them know that they can be the best that they can be, academically, they will make it the way they can.
And you're interested in Barton Elementary?
I had 6 kids. All of them went to Barton.
Bless your heart.
Yes. So, yes, and they're all doing well. And when I went to college, they had this curriculum, high school. And when I got in class, when I took the class, the teacher said, "Are you doing very well with this? When did you take this before? Have you had it before?" And I said, "Yes." She said, "When?" I said, "When I was a child. We learned as we play." And if you can get a person to do that, to have building their self-esteem up, they can make the sky's the limit. And everybody can.
Any other questions?
Your Commissioner Robinson?
Well, just if you had a chance to speak to the superintendent, what would you say?
I would tell them to give everybody a chance. Everybody is not doesn't do well academically, but if you reach them right where they are, and I've always told my kids, I want you to be the best you that you could be, because there's only one.
Thank you. Time is up.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Sorry, I just wanted to sort of.
Number 7 is Lori Cotton. Good afternoon, and thank you for your interest.
I'm originally from Boston, so I have to say good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening, and I know I'm in very esteemed company. My name is Laurie Cotton, and I have lived in Lake Worth for 30 years. I have loved Lake Worth since my folks bought a home in Boynton Beach in 1978, so I'm very happy to be part of this community. I also just recently retired after 41 years as a professional educator. My focus has been any grade from 6th through college. I had to retire also from Palm Beach State because of the retirement system being identical. But I'm very conflicted about the retirement piece, because when you are a professional educator, it is part of your identity. It is part of your esteem, as Ms. Cooper illustrated. So when I saw the advisory board, I was very excited. I taught at 6 high schools in the district. 2 of them I opened. I've also served as the social studies administrator at the school district, and I left there to go assist Royal Palm Beach High School in their application to become an IB World School. So my career is jokingly jack of all trades, master of none, but you're going to see a huge focus on civics education. It's already there. And I have to tell you, I've worked at the state level on that. I was on the committee that wrote the US history and of course examination. And so I had a lot of wonderful opportunities to get involved in the real nitty gritty of what students face at the secondary level. And that being said, I would say to the superintendent, I would swallow the request that he not resign his office because I need to tell folks in my own community that there are wonderful programs already in place in the school district. And so I believe that a task force such as this could do wonders.
Thank you. Time is up.
At families with what's already there.
Thank you very, very much. Appreciate your interest. Thank you so much. Up next is Ashley Frederico.
It's like speed dating.
It is like speed dating.
I didn't say it.
Not that I've ever.
So glad it wasn't me.
I've seen it on the sitcoms.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi.
It is.
So my name's Ashley Federico, and I'm coming at this from multiple angles. I'm an educator for the past 16 years at Park Vista High School currently. but I have worked at Title I schools as well. I'm a foster parent, so I'm coming at it from a parent angle. And I have my whole background in education, and I've got double master's degrees in curriculum development and administration, which is where I'm going off to at this point in time. When I saw the educational task force come up, I immediately joined or applied because of the stigma Lake Worth kind of has around it. And seeing different schools and talking to different educators for the past 16 years, I don't love that stigma. And I know it can be changed. It's just going to take some effort and some community involvement and all these great people and these great minds. So I want to be a part of making that change. If I was to talk to the superintendent, I would thank him for everything in such a difficult year, but I would also ask him to look at two things: teacher retention. The turnover, I think, is just astronomical down here. I'm from Connecticut, by the way. And the second thing I would ask him to do is take a look at equity amongst the schools, because I think there's a huge discrepancy there.
What was the second one was equity, and the first one was
Teacher retention.
retention, right?
So you've lifted every school.
Well, I didn't know if it was, I didn't really know how this was going to be
Right.
orchestrated, so I didn't want to limit myself.
I agree.
Obviously, my passion is towards high school because that's where I am, but I'm open.
Okay.
We'll look that up.
I don't know. I just want to know if there was a preference. I appreciate you being willing to serve anywhere, be connected anywhere. I have you here. I was just wondering if there was a preference.
I prefer high school because that's my expertise. And I don't really have a whole lot of expertise in elementary school. And I don't want to waste anyone's time. So.
Not because it's the.
Thank you. Time is up.
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have one question.
Sure.
What age group do you foster?
We foster basically 3 and under.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, next up is Kelly Kearney.
Hello.
Good evening. Good afternoon.
Good time.
There we go.
Good day.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Kelly Kearney. I live in Eden Place. I spent 5 years as a self-contained autism unit teacher in the county before furthering my education. I'm currently a professor at Florida Atlantic University. So I am very up to date on current research with high leverage practices, the research around the problem with teacher retention, research just about all kinds of the needs areas that we as Florida and Americans face with our schools. And I'm also familiar with legislation that's coming down the pipe because of my current position. I see this as an opportunity just to give back to my community. I think that it really takes a whole community to raise a child to be successful in the world that we have these days. And I wanted to try and help with that.
Okay, what would you tell the superintendent or ask the superintendent?
I think that schools need to, as important as test scores are, we need to keep in mind that we need to look at the child holistically, make sure their mental health needs are met and their safety and security is met at home before we're able to really get them to where they need to be with the academics.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions?
What do you teach at FU?
I'm in the special education department, so I help future teachers work with kids with disabilities.
Autistic kids. I used to work with them. It's hard.
That's where primarily my teaching has been with. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other questions before the buzzer goes on?
I have one. Do you agree with the previous applicant's view that the stigma that we might have in Lake Worth can be pulled up? And do you have any thoughts on how?
I think that it absolutely can. I think it's done through community. I tend to be very forward thinking, and I think that's incredibly important.
Thank you. Time is up.
Going into the 21st century.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Kim Lingle.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for bringing this forward, because this is for us to need in our community, and I'm so thrilled to see all of these people here. I live in Eden Place. I've lived in Lake Worth for 5 years. My introduction to the education system here was through the softball team when they asked for hats because they didn't have any equipment whatsoever. So we rallied some of my girlfriends and we supported the team that year with equipment and attended all the games because if you've ever been to any function at Lakewood High School, you will know that a lot of parents can't attend. It's not out of not wanting to, they're usually working 2 or 3 jobs. So the kids that are involved are getting themselves to and from these events on their own. They're paying for everything on their own. On the other side, I worked for defense attorneys and represented the strip clubs of Palm Beach County and saw where a lot of these kids end up, either working at the strip clubs or just hanging out in the strip clubs, and that's their opportunity, that's their life. Now I work at the state's attorney's office, so I see it on the other side, and I see where this leads these children through lack of opportunity. I had a foster child. I was a foster parent in Georgia for many years. My son is graduating from Auburn, the engineering department next week.
Congratulations.
I lack a lot of this background, but I think what I do bring to the table is that I am a master negotiator in that I network people like crazy. You know, I think all of my passion is with high school. I see a ton of opportunity. I've talked to several business owners on Palm Beach that I've talked to say, look, we have all these students right here that have a ton of potential. They just need opportunity and mentoring, you know. So, you know, through the state's attorney's office, through, you know, the different professional organizations here in town, you know, if I'm not asked to join the task force, I would tell everyone here that is on the task force, I'd be more than happy to help.
Thank you. Time is up.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lingo.
Thank you.
And to answer your question quickly, I think the distribution of funds for all the schools in the county.
Equal.
Next up is Mary Lindsay.
Hi,
Good evening, Ms. Lindsay.
good evening. Where would you like me to begin? First of all, I have 2 questions. Number 1, will these meetings be conducted face-to-face or via Zoom? That's something I would like to know. If I am chosen, I would need to know that before I decided to accept it.
Okay.
And I am blown away by the caliber of applicants in this room, just among the first half of the alphabet that I've heard so far. My plate is really full with the little free libraries, and I am a huge believer that and encouraging, especially neighbors new to our fair city, to step up and just jump in the deep end of the neighbor's pool. And that's what I see happening here tonight, and I'm just thrilled about it. So you can take my name off the list unless we get, you know, so absolutely desperate that you need an old lady. Who can't.
As one old lady to another.
But no, I think this is just fabulous. And what I would say to the superintendent is what I have said to him and his predecessor many, many times, and that is thank you for making it possible for 500,000 books to come through the school district to the little free libraries to the children of the city of Lakewood.
Thank you. Yeah, for those that may not know, Mary Lindsay is the Little Free Library program. Yes. And our communities have benefited so much, and there's nothing that we can ever do or say to thank her for the energy and the time and the input. She's had helpers, but Mary's the backbone, and thank you so much. Would you need to have a Zoom? Would it have to be a Zoom for you?
I can't Zoom. I don't know how to Zoom.
Oh, you can't Zoom. Oh, okay. I wanted to make that clear. Thank you so much. Take care. Next up is Farah Marcelin. Farah? She's not here? Okay. Going down to Sarah Martin. There she is. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you all for the opportunity to apply for this position. My name is Sarah Martin. I'm a 14-year resident of Lake Worth, owning in both Eden Place and Pure Cove. And I own 2 businesses here in the community as well. My background is I currently sit on the board for Best Buddies, which is a nonprofit organization that has embedded itself inside of schools to create caring programs with those with an IDD. which could be Down syndrome, autism, etc. I actively fundraise for that organization, and I've also fundraised for many other organizations such as Achievement Centers for Children and Families, Place of Hope. There's a long list. Place of Hope deals with foster children as well, and Achievement Centers is for children that need after-school programming and additional studying services. My goal in this, I do have 2 children. They do not go to school in Lake Worth, and for this reason, I want to serve on this committee because I feel that my children have lost out on the opportunity to have a community feel. Their friends all live far and away. And I think that model and system that we have in this county does a detriment to our local community. So I would like to support our community here for future families so that they are able to have more of that at-home community feel. What I would say to our superintendent is that I feel like Lake Worth has been ignored a lot for infrastructure, finance, and I would like to rattle those pages. I'm very familiar with the county government as well as some of the other organizations such as the Sports Commission, who we could lobby to have children's programs and tournaments here and such. So that's me in a nutshell.
So 2 questions. Is the reason that your children are not going to the Lake Worth schools the quality of the school?
Originally, my daughter did end up going to an arts track.
Thank you. And do you have enough time with all the stuff that you do? You name it.
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Thank you very much.
Do you have a school preference?
I don't. My children right now are middle school and high school, so I'd say I'm probably a little more fresh-minded for that. Okay. Other than that, they both went to a Montessori-based school called Spady Elementary in Delray, which was a pretty good program.
Okay. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Michelle May.
Hi.
Good evening. Thank you for coming. Thank you for applying.
No, I'm Mimi May, although it says Michelle. I go by Mimi.
Okay.
I can't believe we're actually here. Like we started doing these. I've been on all of the Zoom calls for this since the beginning, and we actually are like we're getting people, and we're going to really do this. And so I'm really excited about that. And I was reading all of the different applications. Wow. It doesn't matter who you pick. Everyone's qualified.
It's amazing.
That's amazing. As far as I'm concerned, I am a teacher. I've taught in San Francisco, I've taught in Buffalo, and I've taught here in Palm Beach County for the last 14 years. I taught at Lantana Elementary School, and I currently teach at Bach Middle School of the Arts. And I am the president of the College Park Neighborhood Association. And one of the things that what I noticed is, especially for College Park, we want to be involved in the city, physically involved with volunteering and also financially. And we don't know how to do that. And that's one of the things that I thought would be really great because I consider this position to be kind of a liaison between the schools and the city, and then from the city to the neighborhoods. And if the schools need things, we need to know what they are. And that's what I really think is what I would ask the superintendent is listen to the principals. They're going to tell you what their schools need. All the schools are different. They all need different things, and I think that that's something as far as the 7 schools or 7 or 8 schools, the 7 schools in Lake Worth Beach, they're all different. They're all going to want different things at different times. And I think being liaisons between the schools and the city is really, I think, the most that we can do. I mean, I could give you philosophical ideas galore, but like as far as
but you only have 2 minutes.
But practically that doesn't matter.
Right.
What matters is how can we help the schools, and how can we then help the city so that she'll send her kids to school here in Lake Worth Beach. I'm not sure.
Thank you. Time is up.
And I would like to. I mean, if I had children, I'd like to.
Thank you very much. I can't wait. Appreciate it. I know the level of applications is amazing. Daniel Morgan is up next.
Hello, everybody.
Good afternoon. Thanks for applying.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for inviting me to interview for this, for the task force. I myself consider myself to be like I gotta know I would be a candidate for this task force, but I'm here because I think I do have something to contribute. And that's 3 years of listening to people in this community, sitting down with them while I was working at the Guatemala Maya Center, 5 days a week, 700 families a month, head of households, the majority of residents here in Lake Worth, and they would talk to me about their concerns, their worries, their challenges. And one of the things that inspired me to apply was the effect or the response or the consequences of COVID-19 and the position that the schools, the students, the parents were in. When Palm Beach Post came out with the report about a lot of the Lake Worth schools, I believe 4 schools here in Lake Worth have the lowest attendance. It was no shock to me because a lot of those parents would come to me at the center asking me, how do I log into this computer?
Right.
What's going on? And not only for that, but when I was working for the census or working with the city on the census and other people who were trying to get people out, they would come to the center, they would come to the outreach workers because we listened to the people. I like to say that myself and my coworker have talked to more people, at least from Guatemala, and a lot of the residents in Lake Worth, more than a lot of people. And I think if I can share some of that knowledge and also just working with the schools, right, as a liaison, get that side of the story, I think I could help make a better picture to answer the question, which I think is what the task force is trying to do, is answer how can the city better the education.
Are you still at the Guatemalan Center?
No, now I work at Youth Co-op, which is a refugee services agency. I don't see as many people as I did before, but
Thank you. Time is up.
Thank you. How many languages do you speak?
Me, I only speak 2. I would love to speak Creole, but
what languages do you speak? Spanish and
Spanish and English.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much for applying. I appreciate it. Awesome. Alan Newsworthy, Nosworthy. You seem newsworthy.
Yikes.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for having me. I'm happy I didn't have to follow Mary. I look like a tough guy.
We all look like, yeah, please.
Alan Osworthy, 2nd Avenue South. I've lived in Lake Worth for about 4 years now. Came to Florida in 2014. Taught at Kaiser University for 3 or 4 years. I currently teach English at Palm Beach State College. The one thing I see over and over and over again is our young people are coming into college and life after high school underprepared for everything. I'm talking about basic writing skills, basic math skills, basic emailing skills, ask them to send you a text or drop an email, so on and so forth. My reasons for being here today are to help curb this trend and better prepare our folks for life after K through 12. If I was to meet the person you were asking folks about previously and ask him a question or pose an idea to him, my question would be, how can we better prepare our folks for life after K through 12? Right now, the view is not a good one. I'd like to contribute to making that better. I have no preference what school you all put me in. I'll work with anybody. I just want to contribute to making things a little bit better.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Newton Osborne. Calling once, calling twice. Sylvia Rotella. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello. Nice to see all of you guys. My favorite people away. But so
And thank you for that.
Ms. Rhodes. My name is Sylvia Rotella, and I have a little bit about my background. I started tutoring when I was 15 years old, and I was a math grade tutor. And then in college, I became a substitute teacher. And then after that, I started working as a science teacher for high school. I taught chemistry, biology, environmental science, physical science. I'm passionate about the environment, cleaning the environment. And so I live in Tropical Ridge neighborhood. So I am surrounded by all the Guatemalan, Mexican, Haitian population. So I'm quite familiar with a lot of their children, a lot of their families. So I've already kind of been involved already. I've been going to the Zoom meetings with Ms. Stokes. That's how I knew about this application, because she told all of us to apply, and we discussed some of the questions.
Stacking the deck.
Should be on the application. And I know Dr. Epps and I know Dr. Hartman from Lake Worth Middle and High School. I'm familiar with a lot of the legal aspects of education, what can be done, can't be done. And I would like to involve more Lake Worth businesses as well with the schools. I think we can raise a lot of funding. Businesses can get more customers coming in. I would like to see, right now I'm the secretary of Tropical Ridge neighborhood. And I would like for the neighborhood association to be more involved with what's going on with the schools. Some of the things that when I've talked to the administration of the two middle school and high schools, what I noticed that they want mentorship. Mentorship is a big one, either through coaching or reading tutoring, any of those.
Thank you. Time is up.
Thank you. Time is up. Does anybody have a quick question, or do we have what we need?
I wanted to say one more thing. I want to say one more thing. August 3rd is the new teachers orientation at Lake Worth High from 12 to 3, and they need teacher supplies. So I can email you guys that. And then August 6th is the freshman orientation, and a lot of the high school students send backpacks and school supplies.
Send us a list.
Yep.
We also support the Lake Worth High School marching band.
Yeah.
Okay. That's my pet project. Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
Next up is Evan Shanley.
Good afternoon, y'all. I guess it's evening now. I'm Devin Shanley. I was born and raised in Lake Worth. I didn't go to school in Lake Worth. I went to South Olive, Lantana Middle, and then Del Rey for high school for gifted programs. We didn't have a gifted program in town at the time. I'm here today because I work every day with like 30 to 50 Highland kids in an after school and summer camp program. So I'm physically there every day dealing with them.
How do you work with them? How do you get to know them? Where do you work?
I work at Adopt a Family. So like I said, it's a big program to deal with homelessness and homelessness prevention. I specifically work in the after school program. So I deal with the 3rd through 5th graders for the most part. So I have like 13 right now that are mine. But our program has from 30 to 60 at any one time. So I'm physically at Highland every day. I walk through the neighborhood. We walk to pick up the kids. Yeah, I just would like to see it work better for us so that, we can work better for them and all kind of things. So.
Should I disclose that I'm your aunt?
Yes, this is my blood aunt.
I trained him well as a youth.
Yeah, like I said, I just like to be more involved. I care very deeply about my kids at work. I've seen them at this point. I've been there like 6 years. So I meet them when they're 6 and I send them off to middle school when they're 12. I really like to make sure we're sending off the best people we can. I see them all the time. They're my neighbors. So, just making the community work for us. I mean, it's the only thing we're going to do to make this all work for everybody. So
thank you. Any questions?
I knew he looked familiar.
In relation to Lake Worth, what would you say, Superintendent?
I think I would wonder, since he's an outgoing guy, I guess his opinion doesn't matter that much at this point, but I would like to know how we can make sure the next person stays, how to make this a more workable job, a more tenable position. The district is huge. It seems like a crazy job for one person to even try to deal with. So I think making sure the next person stays is probably our biggest thing right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jay Silpy? How do I pronounce that? Silpy. I did pretty good.
Better than most, frankly.
Okay. Now you don't live in Lake Worth.
I don't live in Lake Worth.
But what do you?
I have a business on 1518 North Federal Highway.
And what is that business?
I work with aid, relief, and peacekeeping missions in over 50 countries. Do I have to speak louder?
Yeah, but
Oh, okay. I hide the way your hand was. So I work with through USAID and different government offices, the United Nations. We work in all of Latin America, North Africa, the Middle East. We do school programs on up to the actual security for the embassies and for different for peacekeepers, UN peacekeepers, the blue hats that you see on the news. I've been on the Cornell University Trustee Council for over 20 years, where we've worked to try and get people from Florida to apply and try and get kids to get to the level that we would be able to get them to come to Cornell. I've also worked with Bach, most recently, Bach Middle School the Arts Foundation, to help with their new mission statement and with fundraising. I headed the committee for their mission statement, And I've hired quite a few people from Lake Worth, and even more I've interviewed. That's why I said I'd be interested in the high school students, because I've interviewed a lot of kids from Lake Worth High who are applying. And I've also interviewed them from almost every other high school, private and public, through Palm Beach County. And I can see a lot of the deficiencies. And I hear from them when I ask questions about the deficiencies that if you're not top of the class at that school, you're really not getting any benefit to what your career is going to be. And the kids are kind of shamed into it after that. So that was why I wanted to, based on that experience.
Thank you. Do anybody have any questions? I see that your kids are leaving. Oh, Herman?
I know he does. So what about my kids?
Well, actually, you mentioned that your two kids are just leaving the Palm Beach County schools.
Correct.
Are they graduating high school?
I have one that's graduating high school, and
What school?
From Dreyfus.
Okay.
Both kids went to Bach, and then one went to Dreyfus, and the other one is going to American Heritage.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Do you speak more than one language?
No, not with that. Well,
I don't know
not
if
one
you're
that's going to
global
help you.
experience.
I'm somewhat proficient in Italian, but I don't think that's going to do a lot of good.
Thank you. Time is up.
Thank you very much for stopping.
Thank you.
Next up is Eunice Vivar. Okay, then next up is Jamas Ward. Good evening. And thank you for applying.
Jamas Ward, a 25-year resident in Lake Worth on South Beach Street. About the probably only thing I really have to offer is all my kids graduated from Lake Worth High. I also went to accounting school. That's about it. Unless you guys have any questions.
Oh, well, that's short and sweet. A man of few words.
What made you interested in this task force?
I'm interested in task force because I want to make sure that our area is represented, on the south end, that we have someone that, understands the kids over there.
And what is FB Enterprise Holdings? What is it?
It's a holding company. We own,
Properties?
we own other companies and we just manage them.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other questions? So you've got.
These schools in Lake Worth are treated fairly in relation to the other county schools.
No, and if I was able to speak to a superintendent, I would ask him, how can we get more here? That's what I'm concerned about, is how we can get more for our kids.
Thank you. And last but not least, I don't think, is Victoria Young.
It's the best for last.
Right.
Hi, I'm Victoria Young. Thank you for this opportunity. I have two passions, education and my son. I'll start with education. I was an educator for 6 years. I taught Spanish and middle school history. And then I moved on. I'm sorry, during those 6 years, I also earned my master's degree in educational leadership. So I had a lot of opportunities to work with not only students, their parents, but teachers and administrators, and how systems work inside schools. I was able to lead teachers in different communities and whatnot. After teaching for 6 years, I had the opportunity to work with a nonprofit called Latinos in Action. And I was the regional program manager for Broward schools and Palm Beach schools. This was an opportunity that gave me
The opportunity to work with administrators, teachers again, and lead them in the curriculum, but most importantly, students, and work on their leadership skills and how they want to give back to the communities. I was blown away by working with these students. So that came before this last opportunity I have, and my life has kind of come full circle now. So now I work for Florida State University and the Autism Institute. And I say full circle because these are the same people that trained me and my son in early intervention. So my son was diagnosed with autism at 3, and we went through some coaching and intervention with him. And so now I'm the one teaching other families and helping with that intervention. So my heart is in education, so I'm eager for this opportunity. I chose North Grade because my son attends North Grade. I also chose Highlands because I'm in South C Street and I see the need every day, literally. One of our neighbors, I noticed a couple months ago, was not attending school. He's a 9-year-old boy from Guatemala. His dad leaves at 6 o'clock in the morning and comes home at 7:30 at night. That's over 12 hours of no sleep.
Thank you. Time is up.
Are you proficient in Spanish?
I am.
What was the question?
Proficient in Spanish.
Yes.
Not Spanish, but
Yeah.
speaking it is.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Whew. Okay. While we're up here on the subject, I have a couple questions, procedural questions.
Yes.
This is a task force.
Right.
From what I'm told, and I hope that's true, that this is not this as a task force, and we don't have our attorney here, and I would ask for that to get brought up. Just, is this a group that has to operate in the sunshine, or is this as a task force a little bit different and does not have to operate in the sunshine? I don't know the answer to that question. I'd love to know it.
As a task force, they do not need to operate in the sunshine. So their job is to go out into the schools via liaisons to find what the needs are and report that information back to us. So that we're not giving them money and they're not making decisions with money. They're not making policy decisions or recommendations.
It's like a fact
Liaison.
find
Right.
and a liaison.
Yeah. So it's a liaison. So it's a way to, and if, you know how we have like the library board, but then we also have the Friends of the Library.
Right.
With all the time in this room and with fundraising and things like that, if that was something that they were interested in starting, that would probably have to go into the nonprofit sector of let's get a Friends of Lakewood Schools.
They would have to create that.
And that's where the fundraising and things like that could happen. But I feel like this is a great opportunity for all of these awesome people to get together, get to know each other, and do the task force fact finding mission and make those connections and then decide, you know, how to possibly expand it. I mean, I think containing this to just 7 people going to 7 schools.
You see where I'm going with this? We just interviewed 17 amazing people.
Right.
Really?
And is there any reason that we would have to have an even number? They're not, or an odd number? Does that really matter?
No, they're not going to be voting on anything.
Right. So I'm going to.
We had 2 at each school.
I'm sorry?
We had 2 at each school and
exactly
an alternative floating, how many? Do the math.
And since they don't have to operate in the sunshine, they can talk to each other about different things that they can do in the school. So I'm going to make the bold step of suggesting that there's not one person. Ma'am?
Hi, I just want to make sure my name was on the list. It's Sel Calderon.
Yes, you were not here at the time. Okay.
We have time. We have
time. Come on up.
Yes.
Good evening. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me. I'm a bit of a newbie, so I humbly applied for this position. A little bit of what I've done is I worked with Principal X and Vincent to reopen the Lake Worth High School Flea Market, which provides the funds for the Lake Worth High School college grants for minority students, and also supplies the economy of small business owners in Lake Worth, Haitians, Mexicans, minorities. Also, I've worked with Food Not Bombs, especially in the beginning of COVID, to supply meals for people that have lost their jobs and families that couldn't feed their children, along with the Salvation Army's Christmas tree annual program. So what I have to offer is I've been working with women for over 10 years for their health and beauty. I'm a certified integrative health coach. So I would like to offer mentorship and coaching to young kids, teenagers, especially girls, because I was in Lake Worth High School and I did get kicked out of Lake Worth Middle for truancy. Back on what the girls said that our attendance rates are so low. I got sent to Pace Center for Girls, Gold Coast High School, Delray Full Service Center, and I ended up, by the grace of God, graduating high school at Gateway. So I pretty much spent from middle school, Lake Worth Middle, all the way to my graduating year in alternative education. And it wasn't because I was dumb or I couldn't keep up. It was because school was boring and I didn't feel like I didn't have the support that I needed. And to back up what he said, when I graduated high school, I didn't feel prepared to live in the world. My mom was always working. She was an immigrant. We did become legal here in Lake Worth. So this is my way of giving back to the community. I kind of feel like our school needs integrative health and introductions to the integrative health model, which is that a healthy lifestyle is knowing your passion and what you want. And we need to teach young kids that how do they find out what do they want, what are the steps to get them, and connect them with people outside that are doing what they want so that they know what that looks like and putting them in the right environment.
Thank you. Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Excel. Thank you for raising your hand. I appreciate that. Well, so back on the track, I think my personal opinion, who of this amazing group would we say, no, we don't want you on our education task force? Okay. So I would like to, and we can't really vote, it's a workshop, but I would like to say, welcome.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, it's a special meeting and you are to appoint the members at this meeting.
Thank you. We can. All right then.
Madam Mayor, can I just say one thing?
Sure.
To everybody who came here, I just want you to know that we have a great entity in town called Pathways to College. And I have just been informed in the last week that they have 44 students who have already attended, have applied for the next year. They are fully funded and they need matching mentors for those 44 students. So for those of you who have a little extra time or concern, please reach out to Christine Sylvain and Pathways to College. They are in desperate need of good mentors right now for their program. And we also have a back to school bash that we're doing, school supply drive at the city of Lake Worth Beach, partnering with Healthier Lake Worth Beach and the surrounding schools. That's going to be on August 7th from 8 until 12 at the gym on Wingfield Street. So please mark your calendars, start getting those donations together so we can help all of the students in our city with the needs that they have.
Is there a list of things that the kids need?
We are waiting on that from the school. I've actually reached out to Ms. Stokes, Commissioner Stokes.
We'll get that from the schools.
We are waiting on, I've been working with Mrs. Balfour at South Grade.
Okay.
She's working on it.
Thank you very much. Okay, I look for a motion.
So move to appoint all and maybe pair them up as
they decide to do it.
Let folks work it out within the group, what seems to.
Do I have a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Robinson, a motion by Commissioner McBoy, second by Commissioner Robinson, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Really, I want you all success.
Now pick a leader and go forth.
Really.
The most important group in town, let me tell you that.
This is a commission that one of the very first things that when we started talking was the relationship between our children, our schools, and our community. And we have reached out on our own with Dr. Epps and different things. So you are a vital part of bringing those little kids are us in years to come, and let's help them improve and get better. Thank you so much, all of you. And we're going to take a 5-minute break.
We have to adjourn.
Stop. What?
We have to adjourn this.
I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
You are it.
Second by Commissioner McVoy. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very
Do you
much.
all want to come up front?
Oh, let's get a picture. Sure.
We should take a picture of you.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
evening.
Good evening. Madam Clerk? You.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. It is 6:08 and we are live.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call the roll.
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Herman Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Kimberly Stokes.
Here.
Now we have an invocation or moment of silence led by Commissioner McVoy.
I'd just like for all of us to give a moment of silence, a moment of thought to whatever higher powers mean something in your life, and hope that they will guide our decisions as a group and strengthen our community for the betterment of all in our group. Thank you.
Thank you. And stay standing for the Vice Mayor Robinson is going to lead the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's the third time we pledged allegiance. We're very pledged.
We're getting the hang of it.
We are certainly getting the hang of it. Madam Clerk, are there any additions, deletions, or reordering?
Yes, actually, I have a few to speak about. First of all, consent item E, the resolution 37, 2021 regarding the preliminary refuse roll. There is no increase for fiscal 22, but the word increase was not deleted from the final paragraph in the staff report. So I just wanted to point that out since it's on consent.
That's consent E. Okay.
And then presentation D has been deleted. There'll be a presentation for staff in the near future, and then it will proceed from there. And then new business D, resolution 31. I'm sorry. There is now new business D has been moved to unfinished business C. I put it in the wrong place.
Can you remind me of that when we get there?
Yeah, it's in your script, but I will alert you. And then lastly, there's been an addition, new business item L, approving the use of $50,000 from ARPA, which was sent to you, I believe, I've lost track of the days. Last week, yesterday, sometime, but I sent everything out and it's been posted on the website, and that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I missed one of the things, the consent,
I think the one you missed was
Presentation
new
D.
business D,
new business D.
which is the low E windows was moved up to unfinished.
Oh,
C.
okay.
Yes, but it's in the correct place on your script.
Okay, thank you. You're not supposed to tell them I have a script.
Okay, on your cue cards.
Thank you. Thank you. So do you have a motion to approve the agenda? Yeah.
I would like to add to the agenda, setting a date for a public meeting between the Gulfstream developers, the city, and the community.
Is that something that we could not have gotten on there before tonight? Could that not be on the regular agenda for the third?
I'm asking that we have staff set on the agenda. We can just propose dates for a public meeting.
Okay, so where would that go, Madam Clerk?
Well, that would be new business M for multitude of items on the agenda tonight. I have always found it problematic, and former city clerk Andrea would certainly agree. We normally do not set dates during meetings for future meetings because we don't have everybody's calendar. It's problematic. We can certainly put forth some dates and get a date without having a discussion during the meeting if the vice mayor agrees to that.
I agree with Commissioner Robinson, but I think it needs to be more of a formal workshop with the public.
Yeah.
I just wanted.
I think we absolutely should have a public meeting about the Gulf Stream. People are interested in it, need to know what the status is. So we would,
Direct staff.
So between now and the next meeting, could we have instruct staff to set up a meeting between ourselves, a workshop, and get it on the agenda for August 3rd? Is that okay?
What needs to be on the agenda?
The date.
Setting the meeting for the date, setting the date.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
It sounds like if I have consensus, I can move forward with planning and coordinating a workshop.
Sure.
Date to be determined.
Right.
To include the Gulf Stream condominium, the developers, the city staff, and the public. I think Commissioner Robinson wants just to have a public workshop.
We all do.
About the project.
Maybe we could get that fairly soon.
Yes, I'll coordinate with your office and Sabrina and look at what dates we can identify, and we'll email like we historically do.
Very good. Thank you very much. So we don't need to add it to the agenda. It's done.
Thank you.
It's done, and we're all in agreement. And we have a hand up from the city attorney.
And Mayor, can I suggest that you delete consent item L, the settlement agreement of FEMA, that's not good. That'll be in.
Okay. Okay.
Where?
I don't even have that on my agenda.
Neither do I.
Agenda L.
They already took it off. Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah.
aye.
Aye.
Oh, aye.
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 I'm sorry, is that being deleted, city attorney?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you.
So let's now vote on the agenda as Commissioner.
I need a motion and a second, please.
We were just about to do that.
Motion to approve as edited.
Second?
Second.
Okay, by Commissioner McFoy, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, great. So first up, we have presentations and our very special presentation to our former retiring city clerk, our beloved city clerk. Ms. Andrea, how many years did you serve this city?
12.
Not enough.
And how many years did that age you?
I'll be 111.
Well, I want to come down because being the city clerk, it's sort of a hidden position. People don't really realize what the city.
Proclamation, do you have one?
No, I have the.
Oh.
I don't think it's proclamation. I have, no. Having watched what the city clerk does, and they're like the silent directors of the city. The city clerk doesn't write it down. It didn't happen. The city clerk doesn't put it on an agenda. It doesn't get heard.
Is that purposely off the microphone?
Yes, no. I think they can pick it up. I'm speaking loudly. Thank you very much.
That comment's maybe beneficial.
So it gives me great pleasure. It's a little bittersweet because this was the clerk that broke us in. You know, you do.
Don't get me crying.
That's what I'm supposed to do. So on behalf of the staff, the commission, the people that have gone before us, because you worked with them for many years as well, I'm sure they would all join us in thanking you so much for the years that you gave. And we're going to miss you very much. Come on.
Thank you so much.
And the advice.
Well, it's a long agenda. All my old clerk work.
And I want to thank Melissa, who's doing a fine job of taking over for you.
I do.
Madam Mayor, we do have a surprise guest.
What?
Okay. Can you promote Linnell Gaskins, please?
Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt, is that what she said?
Brad Pitt.
A girl can
We asked him.
Promote her to speak.
Is someone here?
Well, in the meantime, I would like to thank Debbie for her consultation and advice and counsel for me to the rest of us.
I have an invoice that I'm going to. Consultation work is expensive. Make it to Mike Bornstein. Have him write it.
Yeah, people don't understand how important the city clerk is, and it's just vitally important, and we thank you very much. And Have fun.
Well, I don't
Enjoy retirement.
I don't want to take any more time than I need to, but I do want to thank everybody here. I don't live in this city, but I've come to really love this city. I love all the people that I work with, and the commission, past and present. Michael, Juan, they do a great job with the leadership here. Glenn, Christy, without your legal counsel, I couldn't handle this, and Christy particularly with all the dumb questions. She always has smart answers. So for everybody, I'm going to go ahead and just read the list of employees. It shouldn't take more than 45 minutes. I don't want to miss anybody.
Thank you so much.
I've thoroughly enjoyed my time here and wish you well. In fact, you'll be here till midnight, so I don't want to take it. Thank you so much. We love you.
This is the fun part of the meeting. The next thing up is the stupid chair. I hate this chair. Next up, we have a proclamation declaring 2021 as Parks and Recreation Month. Now, I have to say, another hidden talent of our city is our Parks and Recreation Department. They are the elves and fairies that make things happen. You come in the morning and there's tents and there's things going on, and we don't know how it did happen, but it was Parks and Recreation. So I'm going to read the proclamation. Would I like the staff to come up? Really, we are so grateful to you guys. Hi, thanks. Okay, whereas Parks and Recreation programs enhance our quality of life by contributing to a healthy lifestyle, community building, economic development, and environmental sustainability. And whereas Parks and Recreation programs boost the economy, attract new business, and increase tourism. And whereas Florida is the home to more than 170 state parks, trails, and historic sites that inspire residents and visitors with recreational opportunities and scenic beauty. And whereas our parks and trails ensure ecological beauty, provide space to enjoy nature, and help maintain clean air and water, preserve plant and animal wildlife. And whereas local, state, and national parks located within the state of Florida contribute to the overall quality of life enjoyed by residents and visitors to our state. And whereas the National Recreation and Park Association and the Florida Recreation and Park Association designated July as Recreation and Parks Month. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim July 2021 as National Parks and Recreation Month. And I have here to set my hand and seal on this, for the City of Lake Worth, on this 20th day of July 2021. This is the month, the Parks and Recreation Month, but I want to make it more personal and thank you guys, because you are the guys that make our Parks and Recreation actually happen. Well, you guys are the best. So here, I'm going to give this to you. And we're going to post a picture. What you do. Thank you for everything that you do. We really appreciate it.
Good. The event people.
These are the events.
More than just that.
Yeah.
Well, I said, let's have a party. They're the ones that put it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for all your hard work.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Just stay up here, Anthony.
I was going to say, yeah. Good.
And the crowd is going to get taller and taller. On Monday, May 31st, 2021, the City of Lake Worth Beach travel basketball team called Lake Worth Pride won the boys 10th grade D1 and the 20U, which is unsigned seniors and postgrad, AAU Memorial Day Classic at Orange County Convention Center in Orlando, Florida. And whereas the Memorial Day Classic is an amateur athletic union sanctioned event and attracts teams from across the United States to compete. And whereas Lake Worth Pride 10th grade team beat the Wellington Wolves Gold team 60. I'm not done yet. While the 20U team beat Tony Bradley Elite 80 to 65. And the standout player for both squads was number 0, Calvin Sermons. And whereas these young athletes have exhibited a work ethic, dedication, and a commitment to each other and to their coaches. Whereas coaches Victor Marshall, Carrington Eibel, Kaishim Bryant, Melvin Stinson, and Anthony Marshall, together with these players, enhance our community through the sport of basketball and make us all proud to say that they are a part of Lake Worth Beach Recreation Program. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach encourages the residents of our community to express pride in these young athletes and thank them for a job well done by bringing such an honor to our city. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by the virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby recognize Lake Worth Pride traveling basketball teams for the amazing win on May 31st, 2021. Thank you very much.
Woo, way to go, boys. No, boys.
Proud of our,
I get to feel short. I'm gonna hang out with these guys.
We're gonna put me behind you. So here's, which coach are you?
I'm the president of Lake Worth.
You're the president of Lake Worth Pride. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you guys. This is exciting.
isn't the Lions?
Great job.
Lions is a pride.
That's his new trick.
I learned that from the room.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Way to go, boys.
President, would you like to say a few words? Please take it away.
Commission and Mayor, I'd like to thank y'all for your leadership. I wanted to tell you something about Lake Worth Pride. This team right now just came back last night, I believe, from Kentucky. They played in a national event. The entire team played. So they came back around 11:30 last night. And so they won last weekend, this past weekend. I guess they went 5-0 in Kentucky.
Woo!
Thank the commission,
thank you,
the leadership, because none of this is possible without the help of the constituents and the leadership with City of Lake Worth, because they flew out, I believe, 3 weeks ago to go to Georgia, and they won 3 out of 2 games.
All right.
And not just the 10th grade team, the 20U team. So our goal was to try to get some of these kids into college. So with the COVID, we decided that we're going to have a 20U team to try to get unsigned seniors to get into a college. Thanks to Coach Marsh and his leadership. They actually took 6 players. A lot of them couldn't make it, and he came in 2nd place this weekend. And what the terrain has changed with travel basketball. We got live period where NCAA can recruit and come out. And so this month of July, they have a couple of live periods so that the coaches can come see these kids play. The young men play. They're not kids.
They're not kids.
Okay, and these young men show exemplary examples, and they really, I'm just proud of them. They actually go above and beyond. These are actually 10th graders.
Oh,
some big 10th graders. So we're looking for these boys to take the mantle and move ahead and get some scholarships. So like, I just wanted to commend the community, because without the community help, this would be impossible. Trust me.
and without you, the coaches and the team, this would not.
Coach Marshall, Nicole, Lauren, they've been awesome. All right. We aligned our strategic initiative with their strategic goals, and we're able to make this possible. So I appreciate it. So I just wanted to commend these guys, because it's more to what goes on. We get the proclamations, but they're actually putting in the work. During this COVID season, they're actually doing more and going above and beyond, and making work Beach a great place. So I appreciate it. I just wanted to thank you guys.
Thank you. They leave, I want you to notice they all have great sayings on the back of their t-shirts. I want you to turn around for a second, young men. You don't work, you don't eat.
No work,
right?
don't eat.
Brotherhood. And we have pride. We have.
If you're not pride, you're prey.
That's right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Really make us proud. Thank you. Now okay, so.
We have a fun job.
Yeah, sometimes it's really fun. Now we have commission liaison reports and comments.
Keeping it to 2 minutes, Madam Mayor.
Let's keep it at 2 minutes, given the extent to our agenda tonight. So we have, let's start with District 1.
Okay, I'll keep it short and sweet. This past Saturday, we had a huge celebration and the unveiling and the dedication of the Unity Wall on Wingfield. And I just want to say thank you to every artist, every volunteer, every collaborator. It's been 11 months plus in the works, and it was a great celebration. And I want to thank the city and the city staff for all their support for making that celebration. It was good. It was good for the neighborhood. It was great for Lake Osborne community. If you haven't been there, please drive down Wingfield and look at the wall. It really tells the story, the history, and the future of Lake Worth Beach. The other thing that I attended for the first time for this seat for District 1 was the Lake Worth Beach High School graduation, Lake Worth High graduation. The mayor has always been, and this is the first time the District 1 commissioner has been there. It was fun. I got to say congratulations 436 times. Next time I will not wear high heels, but it's something that I'm excited about. We did send a letter of congratulations to every graduate from the dais. We all signed off on it, and they will be getting those in the mail. Dr. Epps has received those last week, and they're going to be mailed out to all the graduates. Short and sweet.
Commissioner McVoy, 2 minutes.
Thank you. I heard about the Unity Wall celebration, was glad to hear that it was happening. Unfortunately, I was sick on Saturday, so I was knocked out for all city activities that one. Many of you know that we are following the harmful algae bloom situation that's happened on and off in Lake Okeechobee and in some of the canals between here and there and in the Lake Worth Lagoon. Couple positive things to report on that the Corps of Engineers and the Water Management District did choose a Lake Okeechobee Management Plan, CC, which has a fair amount of environmental support. Still, they've recognized that they've got more work to do, that they're not totally out of the woods. The Caloosahatchee and the West Coast are not happy. A couple of things that affect us are that the Lake Worth Lagoon, this might not sound like a big deal, but it is trust me, because I was involved in the Corps of Engineers planning process. The Lake Worth Lagoon is now recognized not just as the end of a pipe, the end of the C-51 canal, it is recognized as an estuary. That's a big deal. That affects how they will do their planning. And a big deal, the U.S. Corps of Engineers has no responsibility for water quality. They are now recognizing that they have to take into account algae situations in their choice of planning process. That's a big deal. I'm the appointed member to the Palm Beach County Transportation Planning Authority. I won't go into any details on that. Just let you know that it's a very cool organization, both in terms of the staff and in terms of the folks from around the county, different municipalities and the county that are appointed to it. Very strong commitment to bicycle and pedestrian safety. Obviously, they're committed to cars and roads, but a very strong commitment to complete streets, to integrating trees, bicycles, some of the things that are very relevant to us here in Lake Worth, particularly as we consider developing on Dixie Highway. They have a commitment to Vision Zero, which is to try to get both injuries and fatalities with bikes and pedestrians to zero. There's frustration that we're not doing enough, and we're pushing hard on that. And finally, quite different topic, but I think one that's pretty important to us here in Lake Worth. I'm sure everybody is aware of the things that have been happening during the last week and a half in Cuba. And I've been with my wife to a number of the protests that have happened in solidarity with the people of Cuba, who are, it's almost mind-boggling the steps that they're taking at enormous risk. There was a very interesting editorial about it in the Times this morning from somebody in Cuba, who I will be watching to see if they're in jail or not by tomorrow, because they certainly could be. But they spoke out and said, you know, this is the first in 60 years that people have overcome the fears that are in place for simply having a protest, and they're out doing it. And it's not just for lack of vaccinations, it's not just for other things, it's an overall need for change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stokes?
Yes, I also enjoyed the Unity Wall celebration. My daughters were inside playing the archery game that was in there, which was awesome. I didn't know how to do it, and my 6-year-old taught me, and I did one arrow and it went way over. But my younger daughter went behind and grabbed it, so it worked out okay. So it was really good times. I spent most of the time inside the gym and not at the wall, but it was awesome, and it was great to see everybody out there. Our education task force, we interviewed 18 people today, and they were all such high quality that we decided we needed to bring all of them forward. So we have a really solid team that will be moving forward. I'll be arranging our kickoff meeting, and I'm really excited to work with this group of people. The other liaison I am on the League of Cities Transportation and Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. We met on Friday in Orlando and chose our areas of focus for the upcoming year. And we are going to be looking at transportation funding, because as awesome as our move towards like zero emission vehicles is, once we stop purchasing gas, we no longer are paying gas tax, and we have no funding for our roads. So those are going to be some fun conversations to go through, because we all have a commitment to clean energy, and as we move in that direction, which is exciting that we're doing it, we still have to have roads to drive those cars on. And so that's an area of focus I'm going to be working on, as well as the Sadowski Trust Fund, which we heard about last week in affordable housing workshop that the CRA put on, which is the money that goes towards the affordable housing and making sure that it stays going towards affordable housing. So those are the two areas of focus we'll be working on this year. So yeah, and we all attended the CRA workshop on affordable housing. I appreciate them for putting that on, and it was very informative and awesome.
Thank you. Commissioner Robinson.
It's been a fantastic couple of weeks for the community of Lake Worth Beach. As mentioned, the Educational Task Force came out. What a great,
amazing
representation of our citizen talent and our citizens. Education Task Force. Employee barbecue to really show our appreciation of our employees was a beautiful day of community. Ribbon cutting for the businesses at the One on Lake Avenue, really classy cafe on the corner of South Palm and Lake Avenue, barbershop and a gym exercise area. The wall is beautiful. You've got to see it on Wingfield Street. Raft race on July 4th was one of the biggest and best so far. And I think maybe July 5th should be the NAPC Raft Race Committee Day, but in appreciation of them. The affordable housing education at the casino was revealing of how difficult affordable housing is, and it was. I am glad that the CRA got that going. I attended Deco Green's outreach to the community on Sunday, which I'm hoping that we're going to require all developers to be required to have some public input. I'm really appreciative of the protests for Cuba. Cuba is a country, Puerto Rico is part of the United States. And I'm very glad that we're not arresting anybody for protesting freedom. But protests are of a concern for democracy. And if we aren't allowed to protest and demonstrate, our democracy won't be as strong. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is such an amazing commission. There's very little much that I have to add, but I'll find something. I also was at a number of the things. The staff appreciation picnic on Friday was amazing. We had about 250 of our staff members there, and we were saying thank you very much. They are the hidden people that keep this. Without those folks that are hardworking, underpaid, overworked, all of the above, we need to let them know that they are appreciated. And it was a wonderful thing, and I'm looking forward to the next celebration that we have of them. The only thing I'm going to add, I think the affordable housing, I learned that I don't know enough and I need to learn more. And thank you very much to the CRA and Joan Oliva for putting that on. I thank you, Commissioner Robinson, for bringing the Gulf Stream idea, because there's a lot of rumors and innuendos going on out there. And we're going to get that straight. And we are going to have a public hearing, a public workshop on it very soon. And I, for one, am in support of the project and want to encourage all of you that are interested. Come if you can, when you come to the workshop, with constructive ideas. Okay, I'm on Facebook a lot because I'm a brave woman, and I read a lot of the different things that are going on. I try to quell those miscommunications or misideas as I can, but that's what we're going to be doing. So with that, I'm going to put an end to our comments. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have two. Let me set my timer. Do you have any?
I have three.
Do you want to start or do you want me to start?
Oh, why don't you start?
Okay, I'm going to start the timer too.
Okay.
Rebecca Hinson, 818 North Palm Way, wrote, "Dear Commissioners, when I came to Lake Worth 19 years ago from Isla Mirada, Florida, I envisioned spending a lot of time at the Lake Worth pool. It is an amazing facility. I'm encouraged by our new commissioner's campaign promises to reopen the pool. The Ron Levy Aquatic Center in Isla Mirada is the hub of the community. Perhaps we can offer many of the same programs here at our world-class pool. Hours 8 to 6 Monday to Friday, 10 to 5 Saturday and Sunday. Facility 50 meters, 25-yard pool, 4 to 12.5 feet deep, 4 springboards. Programs, swim lessons, water aquatics, springboard lessons, summer swim camp, swim and dive camp, diving lessons, swim camp for 3 and up and disabilities, synchronized swim club, masters adult swim club, youth competitive swim club, adult and youth swim meets, Special Olympics swim meets, and then fees. Adult residents $3 with a 10-pack at $25. Youth and senior Lake Worth resident $2, 10-pack for $15. Adult non-resident $11, youth non-resident $7. Free for immediate family of military, free for disabled veterans. That is her comments. The next comment is from Mary Ellen Healy, 323 South Federal Highway, Unit 11. She wrote, "Thank you, commissioners, for passing resolution number 35-2021 last month, requesting that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers take a number of planning and operational steps to reduce the likelihood of HAB toxins reaching the Lake Worth Lagoon. This was critical timing in the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual update process. We got good news this week. Alternative CC was the clear choice, bringing us toward the right direction. There is still plenty of work to do to make sure meaningful policy comes out the other end of this process, especially in changing CC to keep Lake Okeechobee lower and how it handles dry season flows. Please continue to participate with Army Corps of Engineers and municipalities on the lagoon to keep harmful algae bloom toxins out of the lagoon. We look forward to the Lake Worth Lagoon included as a northern estuary. The Lake Worth Lagoon is a historic, recreational, and commercial resource. The new metal signs along the shoreline provide information about potential health hazards. Thank you for not passing the buck or dragging your feet." That's the end of the comments I have for this.
Thank you. I have one to be read. Please set the timer. And this is from Nick Vujunic. I hope I'm not making that. He is a Lake Worth resident at 410 North Federal Highway. Mayor Resch, I am writing with serious concerns about the safety of Federal Highway. I witness completely unsafe driving practices by drivers on a daily basis. I want to emphasize that I see unsafe driving daily. I will provide examples of the type of driving that concerns me, but I do believe that it's important to note that these examples are not one-off instances, but a clear pattern of highly aggressive driving that endangers local residents living on Federal Highway, as well as other pedestrians and cyclists utilizing the roads and sidewalks. I live between 4th and 5th Avenue, directly across the street from Sacred Heart School. There is a traffic light for a crosswalk in front of my house to allow pedestrians and students to cross safely over North Federal. My first concern is related to the speed of travel along North Federal Highway. It's currently posted between 25 and 35 miles per hour, depending on the specific block of Federal you are on. In my experience, living on this road and observing traffic, motorists exceed that posted speed by well over 20 miles an hour, which is considered reckless endangerment. Every day, I witness cars and motorcycles traveling at speeds that would only be found posted on major interstate. Should any of these motorists have to make a course correction at that speed, they could easily fly off the road and strike houses that are 10 or 15 feet off the road. My own living room is only about 15 feet from North Federal Highway. Imagine the life-threatening injuries that could occur if a vehicle traveling above 50 miles an hour were to crash through a wall into my house. My second concern is related to the illegal use of the left-hand turn lane. Motorists routinely utilize the center turn lane as a passing lane when other motorists are slowing down to pull into driveways or turn into side streets. I regularly witness motorists pass cars in front of them that are traveling the legal speed limits. This illegal use of the center lane is extremely dangerous. The most dangerous experience I have suffered actually involved a combination of both of these concerns. I was weeding my flower beds at the front of the property along the sidewalk. A vehicle traveling south on Federal moved into the center lane to pass the vehicle in front of it. This motorist was already speeding as it approached the car it was passing and increased its speed as it moved into the center lane. The vehicle traveling in the opposite direction north of Federal was also speeding, though not as much as the car illegally traveling in the center lane. The driver headed north was shocked to see the car pop into the center lane and jerk their wheel to the right. Their car jumped up onto the sidewalk and came within 2 feet of hitting me in the flower bed along my driveway. I, scared for my life, dove from the flower bed and onto the driveway to avoid being hit by the out-of-control vehicle that was now driving on the sidewalk. Both cars never slowed down and continued driving after they passed me. Neither stopped to check on me or the damage done to the plants hit by the vehicle on the sidewalk. The motorists involved had no concern for traffic law of the harm they nearly caused me and my property. I honestly do fear the safety of residents and pedestrians along North Federal Highway near my home. I've been repeatedly passed by cars speeding through the center lane. I've had a car pass me using the center lane as it approached the 2nd Avenue traffic signal, and it nearly caused an accident. Another vehicle on 2nd Avenue was making a right-hand turn in front of me and did not expect a car to be speeding into the intersection around me using the center lane.
Thank you. Time is up.
Thank you. Now we have 3 cars have been passed in for non-agenda. The first, I believe, was passed in by Mr. Rosenshine.
I'm sorry, these are more public comments?
Yes, I'm sorry, 3 more public comments we have.
Okay, thank you.
3 blue cards, sorry about that.
Don Rosenshine, 131 North Caulfield Road.
Good evening.
Anyway, I want to all thank you for the time that you've given us concerning the pool. We will continue to try to communicate with you. There's word that there's another pool study considered. Over the last 3 years, we've worked on a plan to completely modernize the pool and reopen it. The CPC renderings that we all know were met with much favor by the citizens pre-COVID. We've spent $150,000 on this study and these schemes. It represents a pool that will be exciting, attractive, and welcome. A pool that people will want to go to. The current pool configuration failed to attract few people other than lap swimmers, team rentals, aquatics, and swim lessons. While these are critical and important, it failed to attract the more social leisure admissions. The new configuration will do just that. It will far outnumber all other admissions combined. These are regular Lake Worth citizens who just want to get out of the heat, stick their feet in the water and talk to their neighbors. CPC has delivered a contemporary and exciting pool, but it was not tasked with assessing whether that product would be financially self-sustaining. 5 years ago, the city paid the McAllister report, which some of you have seen, and they have come up with two things. You must change the current configuration of the pool if you're going to attract more leisure customers and make the pool financially sustainable. It states that the pool will need 2 to 3 million just to correct present known problems. It states that if we only fix what is currently there, we will not succeed. But also significantly, we must update and alter the existing pool. Then we will succeed. It will exponentially boost parking and admission revenue and will become self-sustaining. Experts know that the more amenities, the greater the popularity, creating a destination that everyone will enjoy. The greater good for the greater number. That's a classic democratic ideal, small d. We have developed a public-private partnership that shows the roadmap forward. We have also developed a systematic path to bid this project.
Thank you.
We don't need any more studies.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Peggy Fisher?
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I've talked to you several times about the traffic on North A Street. And last month during the break in our commission meeting, Jamie Brown told me that a speed bump will be put in before the start of the school year, just south of the Greenwood, Fifth Avenue Greenwood. And I'm here just to say thank you all for listening, for working on this. This is something that we've been trying to get for a number of years. It's a good first step. It's going to help tremendously. And I just wanted to come and say thank you. And I also wanted to say that I've noticed that there are a lot of workshops that you all have put together, put on your calendar. And in the past, it seemed to be a problem getting workshops set up and held. But you all are working together with your calendars and are making that happen. And I, as a resident and a property owner, just want to say thank you all for working as a team and working on these very important issues for our citizens.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fisher. We rarely hear that. That's wonderful.
I just want to come and say thanks for both things.
And I also want to thank staff, because it's the staff that works so hard.
But you all have to adjust your schedules and your other obligations, especially if you're a business owner and things like that. And I understand that, even though now I don't work, I have the luxury of being retired. But I know it takes an effort. And I just wanted you to know that I've noticed how many workshops you all have done and wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. It's a passion. It really is. Thank you so much, Ms. Fisher. That's wonderful. Thank you. And now we have Marshall Pass, who's going to come up and thank us for the window.
No pressure, Marshall.
No pressure, Marshall. You need to beat Ms. Fisher, okay? Hi, Mr. Hi, Mr.
I don't think that's on.
Is this on?
I don't think it is.
The room will pick you up.
Okay. So I don't need to beat Miss Fisher. Miss Fisher's been around many years and has done many wonderful things in this town. She was my mentor in the early years when I started coming to all these meetings. So basically, you couldn't fault her. She's the reason why.
I would get that. Yeah, you're going to rub against it. Thanks.
Okay. So real quick, may I start at the bottom, though, and I would like to thank, on behalf, as President of Bryant Park Neighborhood Association and Vice President of the NEPC over all the neighborhoods, I would like to thank all of city staff, starting from the very bottom up. With Larry, that everybody, if you don't know Larry, you don't know Lakewood. That's all I'm going to say. So you go out and find out who Larry is. But everybody from Larry on up, I want to thank them all up to you folks. I want to thank starting with Herman Robinson, Commissioner Herman Robinson, and Lauren Bennett, who's not here tonight. And I do want to thank all of the rec department. They're wonderful.
They're amazing.
Lauren and Emmerich, unfortunately, I believe he has a death in the family, so, and Emmerich. Gene Cohen, who helps, he's the event coordinator. Music in the Park from Bryant Park. To thank the city, City Manager Juan Ruiz as well for helping us get that all off the ground. And thank you for stopping by this week, Mayor. It's wonderful.
It was
People
wonderful.
are enjoying it. For those that aren't aware, come Sundays, 2 to 4, North End Amphitheater. There's always a breeze, like 98% of the time, always a nice breeze. Find a tree, bring your cooler, bring a blanket, bring chairs, or we have the benches. Enjoy, it's a nice day. And it will get more comfortable as the season comes, and we have a lot more things coming with the high school and so forth. Anyway, a few things have been mentioned already, so I'll just say real quick, I'm glad you're doing the workshop for the Gulf Street. We're getting a lot of emails, a lot of comments, a lot of everything going on. As you know, I told you, Herman knows as well. So please, the sooner the better, I can tell you. Also, for those that aren't aware, there was an email that did go out to our neighborhood, and I'm not sure if the city has put it out there. For those that are interested in the Gulfstream Motel that's going on, there is a specific website for that, and that is thegulfstreamlwb.com that they put up there. Amrit Gill has put that up there specifically for the Gulfstream rather than just their company itself. They have an email if you'd like to send them an email directly. That's execadmin, EXECADMIN, at restoration, STL, restoration.com. Okay, you can email them. Contact Bryant Park Neighborhood Association, that's Bryant Park Neighborhood News @gmail.com. We will take all that in, and we're looking to find out more about what's going on with the parking situation, find out what's going on with expansion and a number of other things, including the beach. And we want to hear about the pool complex and all that sort of kind of, so whatever we can, you know it. Okay, I want to tell you.
Thank you, time's up.
That was
Thank you.
3 minutes, seriously?
That was true. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. I did stop by the park on Sunday afternoon. It was really great. There was like a group of people out there. It was somebody's birthday. They had a potluck. It was a lovely event. Dana Torres.
Hi, how are you? My name is Dana Torres. I am a resident of 33460, District 3. My comment is more of questions pertaining to the current budget that is being put together right now. I personally have viewed the sessions and I keep walking away very confused. The information in the packet were nuanced and difficult to follow. The presentation requires a high level of insight into city programs, into contract services, and there were some budget items that appeared to lack some due diligence. Given this information is critical for residents, I'm hoping for a higher level of transparency and organization. In addition to the nitty-gritty, residents also need simple and clear presentation materials that highlight the goals and initiatives of the proposed budget. This will allow us to participate in the process and provide feedback on how we would like our elected officials to allocate funds so we can ensure the budget aligns with the community needs and goals. It would also be helpful if the city informs residents about the budget process, the dates, phases, what we can expect from each phase, and how we can get involved, or at minimum make the information a little bit more easy to access, because right now it is very difficult to find. I hoping that you strive for more participation, specifically within the marginalized communities that many of you scouted votes for. As a reminder, transparency and engagement were huge campaign talking points in these communities, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of you follow through on these promises. I'm also requesting more transparency and participation during the COVID fund allocation meetings. As a result of the pandemic, many of our vulnerable and working class communities are at even greater risk of exploitation, housing insecurity, food scarcity, illness, mental health crisis, job loss, etc. And currently our poverty rate is at a 24.4, which is double the national and state rate. That is the rate for Lake Worth Beach. And out of this average, it is disproportionately impacting Black and Brown people, also at double the rates nationally. So I'm asking for marginalized working class folks in our community should be leading these discussions on how the city plans to spend these COVID funds My question is, how does the mayor and commissioner plan to effectively and authentically represent the Black and brown working class when they are not represented within the commission, boards, or committees?
Thank you. Maribel Camacho Marino. And I'm reading your letter, ma'am, and I'm just, come on up. It's a very specific request. Please state your name and your address.
My name is Maribel Camacho.
Please speak up a little bit.
Or take your mask off.
You can take your mask off if you want.
Maribel Camacho.
And your address, your Lakewood.
Say 622. Right. I'm sorry, my English is very weak. I'm sorry.
Okay. You help.
I'm her sister-in-law.
That's fine, help her.
My name is Janalis Camacho. My sister-in-law just purchased a resident in Lakewood like 2 months ago, and she's receiving this regards her trash or garbage. Want to charge her $930 for garbage that she never threw out. So we just want to see if you can see the letter, or if you just, also she's not getting her garbage picked up. Her trash is being left. She had a picture of that as well. So we really don't know where to go, or what to do.
I'm going to direct you to the city manager.
Thank you.
What's the specific address?
622.
Right, Drive, Lakewood, Florida, 32461.
Right, WRIG.
Right. Over in Osborne area.
Are they going to do that in the home?
I'm sorry, I'm just going to give a minute.
I'll follow up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that, as I believe, is the end of the public comment. Thank you. Now we have approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion? And we have somebody
Madam Mayor.
coming up with another blue card, a little late. No. Okay.
In regards to the minutes, I just want to throw something out there. I've just recently finished my ethics training, and it was reiterated that our minutes do not need to be detailed minutes. They can be action minutes. This is something that the city's been doing for a long time. The action minutes are great, but we have the minutes that we can just have. We can have action minutes and not detailed minutes. Action minutes just tell what the action was taken and what the outcome was on the vote. And because of the fact that we record all of our meetings and people can go back and reference what was said, I would like this body to take the time right now to give staff direction to not do these detailed minutes. It's antiquated. It takes for every hour of a meeting, it takes our staff about 4 hours to disseminate in detail. And we only have a limited 3 people in the city clerk's office. So I would really like us as a body to go out there and say, action minutes I don't think it needs to be detailed.
Is that something that we need to bring back for a vote?
No, because it's not a resolution, it's not an ordinance, it's just a practice from the previous dais. And I really want to be, concerned about staff's time and
Okay, let's, do I have any comments from the commission?
I'm on the fence. It's an easy way it's more information, it's an easy way for our citizens to scan through them and see.
They can also watch the meeting though.
Yeah.
I know, and we also heard from a very awesome resident today that she doesn't know how to use Zoom.
Well,
So, as far
it's on YouTube when it's done.
Right.
No, I understand that, but different people have access to different types of technology and different comfort levels of technology. And some people might be comfortable skimming a Word document and not bouncing around a YouTube video.
But it's also public record.
And it's 4 hours for every hour.
Right, I
Every hour of our meeting is 4 hours.
I'm just saying, I'm on the fence. This is just being brought up for the first time
Yeah.
now. I haven't had time to
Let's think
through the
about it.
consequences.
Let's mull it over and come back.
Okay, I just don't want us to think too long because we're just now going over, the meetings are up to May 20th and we're on July 19th,
I don't
guys.
disagree with you.
And that's why we're getting these meeting minutes so long, is because it takes so long for them to record the way they are. And it's just been a practice of previous dais and staff. That's all. I just trying to be more proficient.
I'll tell you what, since we are short right now in staff of the clerk's office, maybe we could try it as a pilot project and see how it works. Then when we do get a new city clerk, And we'll be up, staff, we can address it at that point. How does that sound? As a,
Right, and if we get complaints from people, then we
Yeah.
can go back. But
but it really is on YouTube. I mean, they can really watch it. It's a matter of taking the time. Commissioner McVoy?
I would suggest as a possible compromise between the two technologies, I think it's a lot to ask people to watch us for 6 hours on YouTube. We are very, marvelous, but one thing that could be done in the action minutes is you simply note the time of the YouTube.
Yep,
of
that's a
those
good idea.
items.
That's a great
And then
idea.
That's a good compromise.
Yep, good idea. Thank you.
Sometimes you're brilliant.
Every once in a while, you hit
Oh,
it.
you're brilliant.
Compromise is good.
And it was so concise and to the
With
point.
that-
I must be sick.
With that, I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
they're a good reminder.
I'm sorry?
They're a good reminder.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Commissioner McVoy.
And just so you know, the staff that does the minutes is me and only me.
I'm aware.
And we really appreciate you. But you heard what we talked about, putting the time on the minutes so people can skate through to get to where the issue is that they're looking for as you go down the agenda, Madam Clerk? How's that sound?
I can certainly try to do that. I think that will take me less than 4 hours per hour of minutes.
I think that's wise. Thank you, Commissioner,
Big wins.
for bringing it up.
So is your direction that starting, I actually have minutes done through May. So the August 3rd meeting has the special meetings at the end of May. So is your direction that starting with the June minutes, do the action minutes with a timestamp for each item?
Yes, that would be fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, no, thank you.
Big wins, big wins.
Up now is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion? Thank you by Commissioner McVoy. Do I have a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Malega. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Next up, quasi judicial hearing procedure.
Before we went to that one, could I make one very short comment on the consent item? It's not to change anything, but just informational.
Very quickly, really quickly.
A number of the items that might interest the public on the consent item related to the millage rates. And I've requested, and the city manager has followed up on that gets translated into dollar amounts so that we have a bit more of a sense as a community of what that translates into. And so that should be available at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Layman terms, that's awesome.
Yeah. Okay, now now we are on
Public hearings.
public hearing. Let me get, it's a large book. Let me just get it. Okay, this is the first reading of the amending the official zoning map by approving the creation of a mixed-use plan development called the Deco Green Apartments located at 1715 North Dixie Highway. And do we have a presentation by staff?
We do, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Please load the presentation.
This is a 10-minute presentation.
10-minute
I'm
presentation.
sorry, Madam Mayor, this is a quasi judicial, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and disclosures.
So first, the city attorney needs to read the ordinance, and then we need to go to disclosures by the commission, please.
Thank you. Ready for the reading.
Okay. Ordinance number 2021-04, an ordinance of the city commission of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning map by approving the creation of mixed-use urban plan development district located at 1715 North Dixie Highway, consisting of approximately 2.29 acres, is more particularly described in Exhibit A, located within the mixed-use Dixie Highway MUTH zoning district with a future land use designation of mixed-use MUD, subject to specific development standards set forth in Exhibit B and conditions of approval set forth in Exhibit C. Approving a development permit, approving density and height bonus incentives through the city's sustainable bonus incentive program. Approving the transfer of development rights to obtain an additional 10 units per acre. Approving a major site plan for the construction of a 127 unit mixed use urban plan development prior to severability conflicts and an effective date.
Thank you. Disclosures.
None.
I went to the community event that was organized by some of the businesses in town and that the developers came to and spoke with them at one of them.
Okay. Commissioner Stokes?
Nope.
Commissioner Robinson.
And I attended their outreach to the community and spoke. I spoke to the community, not specifically to the developers.
Thank you. And I had a chance to meet and interact with Ronaldo at Wine with the Mayor last week, and didn't even really discuss the project. Just he was there, and we thank you. So having said that, yeah. You need to be sworn in. Madam Clerk?
Yes, so all those who are giving testimony should raise their right hands and I will swear them in.
You're up.
So do you swear or attest that you will in this, with your testimony, be giving the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
And I'm requesting that those giving testimony, before you speak, please state your name and address for the record, as well as who you represent if you do represent someone. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this microphone not on for a reason?
Checking on it.
Are we checking on it?
Picks you up. there.
Okay. Okay. I just want the folks back here to be able to hear us. They can't hear. So maybe you could do that.
There you go, it's on.
This one only amplifies, but the other ones are sensitive enough that they.
But everyone needs to speak up because the folks in the back can't hear you. Project.
Can we can I get the presentation shared? So I'll just go ahead and move on. As we stated, this ordinance is ordinance 2021-04. This item was continued from the June 15th meeting. It's a consideration on first reading. The first reading was continued from that June meeting of a mixed-use plan development and development of significant impact, major site plan, conditional use, sustainable bonus, and transfer of development rights incentive. This would allow for the construction of 127 mixed-use development, commonly known as Deco Green, located at 1715 North Dixie Highway. This is within the mixed-use Dixie Highway zoning district. And for the record, my name is Erin Sita, and I'm with Community Sustainability. So just to go back through the approval history, on May 5th, the Planning and Zoning Board voted to recommend approval of the project with a 4-to-1 vote. On the June 15th meeting, the City Commission voted to continue the first reading and identified several areas of concern for the applicant to address prior to the continued date. This included reducing the height of the main building from 6 to 7 stories, providing security of an open plaza, reducing impermeable surface, improving landscaping and adding shade trees, eliminating the use of artificial turf, committing to affordable housing, and improving the west elevation of building 2, which is taller, which is the 6-story building. On July 2nd, the applicant sent staff a revised site plan package to address the City Commission's areas concerned. These included the architectural, landscaping, site updates, including the updates of the renderings, which are in your packet, along with the new 4th building in the center of the courtyard. That was to address the security issues to be able to secure the plaza and to reallocate some space for that 7th floor. 2 conditions of approval were added to require a minor site plan process to review the technical components of the applicant's changes upon adoption, and that the LULA program would review the proposed mural prior to installation. Those conditions of approval were added to the ordinance and Exhibit C of the ordinance. With this request and the redesign, there are no waivers or modifications for the zoning district requirements for the proposed revisions. So it's consistent with the LDRs and the comprehensive plan. The applicant will present the details of the changes that are included in your packet. And Melissa, if you can share the applicant's packet, I don't know if I wasn't able to, we can share their presentation.
The iDrive, so they don't have it.
All the presentations are on the iDrive.
Yeah.
Well, you're in the
So usually Keith does that. So sorry, I don't have a link to the meeting to share the presentation. So
We're working on it.
We can follow along in the book though.
yeah, I think they maybe have
Do that.
pictures.
I think we want to show it to the public.
I'll show it. Look it up.
Unfortunately, the iDrive's not on here. Melissa, can you send me a link to the meeting and I can share from my computer? You can just bear with us.
A link to Zoom, you mean?
Yes, please.
All right, just a minute.
Like, get a 6-year-old, they'll figure it out.
Really?
Sorry.
Okay, we're all slaves to technology. As
Or the
good as
elementary kids
technology
need them.
is, we're also slaves.
I just sent it, but it's from my home email because I'm not remoted in.
I think I have a backup drive, so just give us a second. Yes.
There we are.
Okay.
Good afternoon, good evening. We're back really in evening now. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Reynaldo Barón. I'm representing Office America Group. My address is 455 Northeast 39th Street in Miami, Florida. So I would like to start a presentation. You have received many thank you today, and we want to be part of those thank yous because we really want to thank you because all of the comments and the concern that you had in our previous meeting make us make us rethink the project and make us come up with a better proposal for the project, for the city, and for the concerns you all have in the previous meeting. So the idea of this presentation, and I also have to say a special thank you for the community support. You all know, you all heard, and many of you went to the community outreach event that we did, and it was thanks for the leaders of this community that are here with us supporting this project. And let's move forward. So if you could please pass the next slide. So basically, in the previous slide, I want to just to say what's going to be the outline of the presentation. If you could please go back one. Yeah. So we're going to see throughout the presentation a comparison of the before and after, so we can refresh and remember what we had previously and compare with we have come up. So we're addressing the concerns on the open plaza, security concerns that you had, the shade of the landscaping. We're providing a lot of more shade, the building height on the building too, the details in the architectural design, and the community engagement, which it was not a concern, but it was our concern because in the last meeting, we saw that there were a couple of persons that didn't like the project. So we wanted to reach out and see if that was the common feeling of the community. So in the slides, well, basically it's pretty much straightforward. We have on the left side the before site plan, and in the right, we have what we are providing right now. So if you see in the plans, we now have something that it's a courtyard. So in order to remove the 7th floor on building 2 and to try to reallocate the units, our best solution was to come up with a new building. It's building 4, and that building itself is going to be also to have retail on the lower level, and that retail will have glass facing Dixie Highway. And I wanted to say that it will have glass because it would allow the people passing by North Dixie Highway will be able to see the green through the spaces on the area. So it's not going to be a block or massive as I know you had that concern before. So in points number 9, you will see we have 4 security access points for the courtyard. Something that we were discussing in the meeting, and somebody came up with a great idea that we really like it. It was that we now have our backyard, and everybody in Lakewood will have their backyard. In the house lounge, there's a backyard that everybody enjoy. In your house, you has a backyard that everybody enjoy. And now we have the Decker Green backyard that the community and the residents will be able to enjoy. So again, we still remain with the commercial component in the ground floor, and that will open up to that backyard. And the idea is to come up, with small businesses. That's one of the main points that we discussed with the community outreach event, in which we are going to build that area and build a relationship with small local businesses to help them accelerate this business and come to our Decker Green spaces. So this is a view that represents what I was just mentioned. We still have the dog park. It's point number 7. We have the kids' playground, and pretty much we are addressing everything that was part of the concern that you had. So in the next slide, I would like to, Annabella, explain. These are going to be the architectural details, and so thank you.
Good afternoon, Annabella Garcia, Marketing Architects, 4727 Northwest 114 Drive, Coral Springs, Florida. Our office is based in Coconut Creek, Florida. All right, taking under considerations all the comments previously on June 15, we had a 7-story building to the back, to the west, and now it's a 6-story. We have adjusted took all the balconies. Instead of being solid, now they're going to have all rails. And we created the new building 4, which is between building 1 to your right side and building 3 on the south side. Building 4, it's right, dead center in the middle. The distance between those buildings are about 48, 50 wide, creating nice breezeways to allow people coming from Dixie Highway, or just being dropped in that area, or just passing by, to go into our now backyard, into our courtyard. Again, coincidentally, these the murals that you see on the bottom image, it got voted during our event with the community on Sunday night. So this is what the city is going to see on our buildings facing Dixie Highway. Next slide. All right, addressing height issue for building number 2 was a concern. So we deleted an entire floor and relocated some of the amenities and some of the units, and we put them on building number 4. We added more open balconies to the front into our now new courtyard. Next slide. All right, this is the back portion of the building number 2 facing west. The top didn't have that much pizzazz or break, and now we incorporated more break, more texture. We added bigger balconies, especially on the center units. So now we have full width balconies for those center units, which are the 2-2s. We have broken the corners. We carry the parapets. We tuck them in and out, so that creates some sort of a serpentine and movement throughout, which helps tremendously to soften that back view of building number 2. Next slide. All right, as you can see over here on the left side, it was the open plaza that we had before, and now we allocated this new building, number 4, which is gonna have retail on the ground floor, apartments on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Again, you can see here that we have created those nice breezeways, which are gonna be fenced. They're going to have an arbor, a trellis on top of it, and it's going to welcome you and guide you to our interior courtyard and now the backyard.
And that's all going to be open to the public.
Open to the public, yes. Obviously, the intent is when the retail closes, the doors will lock and only the residents will stay there and enjoy those amenities. But during daytime, again, as soon as the retail opens up in the morning, they'll be open. Or if they don't have to be locked, then it's something we can negotiate in public.
So are you seeing any of the retail having like restaurants or anything that would be open in the evenings?
Well, we're envisioning more of your deli, ice cream, juice bars, a normal retail, not so much of a restaurant. We don't have that ability to put over here.
But takeout. Yeah.
Yes, sandwiches, bagels, things that are not require a full commercial kitchen.
Right.
Next slide. That's actually the view of building number 4, which is very attractive. A lot of windows on the ground floor facing Dixie Highway for the retail to be able to expose and survive, along Dixie. It's a lot of traffic, so it's going to be very, very attractive. You can see the arbors and the landscape. I just want to mention also that within the master plan, we have over and gone beyond the required trees and palms that the code requires. We actually had 104, now we're putting 34. So that means 31 shady trees and palm trees that are going to be brought into our community. Next slide, please. All right, this is another view with the trees on transparency, so you can see a little more of the architecture. Next slide. Again, this is a full view with hopefully when the trees are mature and are crepe myrtles and hedges. Next slide. This is the corner that everybody's familiar with. We now you can see that to the right side, you're going to see the building number 4 with that, somehow the break in between the buildings, and towards the left side is building number 2. Next slide. Again, this is another bird's eye view. This shows pretty much the complex before and after. Now, obviously, this is kind of very hard to see unless you're in a helicopter, but it gives you a good idea how much of a break and what's happening pretty much at the center of our proposed master plan. Next slide. Again, this is from 18 and Dixie, same view, opposite corner. Next slide. This is the courtyard, and this courtyard is going to be hosting hopefully all the events for the community and the neighbors and the residents for Deco Green. And you can see clearly here between the bottom building and the top building, the breezeways, which are very wide to bring in a lot of people, during events. Next slide. Again, this is a view of the courtyard, and the retail on building number 4, same as building number 1 and 3, have back doors. They have glass, so they can come in through Dixie, but at the same time, people who parks in building number 2 can come across, our different sidewalks and be into this courtyard and come to the retail through the backyard as well. Next slide. That's pretty much with how I'm envisioning the trees and palms. Next slide. Again, this was another image that was kind of a concern for building number 2. I think we have massaged the elevations tremendously. We exposed more of the balconies. We made them bigger, wider. We recessed the top corner portion of the building. The parapets are now tucked in. So all you see is a flying cantilever, concrete, covering that last floor. We also added more balconies, a little bit of a wider balconies towards the end, to the left side, and we flipped, I forgot to tell you, we flipped buildings 1 and 3 because the architecture is so much prettier from the inside. So we decided to flip it because it has a lot more break, more jobs, more wall. It just makes it more interesting. All right, next slide. This is pretty much a closer view of building number 2, which I think it's now very attractive. It's not so massive. It has broken up tremendously. And you can see how the little buildings are, having all that beautiful, walls and cantilever details, aluminum trellis details, and it just makes it very attractive. And it softens the whole project.
And the roof line as well.
Yes, the roof lines. Yeah. And next slide. Oh. Repeated. Okay, next slide. And that's a bird's eye view, and pretty much from a 17 west of Dixie Highway.
So that's the western view. Those trees are on the west of the building?
Yes, yes, ma'am. And I just want to remind you, or, let you know that, again, our setbacks are way beyond. There is over 70 feet in setbacks. So our building is going to be quite far away from the property line. And we're planning to put all those trees, all those hedges, all that landscape that you see there, it's going to be there.
So the idea also about this image representation, of course, it's not a new context. We have the meat over here in this side, and we have the neighbors that are in the west. But the idea was also, you have an idea of the setback that the building has with the limit of the lot. So the building is about 25 feet from the west corner. So, and we go to the next slide. Okay, so #welcome to Green. This is the name of the community outreach we did. We really put our heart and efforts and with the help of the community leaders. And I wanted to give you an input of what happened in that event so you can all hear the voice of the citizens of Lakewood that support this project. So if you could please. So yeah, this is the event. The event started at the Gallery of Tanya. That's present here. And
why don't you say where that is? Why don't you give the name and where their businesses are, if they were helpful.
And Shuraplam, and it's hard to pronounce that name, the growler.
I'm sorry, that's 10 minutes.
Okay.
So
real quick.
So it started there to explain our vision, our commitment with the community and with the local businesses. And if you could please go to the next slide.
1 minute.
We did this survey and we passed it around Facebook ads, around the community with the support of the leaders. And we got very much, good response and good feedback about the project coming to Lakewood. We had over 75 responses from Lakewood citizens, and the majority, I would say it's 80%, they extremely agree that this project is positive for the city to come. So I have this information. If you go to the last slide, pass the other one, please. So we have the live report that is in that document. If you click on that document, you will be able to log in and see all the comments and all the responses of all the person that responded that survey.
Will this be posted on the website or somewhere that people can, let's get this up so that folks can see it. Thank you very much.
And we also have this that I wanted to share in the community event, the attendance and main event sign a sheet in support of the project. So
you can give that to the city manager and he'll make sure that we all get a copy of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My understanding is there's no affected parties who have requested to make presentations, Madam Clerk. Is that true?
That is correct,
as
far as I've heard.
Thank you. Do we have any comment cards?
No, Madam Mayor.
No? Okay, great.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I believe, Erin, isn't there somebody who wanted to speak or no? Mark Huntley?
No, he's the applicant for a different project.
Oh, okay.
Does staff have any questions?
I think I have a comment then. Is there nobody turned in a blue card?
No.
because I spoke to a gentleman who did submit a comment and he said he was going to come in person.
That was me, but that's for somebody else.
For a different
project.
Different item.
Different agenda item.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, great. So does the staff have any questions for the applicant? Does the applicant have any questions for the staff?
With the bride side.
I was going to say, if there's any reason why they should, never mind. Commissioner,
It's either a wedding or a divorce.
Well, divorce them. Commissioner Maliga.
I just first want to go on the record for saying thank you for hearing from us loud and clear and for going back and really connecting with the community. Regardless of how many people you reached or responded to your surveys, the fact that you guys, you raised the bar of what investors are supposed to do. And I, for one, appreciate that. Not just as somebody who sits on the dais, but as a resident and a business owner. This redesign, I'm going to state on record, I think is amazing. It came out 1,000,000 times better than the first design that we saw. I love the fact that you use bird's eye view. One of the things that I'm kicking around is starting to do rooftop murals. So if you guys ever want to keep that thought, you have a lot of flat rooftop now. And that is something that the city we've been talking about is doing rooftop murals for those flyovers to kind of make our city stand out a little bit more than we already do. But just keep that in the back of your mind. But I really want to say thank you for listening. Thank you for putting in the time and not reminding us of how much money you were going to spend and how much of investment it was. But you know that your investment is important, but it's also important for us to know that we're bringing the best of the best to the city right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McBoyd.
Thank you. Also, I would echo some of Commissioner Malega's comments that you clearly listened to the commission the last time, clearly did a lot of work. And I get the sense looking at it, especially looking at it again in the presentation, that you do capture a bit of the sense of we're a bit strange as a community, a little bit quirky, a little bit different. And particularly some of the articulations on, like you were showing the corner on the tall building, I get lost on the numbers, but also I love it on the front building. I have to say, as I mentioned before, I feel a little bit bad because I think I was one of the forces that was concerned about the open plaza. And I really, conceptually, I liked it then before. I had some concern about how that would work with a noisy Dixie highway. And I wasn't thinking enough at the time about that hopefully we as a commission will be moving to a more complete streets version of Dixie Highway at some point that would make it much more compatible with it. So I have a little bit of regret that the courtyard got smaller. I wasn't very concerned about the safety ones because I think it's a very enclosed space with the buildings around, but I can live with the smaller courtyard. I know that there still is concern in the community about the height. There are people who would be thrilled if it was 4 stories or 5 stories. And I do understand that the challenge, the economic challenge of how do we fit in the units to make it financially work. So I have to say, and of course, there are a lot of things I love. The AstroTurf, you were very willing to get rid of that and turn it to. I did hear a comment from somebody that would there be a fence around the dog park? You don't want dogs running out to Dixie Highway, blah, blah, blah. Same for the kid park, maybe.
Yes.
And I think we love it that there's a lot of shade that you've going strong in the trees. I'll keep a plug for native trees.
Yeah, they're all native.
I had a feeling they were, but
90%.
yeah, no, that's great. And a couple crepe myrtles and some bougainvillea, that's great. People love it. And a few palms. So watch out for the, just read the new name for it, palm browning or something. The cabbage palms are getting it. So watch out for that one. But overall, I think there is support in the community. There's concern in the community about how much development, but and you know, like I said, there's still some concern about 6, but if we're going to develop, I think I hear you on that there's not a lot of choice. So I think you've done very well at listening to the community, and the outreach and it was all valuable, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioner Robinson.
I really am very pleased with the changes and the speed that you addressed the changes. It's just so much better, and I really appreciate it. I'm glad you're going to be partying instead of the front yard in the backyard. I think that's the place to be more comfortable. If we're not going to go out, we're going to go up. And I think the community is going to recognize that 7 stories isn't gigantic anymore to accommodate people. The architecture is vastly improved. The landscaping shade is tremendously improved. The outreach to the community, again, is much appreciated. I'm looking forward to that being a requirement in the future. I just think that it was made much better with the outreach. There's something else I want to say, and it's gone. The density is fine. I'm going to say the artificial turf. West Palm Beach is going to be talking about artificial turf on August 2nd at their commission meeting, at their commission workshop. There are pros and cons. And that's all I'll say. But I don't think we're done talking about artificial turf. Go forth and build sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. I just saw Commissioner Stone.
Oh, yeah. I also appreciate all the work and effort that went into this. I do think it's a much stronger project, and I want to very strongly, emphatically echo Commissioner Malega's comment of having a developer that comes in and listens to us and doesn't tell us a sob story about how the improvements to their project is going to break their bank. I do wish we had an affordable housing component to this. And I do think that the intention of sustainability bonuses and things like that, of adding height, which I also wish, I'm glad it's not 7. I'm still not thrilled with 6. But I'm hoping that this will set the standard for the type of quality that we want and the type of interaction with the public that we want. But the next project needs to have an affordable housing component to it. We need to revisit that ASAP. And I really hope you don't disappoint me. And I hope that this outreach with the public continues well past groundbreaking, and we see this go on, because you've shown yourself so far to be a, I don't know, like one of the good ones. And I really don't want you to let me down. So I hope that this was very sincere on your part.
Yeah, I heard that right away you went and met with staff after our comments the last time, and that in itself was very encouraging. And then, of course, Ronaldo, when you showed up at Wine with the Mayor, and I want to put a shout out to the Grumbling Growler, and I cannot get them both straight.
Sugar
Plum and the Grumbling Growler. Grumbling Growler, and also Adam with Adam House, who was one of the hosts of the Sunday event. I wasn't able to make it, but the fact that you were there and you stayed for the meeting and interacted with our citizens was very encouraging, and I thank you very much. And I want to thank the local businesses for putting out and letting that, offering that venue for that feedback. So thanks again.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're all very encouraged, and go forth and prosper. Thank you very much.
Mayor,
yes, sir.
I
remembered what you were going to say.
I did. Well, I was so, I am so positive about this project, but I do want to emphasize the importance of the sustainability bonuses not addressing some of the other community needs, like mobility. And I'm just astounded that mobility wasn't mentioned in any of the projects that have come in the last couple months. We've got parks and murals, but no mention or no funding or no even conversation about mobility or a cooperation for moving people around without need for parking.
Thank you. And as far as Commissioner Stokes' comments, we did have the affordable, I'm pointing at Joan right now, our CRA director, and we are now looking, a little more west to affordable housing. We need to address that, and we hope that developers who come in with market rates will also come in with affordable housing. It was a very interesting workshop. I learned what I don't know. I learned how much I don't know about affordable housing. And I look forward, I think we all do, to continue to that education process for us, because it's a very, very big need in our community. And we hope that you join us on that. So having said that, anything else? Oh, I see a light. Oh, Commissioner McFoy. Come on.
Oh, no. Come on. Yay. I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Well, one was that I forgot to mention that, yes, affordable housing was probably the biggest piece and my understanding is that you have, through staff, reached out to try to see if we can tap into some of the county projects. And the other little one is, while I approve of rooftop murals, I approve of rooftop solar a whole lot more.
Oh, thank you.
Gotta talk to Ed.
Thank you. And there's 3-bedroom apartments in here too.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Robinson,
Second.
by Commissioner Malega. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much for coming to.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yes?
I just wanted to point out the second reading and public hearing will be August 17th, not August 3rd for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. So that you're done on the first reading. Have a great month and see you soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
After the second reading, come on. At the ribbon cutting.
You're like, don't let them fall first. No, before they come back.
I'll come back.
Hey, Kim, put that mask inside out.
I know, right? No. No.
Just saying.
All right. Now we are on.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
I was gonna say, can we take a break?
Let's take a little break. Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's
Thank
get
you.
back. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And this is for legal aid and this is for
9:15 is still possible.
unfinished business.
9:15.
We just missed.
Good evening.
We need Lynn Anderson. You know, that's what we're.
Madam Mayor, it's 7:59 and we're back.
Okay, thank you very much. And we're all still here. No one left. Now we're item B on unfinished business, resolution 42-2021, adopting the final assessment rule for non-ad valorem assessments levied for chronic nuisance services and directing that such final assessment rule be certified to the Palm Beach County tax collector.
Motion to approve.
Is there a presentation by staff?
No, there's not.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Are there any public comment cards?
Madam Mayor, there are not, but I did not hear who made the motion or the second.
Commissioner McBoy made the motion, Commissioner Maliga seconded it, I think that's how it works. Do we have, all in favor? Wait, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner, no, our city manager would like to speak up.
Madam Mayor, this is out of routine, but the lady who came up to speak under public comment earlier.
Yeah.
Is related to this. She sent an assessment notification. I have spoken with Aaron Sita, and someone in Williams Department is going to reach out to her tomorrow and explain what she potentially acquired when purchasing the property. I'll follow up with you guys, but
When do those the contracts for the lot clearing and all that, when the next time they come up, I want to know about it. I want to take a little closer look at it. I've had a couple experiences with citizens that were not particularly positive. So when that comes up, I'd like to, well, I'll look at the agenda, but actually before that, I'd like to know how that process works. I don't know who does that.
It'll be coming up soon. They do not expire at the end of the fiscal year. We've been piggybacking the contract from West Palm Beaches, and they went out for solicitation. We only got 3 responses, and out of the 3 that we took, we've only been regularly satisfied with the service from 1 provider. We'd like to have more than 1, or Director William Waters, Community Sustainability. The other 2 we just stopped using because they didn't do the greatest job.
Okay, and I was a client of mine, and a friend and a client of mine was involved in a lot clearing, which was a disaster. And Mr. City Attorney is hopefully aware of that situation. It was a couple of years ago. I talked my client out of suing the city. So you're welcome. Anything to save legal fees, Glenn.
I like that. It's my mantra.
I always said I'd never sue the city.
Only in regards to hazards.
Yeah, no, it was horrible. So we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next up, new business. Unfinished business. A resolution 43-2021, abandoning approximately a 10-foot wide section of public right-of-way located on the north side of 10th Avenue North, between North E and North F Street. Is it a presentation by staff?
There's a presentation by staff, except to say that this is associated with the Landlord Apartments plan development, which is next on the agenda. And that you heard the first reading or the first resolution advertising this abandonment at the June 15th meeting.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second? Do I have a second?
Did somebody else?
No, I didn't know if these 2 things were related. Well, the
They are
related, so it was a little like.
But we're doing this is a separate part. This is the abandonment.
Right.
Do I have a second?
Yeah.
Okay, by Commissioner McBoy. And any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Now, the next one is called a possible quasi-judicial hearing.
Yeah.
It seems a little uncertain.
So it would only be a quasi judicial hearing is if you wanted to reopen the hearing component. Otherwise, it's just a public hearing to vote on second reading. If you want to take in new evidence and hear new information and take.
If there's no new evidence, then just.
There's no new evidence from staff? Okay, we do have a comment card on this from the public?
Yes, and I'll just note that just informational only is that the conditions of approval that you voted to add on June 15th are incorporated in the ordinance. And then another minor note is that in Exhibit B of the ordinance, the parking spaces should read 34 spaces in the table instead of 36. That reflects the engineering condition of approval related to the removal of the 2 on-street spaces for safety. So that
Give that down.
I see Mr. Juan, is your light on? Yep. Get that light on. So let me see, where am I? So there's no new evidence. We do have a public comment card. Mr. Moscoso? Yes, would you like to address the commission?
Yes, please.
And they are related, so I'm just going to take his comment now.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm the owner of 1016 Northeast Street. I lived there since 2003. And I'm going through the situation that the 24 units are being built right against my, not against my will, obviously, because I like the idea, to be honest with you, but it's the fact that the developer is going to take my privacy, my peace. I'm going to have lights all over the place. I asked before if they could put at least a fence. I was told that there was no need for that. I asked the developer if they would consider giving me impact windows because the parking is right against my house. My living room, my family room, and the bedroom is facing right at the parking lot. And so the cars are going to be aiming, the lights are going to be aiming right at my house.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to be like an aquarium. And all I'm asking, it's a little cooperation from the developer and the city, allowing, putting some pressure on them. And I would like to have the windows. I mean, the impact of windows of cars coming in and out anytime, 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, the noise and the lights aiming at my house every 24 hours, whenever. That's all I'm asking. It's the fence. And if you look at my house.
You're on the long house on the.
Yeah, I'm on East Street. Yeah. So you see. Yeah, I'm on East Street 1016. So you see the barrel tile roof there? So the parking lot is going to be right against that area.
Madam Mayor, if I could just.
Yeah, didn't we address this?
Yes, we did. In your conditions of approval of the June 15th meeting, which is included in the ordinance, the applicant or the developer is required to provide a 6 to 8 foot opaque fence and wall along the north property line.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we
already addressed all this.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
We fixed your problems before you even asked.
You didn't even have to show up when we took care of it.
The developer mentioned that you had requested that, and so.
And you had emailed us.
The discussion you emailed, but also the commission.
Okay, I didn't get that.
So we should have responded to you, but we did take care of that concern.
Okay, and impact windows, am I gonna get some impact windows on this side?
So, impact windows, we can't require a developer necessarily to do it. That's a civil issue between you and the developer.
Okay.
And I believe the developer was reaching out to you to discuss.
We discussed it, but it was never put in writing.
Okay. But there is a 6 to 8 foot wall going to be up.
It's gonna be a wall, not a fence.
If you'd like, we can make it 8 feet and just put 8 feet in the ordinance.
Is there also landscaping?
What was the adjective you used with it as far as opaque?
Opaque.
Well, it's in a plan development.
Okay, discussion by staff?
Yeah, we can only be 6.
Okay, but it's a 6 foot opaque fence.
I don't mind.
You're right, that'll take care of the lights.
Actually, because you get a little wind.
Right.
And then what about the garbage situation and all that stuff? Is that gonna be?
That was all. I'm going to suggest that you speak with staff, not right now.
We talked about that too.
We talked about the trash. We talked quite extensively about your
And
issues.
the light, my yard is gonna be completely lit up.
So the parking, the height of the parking lot is going to be adjusted so that it's no higher than the base of the second story or second floor of so it's at the second floor or below, and the lights will be shielded. Also, the code requires the light to be stop at the property line. So we'll when it comes through permit, you'll have low light transfer with shielded lights, and lights will be from the bottom of basically from the top of the house.
Rather than
max
putting them up on.
Gotcha, on the second floor. Okay, I mean, I have no choice. It's better than nothing.
But there won't be light on your yard.
And then can you, I don't know if I have the time, in the parking situation, you understand that you're going to take 10 feet away from parking on East Street. And so, if you go on the weekends, there's no parking in that street. There's no parking at all. And there's always people parking on almost a little bit into my driveway. So I really have to really make a wide turn to be able to get into my parking. There's no parking.
But that's public right away.
Is the developer taking parking spaces on the street?
Yes.
Two, I think.
Two of them, so I mean, you know.
But that's on the. Mr. Waters?
The land development code allows them to count the spaces on the street to count toward their parking requirement, but they are not dedicated for the exclusive use of the apartment. They are still covered by the way. They're still parking available to everybody.
Except,
All right, well, I guess.
except on golf.
Do that.
We are
how do
here
I-
to
how do-
serve.
So how do I address the developer? Just myself?
Yep.
The developer?
You're the developer.
He's not the developer.
Oh,
He's
okay.
on golf, it's something else.
Okay, apologize.
Could we stay on topic?
Melissa, is Mark Hunley on? Was he able to log in?
Let me see if he
Do I have
is.
phone numbers?
And
Yeah, I just
Erin,
moved
it
it
looks like your screen is still being shared.
Okay.
That's what the
Yeah, I'll
public's seeing. Let me see, participants.
Right along.
Okay.
Yes, he is there. He's muted and, oh, okay, he's unmuted. I guess he's ready to speak.
We're supposed to repeat.
Yeah, I think we've done this.
I am here. If
I thought I
you-
was listening in a, what do you call that?
Videotape.
Twilight Zone.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah, that one.
if you want to ask the developer to speak to the windows, I don't know.
I think that's a personal issue between
Yeah.
the two of them. I
There's
don't
been a
think-
request by Mr. Morris, I'm not going to pronounce his name. Scloso. And we appreciate, the things that you did for him, but he's asking if you might consider that side of his house to do impact windows for the sound. I would ask that would you reach out? You know how to get in touch with him.
Yes, I'm actually the architect on the project, but the owner is aware of it. I've spoken with him in length, and he is aware of the gentleman's contact information and has spoken with him as well. We will.
Can I have your phone number, please?
He's not gonna give that out.
Not in.
Okay.
Yeah.
He will get in touch with you. The owner will get in touch with you. We promise you that, right, sir? All right, thumbs up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
Motion to approve.
Motion. Second, motion approved by Commissioner McBoy, second by Commissioner Maliga. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. New business.
No.
No.
Forget D
low
on
E
new business
windows.
got moved up to C.
Oh,
that's right.
3121. That's 31.
Item D under new business got moved up to C.
okay. All right. Low E coatings and
Yeah,
historic district.
That's the one.
Do we have a presentation by staff? I see him coming up right now. Good evening, George.
Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. We're fine. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Oh, glad to
Make this
hear.
quick for you.
Oh, why? Just, keep up the pace we're at.
Go ahead. Is there a presentation on?
Yes, just
Madam Mayor.
bear with me 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry, we have 7 tonight, so.
7.
7 items, yeah.
Thank you, Aaron. But good evening. For the record, my name is Jordan Hodges. I'm the Senior Preservation Coordinator for the city. I've been here for about 5 years, but this is my first time meeting a bunch of you, so thanks for having me. But I'll give you a little bit. This is Resolution 2021, which is an amendment to page 198 of the Historic Preservation Design Guidelines to allow for low E coatings with a minimum visual light transmittance of 60%. Next slide, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. Oh, here we go.
Well, I'll give you a little bit of background on this item. In 2018, the State Division of Historic Resources, which is through the Department of State, awarded the city with a $50,000 small matching grant for the creation of our Historic Preservation Design Guidelines. And design guidelines are really a companion piece to a historic preservation ordinance. They provide a lot of kind of visual and textual aid to historic preservation matters. Most people are visual learners. So if just an example would be if you had a house of a particular architectural style, it provides a kind of vast array of compatible window types, roof types, door types, et cetera, that would be approvable for that architectural style. And it really helps for people to visualize that. The design guidelines were researched and assembled by Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council and KSK Preservation out of Miami. And the design guidelines were adopted through resolution in 2019. The page 198 of the design guidelines, condition number 5, those provide the general criteria for window replacement in a historic district. And condition 5 says that windows historically utilized clear glass, and therefore clear glass is the most compatible type for historic structures. Windows with low E or solar band coatings, applied tint, and mirrored finishes are not recommended. Next slide, please. So after the adoption of the historic preservation guidelines, we did have several applicants come before the HRPB for existing historic structures and for new construction where low E glass was requested. So the applicants brought in a couple different window samples for the board to look at. And what they were proposing at the time was a clear low E. And the board kind of looked at that and said that it is in compliance with the standard because the appearance is the same, the glass is clear. So the board made kind of precedent that staff and the board could approve low E coatings that were visually similar to clear. So we started doing that. And after a few months, after things started being permitted, and we were kind of out in the field, and we got some calls from residents and calls from board members. Clear low E means a lot of things to a lot of different manufacturers. So what we started seeing was glass that was light green to a very dark green or light gray to a very dark gray. And there were some clear windows in that mix. So because there wasn't a consistent industry standard across the board for low E treatments, the board did issue a moratorium on all glass types other than clear at the August 12th meeting. And they tasked staff with some additional research. So we contacted lots of local manufacturers. We looked at samples. We contacted other historic preservation divisions. We looked at other design guidelines, and we looked at energy efficiency amongst the ratings of different low E glasses. Next slide. So kind of the industry standard that the board decided on to regulate low E glass is a VLT, which is your visual light transmittance. And what they determined that a visual light transmittance of 70% on low E coatings was visually the same as clear and therefore could be approved under the design guidelines. So because it was in compliance, we didn't need to amend the design guidelines at that point. So what we did amend was the COA approval matrix. And what the COA approval matrix is, it's really an administrative tool. It's kind of a chart, and it gives you different building status. So non-contributing, contributing buildings, and landmark buildings. And then basically all of the things that people can do to a house: window replacement, door replacement, et cetera. And it kind of tells you, what can be approved by staff, what has to be approved by a board. So under window replacement, we put the new standard on the COA approval matrix, which basically said that low E could be used, but it had to maintain that visual light transmittance of 70%, which the board found to be clear. Next slide. As stated again, visual light transmittance is the amount of light that passes through glazing material. And now clear glass on impact windows has a visual light transmittance, usually around 80%. So even though it's clear, 100% of the light is not going through the glazing. And again, the board approved glass as 70%, so it is a 10% reduction from clear glass. Next slide. The proposed matrix changes were put on the October 14th meeting agenda. So those were advertised. Next slide. But staff was directed to amend the requirements to limit low E coatings to a minimum, or from a minimum of 70% to 60% to allow for a greater number of low E applications. But because the board has already made findings that anything under 70% is no longer clear, we have to amend the design guidelines to allow for that 60%. Susan Garrett, who's the attorney for our division, did put together a memorandum for how that amendment should take place. I think that was provided in your backup. And because the design guidelines were adopted through resolution, we had to provide those, or the proposed amendment, to the Florida Department of State to review the changes. And that's because we are a certified local government. And that's a generic term, but it's essentially an accreditation program and a regulatory entity for historic preservation matters. Next slide, and I'll kind of go through that. So kind of the advisory and regulatory structure of the kind of National Historic Preservation apparatus is you have the ACHP, which is the Advisory Council and Historic Preservation. And that was created in 1966 as part of the Historic Preservation Act. But they kind of stay abreast of rising topics in historic preservation. They advise and lobby the President and Congress, who pass laws, which are enforced through the Department of the Interior. You've probably heard of the Secretary of Interior standards when it comes to historic preservation. That's where those come from. And those are implemented on a state level by way of the National Park Service. But the Act of 1966 also requires that all states maintain a state historic preservation office, and they kind of run the state register for historic places. They provide counsel and recommendations to local governments. But most importantly, they run the Certified Local Government Program, which, like I said, is so the state will review any changes to our ordinance. They'll review any changes to any of our regulatory documents. They also provide appropriated grants, grant monies. Within the past 5 years, Lake Worth has been the beneficiary of about $300,000. So they've been very good to us. But again, to be a certified local government, you can be a local government, municipality, county, and then statewide nonprofits are also eligible for CLG grants. Next slide. So we did provide the sample amendment to the state, and we received comment back from the Florida CLG coordinator, Mariah Justice. She did not recommend approval of the amendment as it is not in agreement with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the guidelines on sustainability for rehabilitating historic properties. She also quoted from the guidelines on sustainability, which kind of act to balance historic preservation and sustainable practices. So retrofitting historically clear windows with tinted glass or reflective coatings will negatively impact the character of a historic building. Next slide. So this is the proposed amendment. This is page 5 of the design guidelines. And again, I'll just read that for you. Windows historically utilize clear glass, and therefore clear glass is the most compatible type for historic structures. Windows with applied tint and mirrored finishes are not allowed. Low emissivity is allowed, but the glass shall maintain a minimum 60% visual light transmittance measured from the center of glazing. Glass tints and any other glass treatments shall not be combined with the low E coating to further diminish the VLT of the glass. So that was the standard provided to this, or the amendment provided to the state. Next slide. This was also brought to the HRPB at the June 9th meeting. The board reviewed the amendment and the letter from the Division of Historic Resources. They also moved to not recommend approval of the item, specifically stating the state's justification.
Could you go back to the slide where you quote, like 2 slides back, there was a lot of, that one. I was a little confused because it talked about 60%, but then it talked about the, can there be a 60% window without a visual effect to it?
So when they were doing the research on the item and we were bringing in samples and we were talking to manufacturers, they looked at a lot of samples of glass. And what they found was that anything under that 70% threshold does have a visual impact on the glass.
And just for purposes of clarification, because I always get confused with this, that means that 70% of the sunlight gets through. If it's a 60%, then 60% of a little more, a little less of the sunlight. I'm bad at math.
Yes, ma'am.
You can see we pulled from it, just kind of
Yeah.
gives you the flavor of, the darker, obviously you can really get,
Right.
very opaque, obviously.
Yeah, one thing that I've heard, and I've gotten some, public feedback from this about the expense of can you address that?
Yeah, so when we first started reviewing this, of course, cost was a factor, and we talked about it with most of the manufacturers, most of the distributors. What's happened since then is that a couple of the leading manufacturers only offer the approved low E coating on insulated glass now, which is a completely different product line. So most impact products come with a monolithic glass. Most of the products we approve come with a monolithic glass. It's just the most common window type. I think PGT and CGI have both switched over to where that low E coating is now only allowed on insulated glass, which is typically a more expensive product. So it's not necessarily that the application has got more expensive, it's that it's only offered on a more expensive product.
So if someone had a historical home and they wanted to use, and they were forced to use the 70%, you would by nature increase the cost of the windows to that resident.
Well, we wouldn't force the low E glass.
That's an option.
Well, again,
the requirement's clear. If you wanted to do the low E, you can. But in some manufacturers, it is going to cost more.
Okay, because that's one of the questions that I've had. Commissioner Stokes had her. I don't know why I do that. I don't know why I do that. Stokes, Commissioner Stokes. Thank you, Mr. Eason, for pointing that out. I very much appreciate that.
Wow.
Oh, go on.
Right, so my question is this: when Wes Blackman came and he did a presentation for us, and so there are a couple things with, I think there's a few people who were maybe unsure of this at the time. I know he showed me our website maybe hadn't been updated to reflect the changes, because he showed a statement saying that we would allow low E glass, but it didn't have the exact at the time in the website. So I think there was maybe a case or two of specific cases that weren't aware of that, and that's separate. But then he also mentioned that in West Palm Beach, I believe, that it's still clear glass or clear glass or looks clear, or has been deemed clear enough glass for street facing windows, but the other windows had a little more flexibility because it's, and I really feel like if it's your house and you want to make these improvements on it and you're not a huge historical preservation, like he called himself a huge purist.
Sure.
And you want to put something in your back window that's, 10% less, that's what you doing it to your property. It's not affecting your neighbors. Sure. They're not looking at it. It's not going to bring the whole neighborhood down. But then this what we're looking at today is all of the windows, not just the street facing windows.
So you can have two parts. So
I have
the
a lot,
first,
I do that a lot. I'm sorry.
So the first part was, so we have two documents that are published on the Historic Preservation webpage. We have the Historic Preservation Design Guidelines, which we're kind of talking about, which provides the clear glass standard. The glass should be clear and that low E is not recommended. So that's a regulatory document. We make decisions out of that document. The other one posted online is our educational guidelines, which is a guide to project planning, sustainability, and resiliency within the historic districts. And that is purely like an FYI, these are good practices document. And that document does reference that low E is good for energy efficiency. So I think that's kind of where that disconnect is.
It's contradictory. It's contradictory for the historical board.
Well, you can still do low E at the 70%.
And then do you want to talk to that before we move on? I unfairly asked two questions.
Go ahead.
You asked such succinct questions, though. I think Commissioner Robinson's light was on next.
The 360 part of my.
Yeah.
question.
So I did talk to Frederic Mittner, who is West Palm Beach's planner, and that is correct. So they require clear glass on the front, and then they do give allowances for the remainder of the structure. I'll have to talk to her about how her preservation ordinance is written, because in our ordinance, non-contributing structures, alterations to non-contributing structures are only reviewed when they're visible from a street.
Mm-hmm.
Contributing resources we review in the round, and that's an ordinance requirement.
We've adopted the 360.
It is how most preservation programs are run, and it is how West Palm Beach is run as well. I don't know how they allow,
But they do.
but they do.
Commissioner Robinson.
Well, I want to mention that the discussion for HRPB went until 10 o'clock on this one.
Insane.
The major thoroughfare guidelines are guidelines. This is a guideline, so it's not a requirement. I just, it's a guideline. Is that, so it's a judgment, it's subjective. Does it, and I'm going to say, just let me, and then I'll stop.
Let's clarify that misconception.
Guideline.
We have tried to be
definition
community soft and community encouraging and pleasant. We didn't want to come out and say, thou shalt do X, Y, Z major thoroughfare guidelines, major thoroughfare laws or historic preservation laws. We call them guidelines, but they are adopted and are incorporated as part of the land development code. So they are requirements, such as the project that you saw tonight. Prudential Green has to have at least 25% of each front facade facing major thoroughfare be glazing, fenestration, glass. So they are called guidelines to be softer and more approachable, but they are requirements.
Well, then we should change the phrase. And does it affect the character of the neighborhood? Which is what historic preservation is about. Not legislating somebody's economic status to save energy. And you have a demonstration that there's 70 to 50. You don't have 60. And I'm going to say 60 is a fair compromise. And clear glass on the front street level is, and the rest that West Palm is doing is acceptable. It's a fair compromise. I just, what are the consequences of us changing this, with the state? And if the state isn't willing to accept the local sense, and I'm going to call it sense, of this might be a better way to save energy and not increase the cost of saving energy. I'm not so sure that we want to be driven that hard by the state. I'm in favor of 60% low E glass.
Commissioner McBoy, thank you.
Couple things related to this. Obviously, as a community, we have both an interest in historic preservation and an interest in energy conservation.
Absolutely.
And to some extent, these are competing things. I also noticed that we went from 70 to 50. I also thought it was very helpful that you pointed out that even what's called clear glass only lets about 80% through. So if you drop to 60, most of the time you'd never even notice it. And I would point out that you will never, you're going to notice it more looking from the inside to the out than you probably will from the outside looking in.
For sure.
Because I don't think you'll see the difference that much. And the 60 down from 80 is not that big a jump. I agree that I think we ought to change how we deal with the street visible part versus the non-street visible part. And I would add one more wrinkle. And that, well, and let me ask one clarifying one because it relates to my understanding, which might not be right, but my understanding is that there was a noticeable price break of what was available, that there wasn't that much available at 70, but there were more options and more reasonably priced at 60. I don't know if that's true, but
That's absolutely true.
Okay.
Now with the, like I was saying, a couple of our bigger manufacturers have stopped carrying the 70% on the most widely available products. And that's
so the 60 is clearly the number that we're interested in, it seems like. I agree with Commissioner Robinson that looking at the letter from the state, it didn't seem like they were going to push us into the ocean if we adopted the 60.
I wouldn't think so.
So I'm not too worried about that either. I would add one thing. What if you're street facing and that street facing is south facing? So now that's the side that gets beat on by the sun in Florida. And we all know that the sun in South Florida is a big deal in terms of energy load and so on. I might add in that one, that if you're south facing, I'll cut you a little more slack.
Okay.
On the compromise of historic versus energy conservation. So that would be my thing. 60, yes. Definitely distinguish between street facing and back, and give a break on the south facing, street facing.
Thank you, Commissioner.
South facing, street facing. Is that a
Yeah.
term?
Commissioner Malega?
My question is more in regards to the grants that you said that we get. We have, what does that grant money go towards in the city?
Sure. So we did get a $50,000 one for the design guidelines. We got one for brochures and the educational guidelines. But the big one is we got almost $200,000 to resurvey our historic districts. Kind of where that's coming in very important right now. So we have a lot of structures throughout the city that are in the historic districts that are considered non-contributing. And our new surveys bring a lot of those into the contributing pile. Now, we haven't adopted those surveys. I don't think there's any immediate plans to adopt those surveys. But kind of why that's important right now is we're seeing a lot of improvements in flood-prone areas up and down, the coastline. And contributing buildings in a historic district are the only buildings that are eligible for a base flood elevation variance. So if someone's doing in the Florida Building Code, you have a substantial improvement threshold, which is 50% of the assessed value of a structure. So if you surpass that with doing new windows, new doors, et cetera, you're required to elevate your structure to the current base flood elevation. And if you're a contributing structure, you can get a variance to not do that. It's completely up to the applicant, but a lot of people are taking advantage of that. So
as a CLG, we can grant those variances.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Sorry, as a CLG, as a certified
Certified.
local government, we have the ability to grant the variance. And I know, William, there's a whole other
There's
host
a
of
lot
things.
more too. The Florida Building Code does allow you to have exemptions for existing buildings that are designated historic that affect the substantial improvement when it's not in a flood zone. If you do a substantial renovation that affects more than 50% of a building under the standard building code on an existing building, you've got to bring the entire thing up to code. Being a contributing structure allows you to get quite a bit of deviation from those strict requirements. In addition, as a CLG, we serve as a grants review entity under Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act and NEPA, which is the National Environmental Protection Act. What that means is that any money spent by a federal entity that would affect our city has to be reviewed to ensure that it's not negatively impacting historic resources. As a CLG, we are invited to comment on those things. The overpass on 10th Avenue North was sent to Jordan and Abraham probably 2 years before. We made all kinds of comments about the importance of what it was, the historic character of the adjacent neighborhood, blah, blah, blah. And we sent that in quite a long time ago. We've been invited to actually comment on other federal expenditures within the city. And so the CLG program not only gives us money, but it gives us credibility. And it furthermore requires that we have competent, good staff, and have a preservation board that has certain specified talents on that preservation board. So it's a very big, broad program. I don't think changing where we're going is going to throw us out of the CLG program. I will caution that if we want to treat other facades differently, we will have to make an LDR change. We'll have to bring that back forward toward you. At some other point, we can move forward with what's proposed now, which allows 60% on all elevations of contributing properties. And then we'll have to bring back something for your consideration that would treat facades differently. And I helped write West Palm's ordinance when I worked there. And at one point, West Palm only reviewed the front facade. So their program has grown, including more comprehensive reviews of things, whereas our ordinance, when it was adopted, was far more stringent than most ordinances, that it covered everything and treated everything sort of as it was the highest level of historic preservation. And we've kind of moderated that over the years to be more reflective of the desires and interests of the citizens of Lake Forest Beach. So we can bring back a rear facade caveat, and we can find out from the state what types of impacts that would have, if any, on our CLG.
So none of that grant money could be used to offset the cost associated with these
Those
windows?
grants went out of existence in the 1990s.
But I'm saying if there's more, is there opportunity, I guess, because I'm hearing that cost is an issue with these windows. Is there opportunity for the historical preservation to have funding to offset the cost of some of these windows? Because it is, I'm just asking.
If it was desirous of the city commission to create some kind of public funding, but it's not going to be coming from the CLG program.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and even that 50%, I've always struggled with that. You know, there are people that they want to improve their property, but it crosses that 50, and now all of a sudden they can't afford to do it. So nothing gets fixed. I mean, and it's not the forum here tonight, but that's just been a real problem over the years when somebody goes to that.
It feels backwards to me, though. If I have a historic structure and I'm going to put in all that effort and I'm in a flood zone, I want to protect that historic structure and get it.
I'm not talking about the floods. No, it's not just the flood zone. It's the 50% in general. And if we allowed the 60%, we wouldn't have to worry about side back because the standard would change. Is that correct?
For contributing buildings all the way around, and for non-contributing visible from the street. Non-contributing buildings, elevations that aren't visible, they can already do whatever they want.
Right, because I just wanted to comment, when you talk about the south, east and west, the west side of a house. So if we approve, I know that the HRPB it just went on and on and on. And there were some rather rude comments by the HRPB about letting us take the heat for doing this. It was not a very pleasant experience to listen to it. So if we approve the 60%, we're not going to lose our historic certification. We're not going to have dire consequences as a result.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But keep in mind too that the federal regulations, that the greater you go up the hierarchy of government, the slower they are to respond to things. And so this is a federal program in essence, and Secretary of Interior standards. That is an evolving area of study. We have tried to get staff some award to go, and we've got problems. We have some major contributing properties in severely affected areas that to save those historic structures, they're probably going to have to get jacked up or lifted.
Right. What do you mean?
When they're jacked up. And how the federal government will view that, it's a problem that's grown out of Florida. It's now, we've seen flooding across the whole country. And so it's becoming an area of discourse and theory is like, well, what's more important, saving the resource at all cost or losing some of the character of the community? And I think we're going to find some middle ground, and it's going to evolve faster and faster as minus raises the water.
Yeah, because the flooding on the east side of the town is crazy. So, okay, so our choice is to approve this, to approve or disapprove. But I was looking at it was sort of interesting. I was looking at the resolution on the second page. It says, whereas the HRPB considered the proposed amendments to design guidelines at its regularly scheduled June 9th and recommended approval/denial. And it's highlighted. It was a little confusing.
The thing is very difficult to read. I couldn't figure out.
Yeah.
I thought that had been replaced because it was a place, because we do the.
They denied it. They recommended.
They recommended denial. Well, I know we did that.
I thought we did too. It might not have changed.
I don't know why it didn't change.
Because it was a
placeholder
when it got published.
Yeah.
Are we ready for a motion then?
Yeah, just so, okay.
Hang on, is there public comment?
Yeah. Yes, we have a card. We have a card. So
well, you just said
I have 3 public comments, Madam Mayor. And can somebody stop sharing the screen, please? Thank you.
Can someone share service? Thank you. All right. I'm going to go first. Mr. Stowe has put in a couple of comment card, and he's coming up. All right, is this a 2-minute thing, Madam Clerk?
Actually, it's 3.
No, it's 2 minutes on every item. 3 minutes only is for public participation. I have my timer already.
So we're at 3. Okay, thank you. We're at 2. Thank you.
2.
I'm very bad at math.
The other one.
Thank you, Mr. Stowe.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Hi, how y'all doing? I oppose this.
You can please state your name and your address.
Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. I oppose this amendment to page 198 of the city's historic preservation design guidelines to reduce the percentage of visible light transmittance in glazing from 70 to 60%. Of course, the first reason is the Secretary of Interior standards letter stated that retrofitting historically clear windows with tinted glass or reflective coatings that will negatively impact the historic character of the building is not recommended. But secondly, I want to bring up issues
Of what?
human health.
Human health?
Yes. And naturally occurring melatonin production is critical to human health. That's why you don't want to suppress naturally occurring melatonin production with intense blue light at night. However, during daylight hours, maximum exposure to sunlight, the most productive sources of blue light, is ideal for human health. Cardiologist Mario Moda, a longtime board member of the American Medical Association and member of the Council's Committee on Science and Public Health, shared the following in an email with me today. Quote, studies have shown having good blue lighting in daytime increases the melatonin response at night.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stowe. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do have 3 comments. Let me reset my timer and find where I am on my. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong page. Okay. The first comment is from Wes Blackman. Wes Blackman, certified urban planner residing at 241 Columbia Drive Road. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. At the normal speaking rate of 130 words per minute, a 2-minute long speech has about 260 words. The number of words in the staff presentation on this item, not including the words spoken this evening, is over 5,000. There is much more that I could say to refute the staff's claims, especially related to the CLG program. Excuse me. I was one of the original members appointed to the Planning, Zoning, and Historic Resource Preservation Boards 20 years ago. Now we have 6 districts with around 2,600 properties. These are working people for the most part for whom a major part of their personal financial balance sheet is the equity in their home. Modern improvements achieve energy conservation benefits not available before. Prior to districts being designated, a notification letter was sent to each owner regarding the possibility of their property being part of a future historic district. All of the benefits, which are many and use too many words to explain here, were highlighted. People were told changes to your home would be the same as before the district was established, just follow a different process and adhere to some basic guidelines. The 232-page design guidelines manual must be used to help and not hinder property owners in preserving their properties. Please adopt the change to the guidelines which allow low E glass with a minimum of 60% VLT. It is an example of government overreach and is counter to the goals of the program. The next comment is by Bernard Guthrie, 832 South Palmway. He wrote, purchasing a home in a historic district has benefits. It ensures that standards will be maintained and rules will be followed to protect the investments others in the neighborhood have made to live in such areas. The HRPB addresses many different challenges to the standards that have been recommended by historic experts, and we attempt to give relief where it is warranted. The standards from the experts pertaining to a requirement that contributing properties that were constructed originally with clear glass should only use clear glass when replacing the windows. Because of the ever-present need to conserve energy whenever possible, the HRPB determined that a low E treatment was essentially clear and agreed staff could approve that administratively. Unfortunately, low E is available in many different shades. So when property owners used darker low E, they argued that it was allowed. The original intent allowing low E was that it was deemed clear and therefore was not a change to the historic ordinance. It became apparent that the board would have to further define what clear is. Evidence was introduced showing that there is an industry standard establishing visual light transmittance, or VLT, which measures how much light comes through glass. You would think that clear glass would have 100% VLT, but it does not. Only 80% of the light passed through clear glass. Adding the low E treatment greatly diminished the heat gain, but only drops the VLT to 70%, which the board determined is still clear. You've asked to change the historic preservation ordinance to start allowing tinted windows in the historic districts. The state agency responsible for administering and certifying historic districts throughout Florida has recommended against making this change and given their reasons for their opposition. The board listened to the proposal and recommendations, discussed at length the implications, and agreed with the Department of State. That's the end of that time. And the last comment is from Charles Phillips, 526 South Palmway. He wrote, "Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. There's been a lot of discussion about the 70% VLT as some sort of magic number that must be upheld. But where did it actually come from? It may surprise you at this point to know that it was not the state or the Secretary of the Interior, but recommended by staff, who did so while also acknowledging that the industry standards were changing and they were being eliminated in favor of more efficient options. I am sure no one on staff thought the industry would transition so quickly when making that recommendation, but here we are. If you read the letter from the Department of State and staff's presentation, you will first see that they do not recommend the proposed changes. If you read on, though, you'll likely notice that the state is in no way taking the position that they find sub 70% non-tinted low E to be unacceptable. They are very carefully and politely telling staff that since they defined a hard minimum of 70% VLT for clear, they cannot recommend a lower VLT since that would, by our own definition, be tinted. I doubt that staff or the board intended for that consequence either, but here we are. I am no subject matter expert in this area, but it seems that if the HRPB would have simply adopted the position that generally available low E glass without any additional coatings, tints, or treatments would be considered clear, we would be in a much better spot. There are not even hard minimum VLT percentages specified in the section cited by the State Department's letter and source Secretary of Interior guideline document. Seems that using this level of specificity for standard that is in flux was a bit of a miss. All that said, the question at hand is about percentages. Since the reality of generally available low clear E glass seems to be in the 60s these days, 70% is almost extinct, and the prospect, that's the end of the comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Was that letter to suggesting that we approve the 60%, the bottom line?
That would be.
That's what it sounded like, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, he wrote to move to adopt the 60% is clear.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have a motion or a comment? A motion? Commissioner McBoyd?
I would love to make a motion, but I want to make sure that I'm motioning what I think I'm motioning. If we approve this, we're allowing the 60% all the way around.
Right.
And then later on, we might think about south and west facing and whether we want to do anything with that. That can be.
I'll second that.
Can I just ask?
Okay, I move.
I just have one question before you move.
Okay, I defer my moving.
And I'm going to go back to the Florida Department of State's letter. So they are, as this person said, referencing the fact that the state basically said, we're saying no because you said 70%.
Mm-hmm.
So if we would have said 60%,
It'd be a non-issue.
it'd be a non-issue. Or if we were trying to lower it to 40, they would say, well, you said 60, so you can't keep changing your rules. Is that?
I think what the state said is because we did a lot of research and we pulled up samples and we looked at the samples, we went through a whole process of data and analysis to support the 70. And we provided that, and then we held up a piece of clear glass, and we held up a piece of 70, and we held up a piece of 60. And so we because of that analysis, the state felt that there was a depth of research and support of industry standards of VLT to establish a guideline that they felt that they could support that. So that's kind of where the state came from. That being said, none of us have the feeling the state, this is something in flux, you know, that even the state is looking at and different communities are dealing with. So we don't want to antagonize the state with a whole host of little things that will jeopardize our CLG status.
Right.
But it seems in this state that if you wanted to do this and you're
We'd probably be
making
fine.
that you would most likely be fine.
Yeah, that was certainly my interpretation of reading all of that.
Right.
Yeah, was, and it's clearly, I mean, you can see it from that very nice slide that you had. It's a continuum. It's not like, you know, some clear glass isn't clear. 70 is not clear. Well, by the time you get to 5, it's starting to look like a wall, but you know, that's a long way down.
Okay, what was your move? You were moving to.
My motion is to approve.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, I didn't hear. Okay, Commissioner, second by Commissioner Robinson. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we are at
New business.
New business. Oh,
new business A. I know we're doing pretty good. Okay, new, it's an ordinance. And so I'm looking to the city attorney to read the ordinance.
Back on A again.
We're back on A again.
21.
You gotta keep up, Mr. Attorney.
2021-10.
2021-10.
I cut him slack.
Yes,
He's got to read it.
Yes, ordinance number 2021-10.
regarding floodplain management standards for manufacturing.
Ordinance by the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach.
That's the one. I think you should probably read that into the record.
Let's start it out. Amending chapter 23 of the Lake Worth Beach Code of Ordinances related to the floodplain management standards for manufactured homes and provide for identical elevation standards for complex classification and effective.
Thank you. And now we have a presentation by staff, I see.
Madam Mayor, Erin Sita for the record.
You're being abandoned here. I don't know what's going on.
It's okay. It's okay.
Rats abandoning this meeting.
I'm so glad I could speak to you for the first time this evening.
That's right.
So I
feel like I haven't seen you in forever.
I know. So anyway, this item is, these changes actually came from the Florida Department of Emergency Management. They are requiring us to make these changes. And so we, as a local government, we participate in FEMA's, everybody knows who FEMA is, it's that FEMA, the community rating system. And basically what the community rating system does is it gives us points. So there are certain activities you can do, like you can change your land development requirements, and you can give out public information. And there's a whole host of activities that Peter would know better than I do, Peter Wrinkle, our building official, because he's also our floodplain administrator.
Which affect our insurance rate.
And those affect our, not our hurricane insurance, but our flood insurance.
Hurricane training.
Yes. Oh, hurricane training is in fact, yes. So right now we have a CRS class rating of 7. That entitles to residents who live in Lake Worth Beach to get a 15% on their flood insurance discount. So basically the Florida Department of Emergency Management says that if we do not adopt these changes, now the entire city will only get a 5%. That's basically it.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
And so I just want to for the record though, if I can just clarify, is it references manufactured homes, which have to be elevated if they're in the floodplain. And just for the record, we don't have any manufactured homes in the floodplain.
Right.
So we're required to adopt it. It will have zero impact on any mobile homes or manufactured homes in the city.
Motion to approve.
I did that. Motion to approve by Commissioner Boyd, second by Commissioner Robinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All righty then.
Can we ask one quick question?
Nope.
No, we voted. Thank you very much.
So is there anything we can do to further bump up our rating?
I think that's a question What?
But it will be difficult. We're working toward getting the 6, but it will be difficult because the standards become more and more stringent.
Yeah.
And the cost impact on people sort of negates the savings you would get from flood insurance.
Okay.
I did not ask for any public comment. Madam Clerk, did we have any public comments on the floodplain amendment?
We do not, and I'm sure you know I would pipe up if we did.
I know, but it's getting late. And I just thought I would give you the, opportunity to
Pipe up.
to pipe up. Now we are at C. No,
B.
We're B. We're at B. Okay. So
Another ordinance.
another ordinance for our city attorney to read.
Oh, and look, it's Aaron back again.
I know. She's a busy woman.
It's the Aaron and Glenn show.
7.
Ordinance number 2021-05 of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive plan, future land use map through a small scale map amendment from the future land use FLU designation of mixed use east, MUE, to the LU designation of public recreation and open space, PROS. On property located at 32 South East Street and more fully described in Exhibit A, providing that conflicting ordinances are repealed, provided for several and providing an effective date. Ms. Aaron.
Thank you.
So I'm actually going to give a presentation. This is Aaron Cita Community Sustainability for the record on both items B and C. These are companion items. And basically we put in a neighborhood park and it was awesome. And we have to change the land use and the zoning to correct the maps.
And we want to thank Commissioner Maliga for her initiative on that particular park.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner. So this particular ordinance is 2021-05. This is for the future land use map amendment. And so, the state of Florida requires us to have a comprehensive plan and a future land use map, which the future land use map sets out the maximum densities and intensities and the future land use designations for every parcel or every property in the city. And then the companion item is the zoning district map. The zoning districts implement our future land use designations. So they go together. This is a small scale land use amendment. So while we require 2 local readings of this item, the state actually only requires 1 for a small scale. And it's just our process. So what we're going to do is we don't actually have to. Normally, when you have a big land use amendment, you ship it up to the state. They write all their comments up, they give us their comments, and then there was another adoption. If you notice, we're going to schedule these back to back. So the second reading is going to be at the next meeting in August because this is a receive and file. A small scale amendment under the statute is basically a receive a file unless there's a challenge to this. And we're not anticipating a challenge to this particular item, hopefully. Next slide. Here's the location.
Before, do we have an after?
We don't, unfortunately.
Dang.
So, and here are the 2 maps you'll be amending. The zoning map is on my left and on the right. Next slide. Again, the background is us. This is a city initiated amendment. This is the Public Works Department. So Jamie's here. Concurrent future land use map and rezoning. Next slide. Here are the existing conditions.
Yay.
Pretty. Yay. And next slide. It's consistent with the comp plan, the strategic plan. There's sufficient levels of service. Staff is recommending approval of the future land use map and also the rezoning. And I know you need to vote on this one for a second.
Commissioner McBoy.
Only a very quick comment. Just to encourage us in the future that if we're going to do all this work to make a park, could we try to do the zoning thing before we start rather than after?
Really?
Yeah, that's all.
Motion to approve.
We did work on it, but.
We have a motion and we have a second.
I have a comment.
But we have a comment. Also, Commissioner Robinson.
I'm very, understand that this is protecting our new parklands. And in the future, I hope we protect our parklands to this extent.
Thank you.
Even to the extent of 15 feet.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Motion was made.
Motion was made and seconded. Who seconded it?
Mr. McBoy.
Mr. McBoy seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. That was on item number B. Now we're on item number C.
Motion to approve.
Motion.
Read it? She did.
No, the ordinance has to be read.
Oh.
You approve B.
Yes.
Okay, now we're on C.
You gotta read the next.
Small detail.
That's the summary.
It's like playing Jeopardy.
21-05, 2021-05, the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive plan. for the-
We're on six.
You told me to go real fast.
But we're on
Your
six.
number is the wrong number.
The wrong number,
Yeah.
2021-05.
No,
You already did
six, you
five.
did five. We're right ahead of you. You gotta
This is
keep
what
up,
happens when you
Glenn.
rush them.
Too fast.
Herman, get him some coffee.
Ordinance number 2021-06 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the city's official zoning map, the zoning district of single SFR, the public recreation and open space, PROS, for the property 32 South Beach Street, particularly described in Exhibit A, and providing separately conflicts and effective date.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Motion to approve.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
we got the M team going on.
We're going fast here. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I do have a public comment.
Oops. Okay.
And also, I'm sorry, it was Commissioner Maliga. Who did the second?
Big boy. The actives too tonight. They're very active.
1 and 2 are bringing the heat.
Okay, I have one public comment.
Thank you.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street wrote, I support this zoning change. However, it raised a concern about the process for me. It has taken us over 6 years to get the Royal Poinciana Playground a reality for our area. We've been under the impression that land zoning changes occurred prior to any RFPs being generated or construction improvements were started on any project in the city. The city has consistently changed zoning designations prior to any project breaking ground. However, in this instance, the park project, 18 plus month project, is nearly completed with all but a pavilion left to finish up, and you are now being presented a zoning designation change. Is this because it is a city public project versus a developer's project? The inconsistency of the process raises a concern for me, as this was a citizen-led initiative versus a CRA or city-based construction project. I've been unable to get any clarification on this issue and would appreciate a better understanding of why this project was processed this way. That's the end of the.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We didn't vote, didn't we?
Done, yes.
Voted on it.
Voted on it.
But I mean, I would love to learn, maybe not tonight, but what, like, maybe lessons learned, like why did this take so long?
Let me clarify, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
I'll take this one on the chin.
Thank you.
It was an oversight on our part, and it was an oversight on my part, and the angst and excitement to get this
Park.
built out of a vacant lot. A very important process was missed out. So over the months, with everything else going on, this is when staff was able to get it all put together and brought forward. But it won't happen again. It's not very often that we acquire vacant lots and build parks. So
Thank you, staff. Thank you, staff, for bringing it forward.
Yes, and thank you, staff, for making that part of fruition.
Yes.
Really, really. And I think it's a fairly non-controversial zoning change.
No, it is.
Thank you for protecting our parklands.
Yeah. Thank you.
We hear you on here.
E.
D.
No, D got, we dealt with D.
Yeah, it got moved.
The sidewalk cafes are gone.
No, E is good.
D is.
D's done, we moved it.
D's done, we did it.
Yeah, we did B.
Now, please,
Jamie's mine.
we have enough up here going on.
We're on E.
We're on E.
You're
We're on E. And this is
DOT
sidewalk cafes.
Income.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. For the record, Jamie Brown, Public Works Director.
Hush. Please have some respect.
This item is for back in 2016. Back in 2016, we entered into an agreement with FDOT for the sidewalk cafes. It was a 5-year agreement. This is for another 5 years. And basically, I know there was a question for. We were paying $250 square foot is what they were charging.
Right.
So we were charging $4 a square foot. Now they have doubled their.
Yeah, I noticed that.
5. So when we do our actual fee schedule as part of our budget process this year, obviously our $4 is going to change.
Did we have any input into that giant doubling of can we say to the state?
They, just like everything else right now, they do an assessment and they look at what the actual value is, and that's what they base their number on.
Okay.
So obviously we won't keep ours at 4 if we charge.
We're gonna have to raise it. I have a question. It mentions the valet parking. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but we have a valet agreement with this valet company.
So the valet parking,
Yeah,
this is gonna be part of a much larger discussion. As of
Okay.
right now, obviously CWS is not open anymore. They had valet. You've got Paradiso, you've got Resto, you've got the Playhouse.
the Playhouse is the one I'm concerned about.
Correct. So we're not doing anything with valet right now until we have that much larger downtown parking discussion, which will probably come at some point. But yeah, we are not doing anything with the additional valet other than what's currently out there.
Okay, what,
Requests.
yeah, I have gotten a number of concerns with the guy that's there during the day, the valet parking guy that sits in his chair outside the theater. There's no identification. He doesn't have a shirt that says valet. And we have a summer theater workshop for teenagers and young kids there. And I've gotten a number of complaints from the participants there, the kids, that there's this guy, they didn't know who he was, and we'll have a private, you and I will have a private conversation,
Yeah.
but I think that we need to have some identification of who these people are. There needs to be some uniformity.
If this is something in the future that we wish to move forward with, there needs to be an actual procedure, like
Right.
a whole policy procedure put together.
But-
We need an actual valet parking program,
Mhm.
which is missing. Right now, it's kind of thrown together last minute, a long time ago.
But and I'm going to ask you privately what I'm asking in public today, just like that they have some sort of identification, because really it's kind of weird. Here's this guy sitting on an office chair in front of the
Not just
theater.
that, like, do you want to give him your keys? Do you know he's really a valet?
Yeah, really. So let's talk about that, because I want to talk to the owner of the valet company. I had a question this a couple of weeks ago, and I have to follow up on it.
Yeah, and the interim city manager made a good point. We basically lease the space, but the different entities, the businesses, they actually pay for the service. So we don't tell them who to hire or.
No, I understand
Yeah.
that, but I think there should be a vest, something.
Should be a
that says-
standard.
Yeah.
If they want to lease
Yeah.
it from us for
So
valet
the theater,
service,
so
they
the
should have a
theater
commission.
pays the valet company?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a permit process if someone wants, a sidewalk cafe or something to go through the city.
Right.
And basically DOT has told us, you deal with it, the administration of, we're just gonna charge you square footage, then you can then charge, for your
Whatever.
administration of everything. So
Yeah.
they kind of want.
Okay, but I want to put that in your bonnet. It's a little weird, actually.
So Jamie, I just want to also throw out there that Victor's Cafe has also been doing valet, which I don't think is permitted. They've been putting cones out all along Lake Avenue on the weekend. And one more question. I know that the state has doubled their fee. Do you anticipate what our fee is going to go up to for those sidewalk cafes?
More than likely $6.50 or $7. We were at
So we're not looking to do the same increase that the state did to us. We're just.
No. We were
offset our costs.
basically $1.50 higher than the state was originally. We'll probably
Okay.
keep the same, which will put us either at $6.50 or $7, depending on.
Okay,
But you'll see that when we bring forward the.
thank you.
updated fee
Thank you very much. Drew, are there any public comment cards, Madam Clerk?
There are not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Commissioner Robinson, seconded by Commissioner Stokes. They're waking up on this side now. All in favor? Thank you, Jamie. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Next up is F, water utilities. And here comes our water utilities maven. Maven.
I
Expert.
think that's good, but I'm not sure.
It's good. It's
I hope
good.
so.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners.
Good
Ryan
evening.
Shields, Water Utility Director. Simple item here, a very good news item, actually. We obtained our financing for the 2-inch galvanized steel replacement program from the state revolving fund program. This is for phase 4, which was in District 1, recently completed. And this project was brought in about $1.9 million under budget.
All right.
Therefore, we're reducing the principal amount of the loan and therefore our amortization schedule.
Love it.
So the new schedule is attached and will save the city millions of dollars.
Go District 1.
Go
Like
district.
we had anything to do with it.
Go water utilities. Go water utilities.
That's amazing. That's amazing news.
Thank you very much, and very proud of that fact, and you should be very proud of that fact. We appreciate
Yes,
all
you
that.
should.
We tend to value engineer our projects out in the field and try to make them more economical. And this is a good example of that.
That's
It
amazing.
really is a good example of that. And this is the water utilities, pipes under the ground of the kind. Again, I talk a lot about, the invisible staff. You don't, but when the water comes out it's like, please, Marshall, thank you. Now I've lost my train of thought. It's the invisible part, but it's the stuff that makes our city work the way it
Try
works.
to remain out of sight, Adam.
Out of sight, Adam, right. If they don't know you, if they don't talk about you, you're doing a good job.
That's it.
So I have a motion to approve. Do I have a motion on this one?
Motion to approve.
Yes.
We have a motion
Yes.
approved by Commissioner Robinson. We have a second by Commissioner McVoy. The men are at it right now. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I
Brian.
like when this stuff gets brought to us. Marshall, I mean no disrespect.
But
I was just asking for rates with them.
Well, you can certainly in private ask him that.
Public
Why would they go down? It's just,
Public comment card.
there's a public comment card, which was not brought up. Okay, next one. G, did we pull G? That's the,
legal.
that's the legal one, that's the Baker
That's
Donaldson.
still in.
We pulled the settlement agreement, but.
Oh, okay,
This is
okay.
the amendment. with
So-
the law firm.
Well, why don't you tell us what's going on? Okay.
This is the first amendment with the law firm that's representing the city in the FEMA litigation. And
Okay.
their original agreement was for $100,000 over several years. They increased that limit, actually a little bit over it. So it's to increase that to 200,000 total.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve?
Yes.
By Commissioner Robinson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stokes. Commissioner McVoy just told me that he's a yes vote, but he really needed to run out of the room. So all in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna take a, I'm gonna go.
Go ahead, let's take a 5-minute break.
Jeez, are we there yet?
We're almost there. And it's only 9:15.
I lose it back.
How much money's on that? Can we split it?
Can you please mute yourselves? Thank you.
Sure.
And I'm not sure of that.
More than welcome.
Outside the city.
It was
Kind of snowballed.
you started a thing. All right, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, it is 9:24 and we are back live.
All right, we are now to new business I. Discussion. H. Where's H? I don't have an H.
Oh, there's no backup. There's no backup.
Yeah, there is.
For H? I don't have an H in here. I have it on my agenda, but I don't have it in.
Oh, no, you don't.
Yeah, I don't think I have.
I think it's because it's just discussion.
Yeah.
What is it? Tell us. What?
H, discussion regarding city issue for rent sign policy brought forward by Commissioner Maliga.
Rent sign policy. I see nothing. What?
So look at on your agenda,
No, I think she means no backup. I didn't see any backup either.
because it's just discussion.
City issued for rent sign. Oh, okay. Okay, well, what is this thing of which we speak?
So a couple of things, when I first ran in 2018 and then I ran again this previous year, a couple of things that are highly effective in our community are slumlords. And in doing research with other cities that have had the same issue and same burden, one of them was Oswego, New York. They had the same influx that we have of slumlords, people who weren't taking care of their property, overcrowding. And I've been asking Christy at the city attorney's office to work with me in regards to if there's a possibility of the city having an ordinance, right? That when a person comes forward for a renter's license, once that rental license is approved, they get a city issued for rent sign to go on their property with their license number displayed. And it'll do a couple of things. It'll let our renters know that landlord is licensed, that the property's been inspected. It'll let code know when they're driving by that property has been inspected and is up to par and licensed. And it'll hopefully get the slumlords to elevate their properties or get out of town. I have spoken with the code department and some of the code employees. They love the idea, especially because it's just a quick visual, being able to punch in the number that's on the front sign. This isn't going to prohibit landlords from putting a different front sign or using a real estate license, broker to put up a front sign. I have also spoken with a couple of investors and developers in town and real estate agents, and they're all in support of it and said they would write me letters of support. I think it's a great idea to move the needle and improving our housing situation that we have in town. So with permission, I would like from you guys is to have staff and the attorney's office do more research into what it would take for us to be able to bring this forward.
Thank you. And we are going to be having I think that's a great idea. I have no problem with it. Putting our toe in the code enforcement waters or the rental license waters. I have something, and I haven't brought it because I figure we'll be dealing with it a little bit later at the workshop. I also think that if it's possible and it's legal and we can do it, is that when you apply for a rental license, you have to sign off on, I read the city's rental license requirements for my maintenance of my property and I agree and more. And also I think that there should be a local resident manager, even if it's the brother or something, that if you're a corporation in Chicago and you buy a bunch of property in Lake Worth, we don't call Chicago. We call the guy that within 24 hours can respond, because that's one of the biggest problems that, as I've dealt with code over the years, it's absentee landlordism to the nth degree, because it's not just it's not just a big distance, it's a corporation. So just, along those lines, that's the kind of thing I'm thinking as well. But I think that's.
Well, the city attorney's office wanted clarification if there was support before they spent time and money researching this to bring forward.
If I could, not to steal Commissioner Stokes' thunder, that might be later on.
No thunder.
Legal aid, but we've had conversations about if you're going to look at that, you also look at requiring those landlords to receive some kind of training.
Of course, absolutely. No, that they sign off. I took the course and absolutely. Yeah.
While we're talking about that topic, but
right. No, I think we need to, I completely agree. And I think we just need to raise the bar on landlords.
Absolutely. And I didn't want to spend, we talked about not spending time and money if there was no support from the rest of my peers to be able to move this forward and possibly bring it forward for passing.
So you're wanting this without it just on its own by itself?
Yep.
And we'll talk about the other things a little bit later.
Just to give them the say, yes, go ahead and research it. And what does that look like to code and to the legal department?
I have a question. I don't know if I was following exactly. So it's going to show their license number. Is it only while they're advertising this for rent, or is it something like goes in a sticker on their window?
No, for when they are going to be renting it, it'll be a for rent by this license number with their contact number on there. And then, like I said, if they want to use a real estate agent, real estate agent can still put their sign out. But this shows potential renters that person is licensed, has been through the program, and is up to par by our standards, and that code enforcement knows. Because if you drive through our neighborhood, I have 15 different for rent signs within 7 houses.
Mm-hmm.
And they're handwritten, 4-bedroom, 3-bath, $2,700.
Mm-hmm.
Or they're in different languages.
They would need to, so you're talking about standardized for rent.
Absolutely. A city issued for rent sign that goes with your landlord license.
Okay, and it's going to have to be big enough that the numbers actually mean something.
Right.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, if we're talking about licensing, the simplicity of cross-referencing it with homesteading is of interest to me.
Well, I think they check when when they apply for a rental license. Doesn't staff check to make sure it's not homesteaded?
Well, unless they have an ADU or other units
Right.
on their property,
Right.
which would be homesteaded. Yes, we cross-reference those.
Mhm.
I will keep in mind that this would probably work well for residential. It will be problematic on the commercial side. And in the numbers range, if everybody had a business license, there will be between 5,000 and 6,000 properties that have to have one of these signs.
When there's a for rent sign.
I'm just saying there's 5,000 to 6,000 proproperties that are for rent at any one time in the city, so they all have to have a sign.
And I'm assuming that number's going to drop.
Yeah, and a lot of them never get it for rent sign because you either, I got a place for rent, or you give it to a rental, an agency, and they would put that sign out.
But those are the ones who are up to the standards.
Exactly.
There are people.
Background checks, right?
Yeah, and we really just need to push these slumlords out or make them step up their game on these rental properties and start protecting our residents.
Right. Yes.
I'm envisioning, I know you talk about Christian, I have almost like those Department of Health signs that says this establishment is ready today. So that's.
Yeah, but big enough that you can see the numbers.
Correct. And by the way, the cost will be passed down to the landlord. It's a one-time purchase. They don't have to buy them over and over again, but it will be part of their licensing packet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, we just got his attention.
The business license has to be renewed every year.
Correct.
Right.
So if someone renews a license, gets a sign, and disappears. And that sign's already out there. Their rental license number does not change from year to year. So just because they have a sign doesn't mean they actually will have a valid business license.
Correct.
When I got here, we had literally hundreds of businesses that had a business license at one point in their time history and never renewed it.
Well, that's why we were talking about doing decals just like you do on your plate. So when we renew those license, they get a little decal to stick on the sign that shows they've renewed.
Yeah, until somebody steals your sign. I mean, there's all kinds of problems.
Well, the sign
I think the concept, I think we have consensus for the
Can
concept.
you name the city where they?
Oswego, New York has had huge success with it.
Okay.
It's a financial burden to the landlord, but it's also a tax write-off.
It's not that much.
It's a tax write-off.
So they're buying a sticker, not a sign.
They're buying a sign.
A sign first, and then every year when they renew, or every 3 years, is it for landlords?
Yeah.
You have to pay your business tax receipt
Every year.
Occupancy certification every year. You have an inspection every 3 years.
Right.
So that's what we need. Staff didn't want to really delve into this to get all the.
I think it's concept. I think we can certainly talk more about it. I think we have consensus to go forward. Do we need a vote?
No. It was just more of a conversation piece to see if they could put more time and energy into it.
Yeah.
I see one.
Madam Mayor, if I may piggyback.
Yes.
I got stuck there for a second, sorry. Is the direction, and I appreciate Commissioner Malika bringing it forward for discussion, which reminds me to remind everyone that anytime you engage the city manager's office to pursue a policy conversation that requires ordinancing, legal time, staff time, beyond, a quick email or whatnot, be reminded that the process is for you to bring forward the question for the group to provide consensus to staff. So I was going to mention 2 other ones later, and I'll hold it up for the city manager report. They kind of fit the description. So I was reminded by Chrissy today of our policy of doing that. So I'll mention it later, but I appreciate you implementing the policy that we have in place, and then I'll fill it in later.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have consensus to go to.
It's consensus that on the judgment of staff to recognize that this is worth the effort. That's all, right?
Okay. I think we have that. Moving right along. Item I, discussion regarding the city manager and utility director residency requirement brought forth by Commissioner Maliga.
So this is my second point of conversation. Thank you guys for your time. Number one, this is very antiquated. The last ordinance update was in 2006 in pertaining to city manager and utility director residence requirements. So we don't have a utility director anymore. So that's got to be updated first of all. In looking at the housing market and what we just learned at the new housing study and where we are in our housing market, a couple things, since we are looking for a city manager, I called around to surrounding cities, and it's pretty much a 50-50 on making sure the city manager lives within the city boundaries. So where we are a little unique is we also have a electric utility servicing area, which should be in your backup. I supplied a map that shows we gain 2.36 miles if we consider opening up that requirement to the electric servicing area, not just the city boundary guidelines, which would give people more of a Lake Osborne, a little bit towards Hypoluxo, some of Palm Springs. And my other point of conversation is I wanted to make sure that instead of 6 months that we gave a year, especially right now at the height of the housing market, you know, we've got people who may be coming from another state to live here. We have somebody who could possibly relocate to move here, and to give them 6 months to decide where they want to sign a lease for a year or, you know, where they want to put down roots with their family, I just think is a little antiquated from 2006. And I think that a year, if somebody wants to transport back and forth or fly here every weekend or whatever they have to do, if we hire them, I just wanted to have a conversation about it because it is antiquated, it is outdated, and we have possibilities of opening that area up a little bit.
Any discussion?
I think it's important that the city manager live within the city of Lake Worth Beach. And 6 months is plenty of time to establish a residency.
When you don't know the area, when you might not be from the state?
If they're working as a city manager for the city of Lake Worth Beach, yes. 6 months is you're here or you're not going to be here, you know.
Commissioner McVoy.
I agree with Commissioner Robinson that I think it's very important that the city manager, and I would like the electric utility manager also, that would be a separate thing for us to update. I think both should live in the city, not within the electric service area, but within the city. Whether it's 6 months, 8 months, 12 months, I would be open to hearing from my other commissioners. I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner Robinson that 6 months probably is doable. And there are options. I don't think it says you have to own.
Correct.
You can rent and then take your time to purchase. I'm not finding the question that it's antiquated just because it was, our Constitution is antiquated.
No, in 2006, housing cost was a lot lower than what it is now.
Oh, no. Oh, no, it wasn't. Not in 2006.
That's why we had a housing bubble that bust.
Well, but in 2006.
But we just left this affordable housing market where we are looking at, trying to bring more affordable housing. We're not there yet. I'm trying to have conversation, and I don't want to pigeonhole us for our next city manager. But if somebody's moving from another state and they don't know this area, they don't know where they want to live or where they want to invest.
So I
don't want to throw money out there for people's, room and board or whatever, their contract, which other city managers do.
It's not a volunteer position that we're giving you.
Thank you.
It's not I don't think anybody who's going to the city manager is going to be eligible for affordable housing.
I understand that. What I'm saying is we don't have a big housing stock. And right now our housing is very expensive in this area. And other cities have had to cover the cost of temporary housing for city managers for them to be able to reside within their city limits within 4 to 6 months. And I'm trying to avoid that cost and just, have a conversation on.
Yeah.
And
It's good to have a conversation, right?
With regards to that, I feel like our standard should be that they live in the city. If there's some, if we want to add an extra layer of demonstrating some sort of hardship or something, because I would be concerned if somebody's moving here from out of county or out of state and they want to come and move to Delray or Boca because they don't want to live in Lake Worth, then I don't know that that's the kind of mentality.
Well, that's why I said electric utility servicing. It literally is only 2 miles.
I think maybe for the electric utility director.
We don't ever require our electric utility director to live
So we're
here.
just one city manager.
Let's do one at a time.
Right.
And I mean, you can rent a place. There's a lot of long-term rentals in the town. Now we have the mid. I mean, there are apartments that you can rent.
Because Lake Worth is still one of the more affordable. They're definitely one of the more affordable places on the coast. So I'm just trying to imagine if are they moving to Green Acres to try to get a little bit more affordability, or does this open up the gates to have somebody that wants to come down here and run our city, but they only feel comfortable living in Boca?
Yeah.
And I don't want to hire them.
And I have very personal experience from this. When I was a city attorney from 93 to 98, I lived here, and it was a requirement, I believe, at that time. That may have been waived, but I lived here. And when I went to Publix, I ran into people and they complained about things. That was part of the job. After I left Lake Worth for 3 years, I was the contract, no disrespect to our city attorney, but I was the contract attorney for Lake Park for 3 years. And I'm going to tell you, there's a difference about where you lay your head at night. It is, I would go to meetings up there, did all the things that city attorney, I wrote ordinances, but there was not that sort of emotional connection and a city like ours, especially, if you're talking about like Lake Clark Shores is, this lovely suburb, the sort of thing, but we're a very active city with a lot going on. And so from my own personal experience, I knew that my commitment to the city was just stronger and more palpable, really, I guess, when I lived here. So I support the city manager living here. Commissioner Robinson?
Well, I would like to at least mention the commitment that Juan has made from Loxahatchee. That's all.
He's the acting interim. If he was going to be the city manager, he would say, can I have a year because, I'm moving from Loxahatchee and I got to find a place for my whole family. I think that 6 months when you're asking someone to make that commitment on a financial commitment is short.
Juan's not an applicant for city manager.
But he could be.
I think we've already established candidates for the city manager.
But you brought him up. You said that he's a good example.
I was giving him kudos for his commitment from.
Exactly. No, there's no question about that.
We're not talking about changing.
But he moved to Loxahatchee because he could afford the kind of house that he wanted. So he had to go to Loxahatchee.
Okay. All right.
So the consensus is that the city manager is going to live within the confines of the city of Lake Worth Beach.
I would consider perhaps making it 9 months, which would add a little bit of flexible time.
They can
rent a house.
Establish a lease in 2 weeks.
People.
We're talking about a lease. We're not asking them to buy anything.
Yeah.
Or her.
Okay.
Or them, whatever. So, I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate it being brought up. And this is one thing about this commission, so we can bring stuff up and we can talk about it. And I welcome that and I celebrate it. I feel very strongly that the city manager should live in the city.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a public comment from Ms. Fisher. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment cards?
Yes, I have 2, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we're gonna let Ms. Fisher go first because she's already standing up.
And she's been here all day.
And she's been here all night.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I believe it's in not just the resolution from 2006, but I believe your charter says, let me finish, the city manager and the utility director. I realize we've now split our different utilities into water, electric, blah, et cetera, et cetera. The city is very unique in having its own electric utility. I believe our current electric utility director lives in Broward County. Almost?
No, he lives in Palms County.
Oh, okay. But I think they both should live in this city. Our previous city manager who came into the city and immediately rented a place in the Lucerne. It is not detrimental to rent a place. I mean, 6 months is more than enough to establish a rental and be able to look and see. If you want to make a commitment to be the city manager of this city and get paid the salary, the car allowance, et cetera, you're making that commitment to this city. You should be here. And with an electric utility, which is unique to us, that director should be in the city also.
Well, it's not in our charter. It's
not the charter.
It's not in the charter.
It just says utility director.
And none of it's in the,
None of it's in the charter.
none of it's in the charter. We always thought it was the charter, but it's
That's
actually an ordinance.
Yeah.
I was surprised myself, Ms. Fisher. Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, the first comment is from Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street, who wrote, I am not in favor of allowing the individuals occupying the positions above to establish a residence outside of the city limits of Lake Worth. I think it is vital that they live within the city limits. If you research this topic, you will find an overwhelming amount of city managers feel it is imperative that they live within the limits of the city they are managing. It lets the community know that they want to be an active part of the community and allows residents to establish relationships in an other than the office setting. I think you will also find that residents feel the city manager is disconnected when they live in a city other than the city they are managing. I'm not supportive of any changes being made to the current city ordinance on this issue. The second comment is by Gail Silverblatt, 414 North Ocean Breeze, who wrote, I think it is important for a city manager and the utility director to live in the same city that they manage. Here are some opinions of city managers and utility directors as to why they think it is important too. One said it means I invest in the community like other citizens do. If I'm making a tax decision, it affects my pocket also. If I'm putting a burden on the citizens, I'm accepting that same burden also. Another said, one of the primary reasons we're here is to be good financial stewards for the city and to help make good, sound, informed decisions. As far as living and working here, you spend so much time and you have an established relationship that you have a vested interest for good things to happen in the community. From another, if we're looking at utility rate structures and things like that, it's a lot easier to justify an increase in rate when I pay it too. Anything I'm influencing affects me as well. Another said, I believe in being an active member of the community. I can participate in all of the wonderful things that we have going on. I believe in leading by example. And another said, I like the job and I like the people. I think there's an advantage living within the community that you work in because primarily you're more likely to see developing issues as well as talk to your neighbors so you can have a better liaison between residents and city government. These seem like excellent reasons to me, and I hope this commission agrees and does not change the ordinance requiring our city manager and utility director to live within the boundaries of Lake Worth Beach. That is the end of the comments.
Thank you. And again, tonight we're talking strictly about the city manager. So do we need a vote? Do we need anything? Or I think it's consensus. Discussion.
I have a question about, so because of the change in language, so we currently require the utility director to live here, but because the directors of our separate utilities, so they don't have to live here right now.
We don't have a utility director. There's no law.
Correct. Like, so Ed and Brian don't have to live here.
Correct.
So was that an oversight or was that intentionally not changed?
I don't know. I don't know.
And historically, there wasn't some director overseeing.
There had been.
Public Works, everything.
When this was passed, that's what was in place. So once that position got abolished, and then 2 other positions got created, and that was never applied to anybody after that.
And it's worked well.
Yeah, I think we have consensus to leave it as is. Am I off with that? Am I on with that?
Certainly for the city manager, I would have an interest in the electric utility also being, but that's a future discussion.
That's a future discussion. So I think, thank you for bringing it up. I think we have consensus to leave it as it is. Item J, discussion regarding mini roundabouts brought forth by Commissioner Stokes. Is there a staff presentation on this?
Oh, no.
Okay. So, my script says, is there a presentation? I'm trying to follow the script.
There's no script, they're just cucumbers.
They're just cucumbers. Commissioner Stokes.
Thank you. So we were all here and watched the presentation on mini roundabouts and their potential use on federal highway. But it was just a presentation. We didn't get to talk about, are we generally supportive of having FDOT investigate that? So as they're resurfacing federal highway, do we want to say, hey, FDOT, as you're doing this project, will you please, research the feasibility of do the study? Like, we just want you to do the study to see if you can make this happen. If that's the case, I think we could bring back a resolution showing our support to FDOT so that they're hearing directly from the commission that they have support to study mini roundabouts while they're resurfacing.
To consider them as part of the plan.
Because even if we're like, we want mini roundabouts, FDOT still has to do their own study and their own process, but they might not do that process if they don't feel like they have support from the community. So I just was hoping we could firm up if we want to show that support to FDOT.
Okay. Commissioner McBoy?
Oh, I believe Commissioner.
Commissioner Robinson, I'm sorry.
At a cost to Lake Worth Beach? Yeah. No cost to Lake
no.
Beach. Let FDOT talk about it. Good.
Commissioner McBoy.
Yeah, it's the same, I think, and that's from what my discussions with the transportation planning, I forget what it's agency or authority, but whichever it is, they've said the same thing, that this is the time to ask for it at the time of the resurfacing or the studies for the resurfacing. And it's a perfectly reasonable thing to ask them to study, and they will determine whether they can do them or not. I personally found the presentation to be visually very compelling, that this would definitely address some significant problems. I think all of us have received a number of public comments relating to it, and some real concerns about speeding on that road. So I'm all in favor of asking FDOT to study it.
And at this last Friday, when I was at the Transportation and Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, the presenter that was talking about just roads and safety in general was very passionate about roundabouts and how even when there is an accident, you don't see that T-bone effect that you see when there's that four-way stop, because so even when you have accidents, they're less severe. And so the people, and he was like a University of South Florida professor that studies all this stuff. So I feel like the people that study the traffic issues and stuff, it seems to have a pretty wide consensus that these are safer and better.
Couldn't hurt. And it would be up to DOT to make any acquisitions that have to, that would be their bailiwick, but we're just saying please give it a try.
And that is a good point, that to show FDOT that we're serious,
put in writing.
We might want to do a resolution that we ask for. But Jamie, I think
we have Jamie up here. Mr. Brown.
Good evening again. Okay, so later on last week, there's a new project manager for for DOT that's going to be taking over this project. And it's a two-phase. So you've got 10th Avenue South to 6th Avenue North, which is going to be done in 2024. The public outreach meeting is in February of 2023. The second part of that is going to be from 10th Avenue North to Arlington, just on the other side of C-51, which will be constructed in 2025. And the public outreach meeting for that is January of 2024. So this is what DOT calls a triple R project, which is resurfacing, restoration, and rehabilitation. For their triple R projects, it's basically exactly what it says. They're basically replacing exactly what's there. They're resurfacing the existing road. That is not anything, no beautification, no property acquisition, nothing. It's literally just redoing what's there. So the conversation we had with the TPA and with the previous project manager with FDOT was that if there was going to be any type of study, the TPA agreed they would fund the study for any type of traffic related things, traffic calming, anything else we wanted to do. So that's not a study that DOT would be doing. That's something we would have to get done through the TPA's funding, provide that information to DOT, and they would take that into consideration. But as I mentioned before, ultimately it's the DOT roadway, it's their project, it's their funding. All we can do is kind of nudge them and tell them what we'd like to do. But typically on a 3R project, you're not going to see what.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, motion to continue the meeting.
All second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the only other thing I was going to mention was the thing that I really am pushing for is there's currently a pedestrian crossing, a signalized pedestrian crossing between 4th and 5th North, right there by Sacred Heart. Mm-hmm. Obviously, you can't even see the striping now, so it's faded. Right. When that's redone, we would want to see an elevated crosswalk. So that would provide basically a speed hump, which is a form of traffic calming. We would also want to do the same thing south of 6th Avenue South, just east of South Grid. So we also have a pedestrian crossing mid-block, close to our other school in that corridor. Same thing in that situation. We would also want to see an elevated crosswalk to, again, provide some form of traffic calming. Whether that's something they would do is also, that's something they'd have to agree to do. But that all has to come with this study we have to have done. And again, this is just coming from the conversation I had with the.
But we have to pay for the study.
No.
The TPA has agreed they would pay.
They have agreed to, okay.
They agreed to the study.
And they're certainly aware of it. It's come up a number of times, both.
Oh, yeah, they're very aware.
Yeah. And
they're very aware.
Supportive of it. The only hesitation I have is the idea that the crosswalk is also for traffic calming. If I'm the parent of the kid and the thing that's calming my thing is my kid up in the air, I'm not sure that I totally like that one.
My only fear is just knowing the history of the 3R project, and Brian, our city engineer, is, I mean, he's well aware. Knowing what triple R projects typically are with DOT.
Understood.
This is what we're asking for is not something that is.
Right.
So while it would be fantastic, I don't want to get people's hopes up too high.
But it doesn't hurt to ask, right?
It does not hurt to ask
Right.
at all.
And the sense that I get, and I think you can speak to it too, is that TPA is in a funny role relative to FDOT. TPA does not have any authority over FDOT, but it does have quite a bit of persuasion.
Correct.
And they have funding that they can do studies and things. So certainly the first step of telling TPA, yes, we're definitely interested in the study.
Absolutely.
And we should stay in conversations with the new, but yes, we hear you on the triple R. Hey, they don't normally do any of this stuff.
Yeah.
So a resolution would go to the TPA rather than DOT, that would be more effective?
Well, again, we're just kind of starting this whole process because, we're in the very infant stages of the very first leg of this project. So.
I'll talk with the TPA people and ask them, between Jamie and I, we'll figure out how does TPA recommend the wording of the resolution.
Okay, now that I've actually been in contact with the new project manager, and I know who we're going to be going through now. Because for a while, for the past month and a half, I've sent emails, Andrew, you are from the TPA sent emails, and they've kind of gone unanswered.
Yeah. Now we know why.
Now we know why, because there was a project manager, we're kind of like, what do we need to do? Are you guys going to do the study? Right. What have you done so far? What information do you have? Do we need to fund our own study? What do we need to provide you to show you that traffic calming is necessary in the corridor?
Right.
And now that we finally have a project manager on board, we're getting some answers. So
would they be looking at a number of accidents? Would that be the kind of thing in terms of deciding whether or not they were going to put one in? the number of actual facts?
Typically, yeah. You're going to do a complete traffic calming study. You're going to do traffic counts. You're going to look at fatalities, what type of accidents you're having.
And the TPA would do that?
Well, that's what we're going to have to
find out.
The main conversation is going to be with DOT. What do you guys need to see?
Okay.
Is a standard traffic study going to be enough, or what else would we need to provide you to show you that traffic calming is needed in the corridor? If they can get to a point where they actually say, we agree with you, traffic calming is needed, then the next step is going to be what measures or what type of traffic calming will they allow in their corridor? So before we even get to the mini roundabout discussion, we have to get to the traffic calming is necessary point, which might be difficult to get to.
And the studies include measuring speed?
Yes. Yeah, it'll measure speed, it'll measure traffic counts, it'll measure
Accidents and everything else,
everything.
Jamie, the only thing I would recommend is when South F Street had bump outs put in, there wasn't a lot of thought process on where those bump outs were put. And now we have drain grates that are stuck between the curb and the bump outs that can never be cleaned by the street sweeper.
Oh, geez.
So if we go that route with this on Federal Highway, if they want to do bump outs, just if we could be mindful.
We can't do that on federal. That wouldn't happen on that corridor. Yeah, that thoroughfare would, there's too much traffic.
Yeah.
Even though we have them on 6th Avenue?
Yeah, that's a completely different.
Okay.
That's
completely different corridor.
FDOT.
Yeah.
That's okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have any comment cards?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have two.
Why don't you start?
Okay, so the first is from Ginny Powell, 224 North Palmway, who wrote, I support the installation of mini roundabouts on Federal Highway in the city of Lake Worth Beach. I was thrilled when the roundabout was installed where Lake and Lucerne Avenues merge at the high school. There's also a very nice roundabout in College Park at the intersection of Fordham and Pennsylvania. I will choose these routes whenever I have the opportunity. Here are a few benefits of roundabouts. 1, they save time by not having to stop at every street light. 2, they reduce auto emissions by reducing the number of times one must stop at an intersection and then accelerate to the next over and over again. And 3, they generally make for a more pleasant and safe driving experience. I'm asking for your support on this issue by passing a resolution and writing a letter to FDOT District 4 officials in support of funding a study to design and install mini roundabouts on Federal Highway and implement lane diets where possible. The second comment is from John Radonovich, who wrote, I am an owner of a townhouse in the 900 South block of Federal Highway, and since moving in last year, I am surprised and alarmed each day by excessive speeding along the entire stretch from 6th Avenue South to where 6th Avenue south to where Federal touches Dixie. I have children and there are other children in the complex who can't be in the front riding their bikes or even on the sidewalk at any time of day for fear of one of the speeding cars, trucks, motorcycles losing control and hopping the curb. As a matter of fact, a car did do just that in the past year, destroying my neighbor's front gate and gate enclosure, which is made of brick and masonry, a solid structure. Even scooters roar by over the speed limit. Aside from pedestrians out front, it is dangerous enough for drivers to attempt to enter Federal Highway from a side street. I urge you to strongly consider slowing down this stretch of Federal by passing a resolution to study and slow down dangerous traffic here. That's the end of the public comments.
Thank you. Here we have a card from Richard Stowe.
Richard Stowe for 14 North Federal Highway. I just wanted to express support for Commissioner Stokes' effort to bring a resolution forth to, I think it should be written frankly to both FDOT District 4 and TPA, because they're both players that represent us and serve our community. And I would be happy to contribute time to helping write a resolution if just or drafting ideas that might be included in the resolution.
Thank you.
And with regard to Resurfacing, rehabilitation with restoration, yes, that's what that is correct, like that's what goes on normally. Jim Brown's correct about that, but the FDOT included complete streets in a section of their traffic manual. And so they are waiting for communities to ask for complete streets traffic calming improvements. So thank you so much for your support on this.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Honestly, if we can be a little bit of a squeaky wheel and bring something to Lake Worth that not everybody else is asking for and improve roads, then that's great.
Ms. Fisher?
Peggy Fisher, 508 North 8th Street. There are currently too many roundabouts in the city of Lake Worth. One in College Park, which is not very big traveled roads. The second is on North 8th Street, which I drive through every day. It is the most useless thing in the world. It was the roundabout. Now it's got stop signs.
Right.
People do not stop and give you the right of way. People drive over it. It is not a way that traffic, and there's a lot of traffic, comparable probably not in volume, but in trucks, speeders, everything else on North A as federal highway. I think a consistent speed limit on federal highway would be appropriate of 25 miles per hour. But one thing to look at is go to Southern Boulevard and Olive and go north to Belvedere. And you will see a massive number of speed bumps. That is a continuation of federal highway. And it has significantly slowed down the traffic. Roundabouts, people aren't going to go around them. A lot of the speeders are going to go over them. And we need to really look at what our experience is. I mean, I love the concept, but the experience in this city is, I don't think that's really going to slow people down. They're going to go over it. And a roundabout is nowhere near the height of a speed bump. As I said, the one at 2nd Avenue North, and then as Jamie has told me, is useless. It needs to be taken out and leave it as a 4-way stop. So I am not in favor of doing a bunch of roundabouts on federal highway. I think
Thank you, that's time.
Traffic calming other measures.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Okay, I do know up in Northwood in West Palm, they have quite a few and people use them.
And also perhaps a mild clarification. I agree with Ms. Fisher that the part of federal highway, it's the same road, but, because I talked with TPA about that and they said, yes, but West Palm took over that section from FDOT and took over the cost. And that's why they were able to do all sorts of things.
Okay, so do we have consent? What's your pleasure?
We've had enough discussion.
What's your pleasure? Okay,
Right, well, I mean, I think the first step is doing this, making sure that we get this traffic study done. We're not going to get any calming done if we don't do the traffic study.
Right.
So let's get a resolution that is gets the attention of both TPA and DOT and.
Right, and I would love to look more into what is currently of the North 8th Street versus what will be proposed if we do get, because there's probably been a lot of improvements, and I mean, the science says that they're effective, and I would like to believe that on federal highway, you're not going to see people driving through the middle of a roundabout going into incoming traffic.
I think that would all be part of the study.
Right, yeah,
So,
yeah.
Okay, so we have consensus I think Jamie should have some input into what.
I just want to say through the TPA, I'm going to start the process with the study and see what we can get in. I can bring that back to you guys when we have some more information as far as when we can get this going and the whole process. So I'm going to start that through the TPA.
Okay, thank you.
Cool.
Thank you very much. All right.
We're on K.
We're on K. This is the voting, the Florida League of Cities, the annual conference is the 12th to the 14th. I know I'm going. I believe Commissioner Malig is going. I believe Commissioner Stokes is going. What they're looking for is one of us to become the voting delegate. I'm going to be there a little early because of the mayor's meeting. I wouldn't mind being the voting delegate, but I mean, have somebody say something.
If you're you are a mayor, I feel like you're a good representative of the city. If you're willing to do it, I'm happy to have you do it, unless somebody says I don't have a burning desire to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know if Commissioner Malega has a burning desire to do it. I know I've never even heard of it.
No objection.
Okay. I mean, it's a function, and then that's
Somebody's got to do it.
Somebody's
You're
gotta do
all-
But we're gonna all come back during our liaison reports and report back what's.
Oh, yeah.
We'll know all the wonderful votes that you made.
I'll make wonderful votes.
Yes.
It's the mayor's prerogative.
And we'll be able to talk about it. I'm sorry, Commissioner Ronson?
It's the mayor's prerogative. If you want to do it, do it.
I'll do it.
There you go.
I'm there anyway. I'm going to be there the whole time anyway. So, all right.
You're it.
I'm it.
We need a motion and a second, please, Madam Mayor.
Motion to approve the mayor as delegate for the city.
Second.
By Commissioner Stokes, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We're all going to be there, so we don't talk about stuff anyway.
City attorney.
City attorney?
Is gonna talk to us about legal aid.
Oh, yeah.
You were right.
Is our last item? No, almost our last item.
So since your meeting a week or so ago, been a lot of communication with both Takesha Miles, who runs that project, Bob Burgess is the director. And we're trying to put together the agreement in a couple of things. There's an agreement that Legal Aid has with the county for the emergency rental assistance ERA program. There is not an agreement yet, an American Rescue Plan. So we're modeling it after the county's ERA agreement because in essence, there'll be a sub-recipient. So there's some clarifying questions that I've got for the commission. First, do you want to fund the program? Because Legal Aid, just as I think you're all aware from James Green's presentation, Legal Aid Resi has agreements with the county and Legal Aid has their own programs where they talk about providing free landlord tenant assistance as part of what they do for anyone in Congress County. But if we're looking to have something specific for Lake Worth Beach, they're willing to enter into an agreement. But we need some specifics as to what exactly is the commission wanting to do. So, for example, one question is, are we only talking about using American Rescue Plan dollars? If that's the case, then this is clearly a sub-recipient agreement. They'll be responsible for keeping the statistics, reporting back to the city, Juan and Jessica, make sure we get reimbursed from the American Rescue Plan dollars. There may be some things that might not be covered by the American Rescue Plan. So, for example, we're pretty sure they'll cover things like paying for legal aid to represent someone in an eviction proceeding.
Yeah.
We're not so sure yet if they'll pay to conduct the kind of landlord tenant training that we've talked about before. So if there are things that we find that are not covered, and that doesn't seem as imminent and critical as the eviction part, we can come back to you to see if you want to allocate city funds for that. But again, there's still an open question whether, the American Rescue Plan dollars will pay for that kind of training sessions. We're assuming that you'd like whoever gets provided this assistance would meet those same eligibility criteria that was in the ERA program, 80% of the adjusted median income and all the other things, the checklist that, you all saw in that James Green presentation.
And legal aid would determine the eligibility.
Yes, yes, they would determine the eligibility. They would do the intake. They would represent. A question, frankly, that Bob Burge and I talked about today was, okay, so Bob, you're getting all this money to take care of folks from the county, from American Rescue Plan. What extra do we get? I mean, are we getting like VIP treatment, or if our residents call, are they going to get the red line and Riviera Beach residents get the blue line? And they don't know either. I mean, and how do they account for unduplicated services? Because again, they can't pay for one through county American Rescue dollars and then pay for one again with our rescue dollars. So we all want to help, but we need some direction as to how do you want to structure this? Do you want them to be available for mediations? Do you want them to be available for only the court cases? And again, they are, back to their flyer, they are available in general for everybody. They've doubled their staff. When I talked to Tisha, they used to have 3 lawyers that worked on this, now they have 6. So they've geared up, they're preparing. So there's free legal assistance. That seems like the easiest thing to do an agreement that says they'll provide up to perhaps $500, the number that we tossed around for individuals.
Per case.
Per case, per unit. So, we live together. It's not going to be 500 for me, 500 for Juan. It's going to be 500 for the
living dwelling unit.
Right, people living in that dwelling per unit. Okay. And when I first saw that, and that actually was on the Colorado, thank you for sending the Colorado legal aid. Even amazing, sending lots of good information. I wanted unit, why unit? And I realized, okay, because
Might have several people.
Yeah.
And then outreach and public information campaigns, they're willing to do all those things. What we really need you to give us the guidance and direction as to how much money, is it just American Rescue money? And we're assuming that you want it to be unduplicated, and they're not sure how.
Could they go by zip code?
Well, they can do it that way, but if they're getting money from the county to take care of all county residents.
Oh. Are we considered the county?
We are.
I mean,
County.
no, I know we're in Palm Beach County.
We pay taxes in Palm Beach
We
County.
just took away your voting.
But I'll defer to Commissioner Stokes. I think the sense that I've had in our conversations is that we want to make sure that our residents get that white glove treatment.
Well, they don't get turned away. So I'm pretty sure I put this in an email. So I'm not that interested in, I don't see any point in funding the people that are going to go to legal aid and check the boxes and get the legal aid already. It's the people who get turned away that are slipping through the cracks.
Which would be who?
It could be due to a bunch of different reasons. The landlords are finding ways of bringing the charges about in a way to skirt some of the due process and not make it related to failure to pay rent, and bringing up, they're finding ways of bringing eviction notices to them that would not fall under some of those categories. So I don't have that paper with me. Do you have that paper, Glenn? Can you see that? With all the criteria. So a lot of states and cities are passing a universal right to counsel. If you make up to 80% AMI, you have a right to counsel, which means you don't have to, obviously they would be a Lake Worth tenant. And they would, and we also have, I believe, in legal aid, they are triaging it. So they do have 6 lawyers, but if people come to them, they might turn people away that are making up to 80% AMI if they only have enough capacity for people who are making up to 50% AMI. This is just meant to, my intention was always just to fill the gap. Landlord listed in PAPA. Like any reason tenant is able to provide the lease agreement, anything that could.
That should be a standard. If you're leasing, we have to know that you have a real lease.
Right. And you have to be, in order to get evicted, you have to have a lease. But you know what? In 3 days.
No, right.
That's not true.
How do they evict you if you're not legal?
I have rental units. I don't have leases. I don't like leases. They're month to month.
A handshake agreement.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
And you're still evicted.
So tenant is able to provide proof of prior payments. There's just a lot of.
Well, that's because you have people, unfortunately, who are scrupulous and say, well, I've been renting from Betty and I've been paying her $1,400 a month. Betty, you're going to act like you're evicting me and I'm going to get you a rent check for the last 6 months rent and we'll split it. That's why they want to see proof that you've paid those in the past, that you've paid that person. Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, just look at, the collapse of the condo in Surfside. Those people's identities are now being stolen, people who died. There are unscrupulous people that will take advantage of programs that are out there and say, oh, but that's why we need canceled checks, or even, I think, what are those, money order?
One of my tenants Zells me money every month. There's
Zelle, Venmo.
Yeah, there's a way of showing. And I mean, we have also had landlords in Lake Worth, from my experience, that will take cash payments and then go, you didn't pay me, prove it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen that happen. It's horrible.
But I think that if I understand where Commissioner Stokes is going and where Glenn is going, and where, I didn't catch his name, Bob?
Bob Burgers.
Right.
Those are the.
Right.
Every lawyer in the county knows Bob Burgers.
Bob Burgers.
He's like director, I mean,
Forever.
I started in 1981 here, and he was the director then.
And my
So
question,
there's a question of, if there's a program in place already by the county, if everybody in the county is in the county, which includes us then, is there in fact a gap? Because that's what I think Commissioner Stokes is concerned about. Are there people, obviously we don't want to double pay them. If the county is kindly paying for this service, and I don't think legal aid wants double payment either. But we do want to make sure that we pick up anybody that might fall through the county's sieve and make sure we're not leaving anybody out.
Which is in the blanket
And
contract.
keeping track of unscrupulous, but I think legal aid will probably be pretty astute at getting the most of the unscrupulous.
are they the only legal aid, Florida Royal Rural Legal Services provides the
They're a
same,
good organization as well. I haven't spoken with them in a long time.
but they provide the same services,
Similar services.
To a certain population,
pardon me,
to a certain population.
to the same, yeah.
Right,
Certain.
right. They help fill other gaps.
And the question.
So do we want to split the money between the two agencies? I mean, legal services, legal aid has sufficient, okay, I'm just suggesting that we could spread the money around to different services, and maybe Florida Rural Legal Services could provide.
We're not terribly rural.
Well, one reason I asked the question about American Rescue Plan dollars,
Right.
that's going to be the same criteria, whether it's the county or us. So I get the slipping through the cracks, but if the cracks are defined by the American Rescue Plan, it's not going to matter if the American Rescue Plan via Palm Beach County, via Lake Worth Beach, via Delray Beach. It's still frankly, the only way I see the gaps funded is if we do it out of city money. And I haven't heard any intention that we use city funds, and Juan will shoot daggers at me for even using those words. And I know the city has no money, but that's and again, these are all concerns that Takesha and Bob and I have been wrestling with. How do we, I'd love to give you Bob $50,000 of Lake Worth's money, but what can you, and Juan's asked this question, what extra are our clients, our citizens, our residents going to get from it?
If they're covered anyway, because they're in the county.
And also, you guys talked about the last time that there are mediators at the court that will do this. And I understand we're trying to give representation, but if there's already an obscene amount of money out there for legal aid, should we be redirecting these funds towards stopping people from being evicted? Should we be redirecting these funds towards great organizations like Adopt a Family who are already supplying housing?
I did talk to the gentleman from Adopt a Family at the end of at the CRA's.
Matt.
And he's worried about the amount of service he'll be able to provide with the influx of what he can handle. Where legal aid is able to ramp up more quickly. They are, I think, able to handle a more of volume than they are. And he was very supportive of us trying to kind of fill those gaps through legal aid. So I see in the Boynton one, it does say to provide a minimum of 18 units of unduplicated fair housing enforcement. So it's never my intention to pay for something that they were already providing. It was to fill those gaps. Who are they turning away? And
do mobile home people qualify?
That they
I really
can
was
get.
trying hard to get Commissioner Stokes' vision into some reality. Because I'm not reading apart from the 60s myself, so I still want to. How do we help folks? So you could do an agreement with legal aid. You have the unduplicated, and I think there's enough credibility with legal aid in the legal community that they're not going to, fool around. But if there is some monies that they need for somebody that's unduplicated, if the county runs out of their funds and they need more money.
But then they can, at that point, come to us and say.
But I'm kind of grasping a little bit at straws. Now, things that they could do that are different are the training, the seminars, like we talked about earlier with William in terms of, classes for landlords. that's probably not American Rescue money. That's probably your money, but that's also probably a much smaller amount. But then we're talking $2,000 to $3,000 to $4,000 a year for them to do training to landlords, outreach, more targeted to Lake Worth, that little bit of the, white glove treatment. That is something they could do. That's probably not American Rescue Plan dollar funded though.
As we're talking through this, I think, would it be a better use of $50,000 for us to, as Commissioner Stokes said a couple weeks ago, get this information out of what's available through legal aid? Would it be a better use of our dollars to create a job in our city to facilitate the ARPA funds for evictions? I'm hearing that the money's already there, the program's already there. Should we
I
take?
don't want to say it's already there. Yeah, it's all there in theory.
No, I'm saying with the county.
With the county, they're there in theory, but they're like everybody else. Everybody's scrambling right now. This is all coming to a head. We all know it's coming to a head. Everybody's bracing for it to come to a head, and everybody's hoping that it's not going to be as bad as they're bracing for. But
So what kind of numbers are we talking about in terms of people being evicted, units being under eviction?
I think I said to you last time when I talked to them, they were talking in Lake Worth. In the county right now, as a week ago, there are 1,700 evictions in the court system, and about 300 or 350 are probably going to be looking at an eviction relatively soon. They've been in the system and ready to get what that's called.
In Lake Worth Beach?
No, countywide.
No, countywide. I want to know about Lake Worth Beach.
And our numbers, I'm trying to remember that email from Takesha. Our numbers were a very small percentage of that. We had 63 cases in 2 years. So if you just kind of do the math, it is 63 out of 1,700. We're a relatively small part of that. And I forget when we did the math, it was maybe 5, 10, 15.
In 2016, we had almost 500 evictions filed in Lake Worth Beach.
In 2016?
For that year. So, we can look at the last year while there's an eviction moratorium going on and say the numbers were small.
Yeah,
So I think-
I'm skeptical that that's the full picture of.
Well, yeah, because there's people who cash in.
Right.
No, not your number, but the smaller
63
number.
number is the legal aid number.
Right.
I think Mr. Stokes' number, the 500 is everybody in Lake Worth Beach who has been a big.
Right. They all don't go to legal aid.
And those are for different reasons. You're
picking on one. One got evicted because he knocked the wall down.
That's what I'm saying is we're only talking about people that have come under the COVID situation, not total evictions. People get evicted for different reasons.
Right. And the landlord is able to prove those reasons and go forward with those evictions. And a landlord can say, I'm evicting you because you knocked the wall down when you didn't knock a wall down, and just try to use that and you have no representation.
But this money's for COVID affected people, not just, like if you're not supposed to have a Rottweiler and you go buy a Rottweiler, you're being evicted. We can't help you with that. You broke the confines of your contract.
And people can
Which is what's happening, because when we saw the ARPA presentation, it was obvious to me that there was no burden to prove that your eviction was COVID related. They're assuming if these problems like evictions and other things that exist, those were kind of like, yeah, use your ARPA money for that.
If you were in the certain census zone, you didn't have to prove
you have to prove it, right?
Right. So is legal aid going to take everybody in that census zone? And if they have 6 lawyers for the whole county, they're not going to be able to take everybody every case. So I was just hoping that we could fund and try to help maybe keep up to 100 extra families in their homes by filling the gaps that legal aid is going to have.
I would feel better putting that $50,000 at helping people who are looking on August 1st to being evicted.
Right.
And if they can show loss of income due to COVID and they meet all those other little parameters, to me, I would rather say, let's help those people and figure out the legal aid thing and keep them in their homes.
And keep it in-house, Lake Worth Beach.
So we're paying rent.
Not just donate $1,000.
We're talking about before, helping with rental income instead.
It's not a donation, it's to pay,
Well,
when
we're
they
giving-
read the file and they say, and then you get a report from them and you'll see what are the cases that they're picking up. Because, you
In
know,
the county, they're going to spread it through the county though.
if we give them money, absolutely not.
Oh,
Because
it's a contract.
And it would be, wouldn't it be a not to exceed kind of thing?
Right,
They
right
charge
here.
us per case, so if they only have 3 cases.
The contract says,
Don't spend it.
Right here, it says 18 clients will, this was about the point in contract. 18 clients will be represented through enforcement discrimination activities at $480 per case for $8,640. Down here, it says to provide a minimum of 18 units of unduplicated fair housing enforcement, fair housing enforcement, landlord tenant counseling and foreclosure representation services.
So the unduplicated addresses.
I think that's our best course. I think, I mean, if you'd like me to give the recommendation, we do the contract with legal aid up to whatever amount you think that you want to commit, unduplicated, and maybe a month or 2 or 3 from now, we get a report back from legal aid and see where we're at. And
each case is going to vary per cost?
No.
That's a flat.
$480
$per case where they go to court. So if they're just counseling with you, they're not going to be charged for that. They're already, that's part of their mission to give you counseling. But if they're actually appearing in court in an eviction proceeding, that's when the 500 kicks in.
So
I think it could be 50, it could be 20, it could be a 3-month contract. It could be,
Yeah,
They
so
could pick up
if we
100 people
contract, let's say for 50 evictions at $480.
that's 25,000.
Right.
You know, so you could do something like that and say, okay.
Because you said $500 approximately is what you were thinking.
That's what I think.
Right.
Right.
A year or 2 ago.
Right, so
Ballpark number is $500
Per unit.
And that's reasonable.
And does that solve the problem? I mean, what we're doing is paying $500 to a lawyer to say
people
they're going
in
to
their
pull the
home.
money for the rent out of where?
The rental assistance, because as we heard from James Green, all the lawyers that work for legal aid and their staff are experts in that system. So if they negotiate, which that is an ideal situation, they are representing the tenant and the landlord has their lawyer and they can come to an agreement of, you know, for this amount of money of back rent and then if I need 3 months of advanced rent to make me feel comfortable keeping you here, then legal aid can hook them right into the rental assistance, which we have so much rental assistance and it's not getting into people's hands. And that's at the county level, that's at the national level. So if we can have our residents, if we can get up to 100 residents that wouldn't get that access before, access to a lawyer that can help negotiate a settlement and then tap them right into the resources that would get that and help keep them in the home. So we don't have to see the things that adopt a family has to deal with. And we don't have to do all these extra programs and, relocate families and go through all that. And we get every contract I've ever seen with legal aid through all of these different cities that are doing similar things, you are getting a report back. So you know what you're paying for.
But do we know who?
I don't want to.
Like, do we get like an address or a name to know what resident we represent it? And the outcome, I would like to know the outcome.
The outcome. So we know what we're paying for. And if we're like, this is so successful, if, we look at it, I mean, this is less than 0.5% of our ARPA money, less than 0.5% of our ARPA money, which clearly had like an entire slide on evictions. And we can do this. We get to know, was this effective? Was it not? And decide, do we want to continue doing it?
And I think something that really stuck in my head from Matt Constantine, his presentation was their experience as an organization that you can provide all sorts of services, but if people don't have stable housing, all that stuff goes to waste.
So the consequences.
The leverage factor of doing this, if we keep 100 families in, is very high.
It's cheaper than dealing with.
And that seems like,
no doubt,
that's a worthwhile investment. And it seems like if we write in the contract, what was it? Unduplicated services. So we're not, and I think legal aid is going to be pretty conscientious that.
Can we include mobile home renters in this?
Yeah, definitely.
To make sure if they're behind in their lot rent, that they get representation before they're evicted?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Because when they get evicted, their trailers get taken.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's no guarantee.
You lose all your furniture,
Oh, no, it's a nightmare. And you're never going to rent a place again because now you've got an eviction on your record.
Right.
I mean, even filing an eviction is a blur on your record, whether or not it's successful. And not everybody's going to be able to be saved. I mean, there will be
Right.
some places where you haven't paid your rent in 8
Right.
months, and a landlord, again, there's the landlord
And
recovery act that should somebody.
Right. I mean, as you said before, there's the slumlords, and then there's the mom and pop
Landlords.
And I'm not saying that
And-
corporations aren't good landlords too, but generally the mom and pops are the good landlords, and you don't want them to get burned either. So
And
it's that balancing act.
I've experienced good tenants and bad tenants, and I don't know how we're going to distinguish that.
Just because they're a bad tenant, they still get representation. And then
I'm
they
not,
get kicked out. And then
I'm
they get-
sorry, I'm not interested in representing a bad tenant.
Define bad tenant.
You can't
Well-
prove they're bad until you've gone through the process.
We
So
don't-
you can't assume, it's like everything else that our
So
country's
that
been founded on,
going
you
through
can't
the-
assume guilt.
Going through the process is going to cost us $500 for that one case.
But it's define bad tenant.
A violent person,
But this is only money for people that fit a criteria, that haven't paid their rent. I mean, if you have a tenant that all of a sudden becomes a problem, that's not what we're talking about.
And I would think.
who's going to distinguish that?
Exactly.
Legal aid.
I think legal aid is going to put some degree of filter on that. If you've got somebody who's.
That's my
off the
question.
wall, they're going to recognize that and say, we're.
I'm not taking this case to court.
Yeah.
Being evicted because you have 5 code violations on that the city's come after the landlord for because of you.
Right.
Yeah, that's a bad tenant situation where we're not representing you.
I think have a reasonable degree of protection from that.
So
And Herman, I think
we're going to know the address of the eviction,
We'll get the report.
and then we're going to inspect that property.
You can certainly do that.
I would like to put that in the
Who's going to inspect
contract.
it? You're going to?
Not the contract, but at least we get the address, and then we immediately make sure that it's up to standards.
Well,
That's a whole different.
We can put.
Yeah,
we
well,
can
no, it
address.
is because they're being evicted, and I don't want anybody being evicted from a bad place to live.
Right, and that's the beauty of having representation is they can they can tell you your living situation was unacceptable. And they can give you that advice and they can help you with that, where when you're doing this on your own,
Legal aid's going to inspect the property, or are they going to go?
legal aid will ask the questions about their living situation. The legal aid knows all the avenues of the tenant landlord.
They do this now.
Okay,
And I don't think we'd get charged the $500 if it's only if they go to court. If an eviction is filed and they actually represent them. If somebody comes in and says, my landlord's evicting me, well, what about, the 4 arrests that you've had at your property for whatever. Legal aid will go, really, that's not a COVID.
But if they want to cover that from some other funding, that's up to them.
That's up to them.
So I have one more question in regards to legal aid. Do they verify that these landlords are licensed?
That's
So that goes back to, I think, Commissioner Robertson's question.
Yeah.
So that if we get I'm not sure whether they verify, I would think I don't know.
That's going to be a prerequisite for me that if we're using funds, that landlord needs to be licensed in this.
And that would be a pretty simple thing for if somebody comes to legal aid can it's an easy thing for legal aid to have like a process that they should email to the city licensing department. Is there a license on this?
Is this license effective?
Right. We can include
That's pretty simple.
That needs to be a part of our process.
I think it goes back to Mr. Robinson's. That's maybe where your part kicks in, because we get a list that 1A Street is being
and it's a hellhole.
and we check and see, do they have a business license? Do they have a certificate of use? And if they don't, okay, now we know you've got somebody that's violating that law, and you can go and cite
Code them
for that.
But then you don't want people to look at you and go, well, these people hired legal aid. Now you're going after them with code. No, we're going after your landlord because they're not licensed and they're running an illegal business.
Right. And that was a confusion. That's been a confusion a few times. And also now that the new state law says that you can't do an anonymous, legal aid would be having to, the city would be having to do
That's a tough law.
Oh, God.
I've actually told code enforcement.
Earlier today, where their police department is their code enforcement. I get an anonymous complaint as a law enforcement person. Does that mean now I can't investigate because it's a code issue?
It's insane.
I actually told code if they get anyone in my district who calls, and then when they say,
I'm
oh, you
already on
can't be,
same thing in
you
my
can't be anonymous anymore, I just told them to put me.
Give my name, yeah.
I said, use me for anything in District
We're gonna
1.
look into whether that's gonna fly, but I.
Like, just put me down, I'll be the big complainer.
Oh, she's such a complainer.
This new commissioner.
Okay, Karen.
Yeah. Question, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If the commission, and I get the sense that you're gonna go ahead and authorize this $50,000 agreement with legal aid, do you want the agreement to come back on August 3rd so that you actually see the agreement and vote on it then? Or do you want the agreement to be signed one by one before August 3rd and come back to you to see afterwards?
I think we want to see it before we approve it.
And I'm just saying, is there Florida Rural Legal Services? Can they provide 150 or 200 tenants with services? Is this I just want to know we're getting the best.
I can contact Florida Rural, but if the consensus of the motion is 50,000 in the pot, and I can reach out to Florida Rural and say, okay, there's some.
What can they do for us?
Are they
What can they do for us?
Are they connected? Do they talk to each other? Legally,
They talk to each other. They're two separate organizations.
Right, so if we would need some stats to determine how to divide up that, right? If we're like, we're gonna help 100 families, if
and maybe
3 of them go to
Florida
Rural and we've allocated 50 of ours to Florida Rural and only 3 are going there,
Yeah.
then that's
That
challenging.
conversation and then bring it back. To
Yeah, I mean, and legal aid really is,
They're the gold standard, right?
they really are.
Yeah.
They really are.
That's why they have the gold.
Is there any way we can bring this back before our electric utility meeting on the 27th so that we're not waiting until after the moratorium?
That was my concern also. Obviously, I think we want to see it.
Yes.
I don't know if it's necessary that we see it. I mean, I think I have pretty good confidence.
But we're also hearing that the county money is going to pay for some of this. So it's not like if we don't do this, it's not going to happen. That's where I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I share the sense of urgency, but I frankly, no one's going to make any difference whether it's July 27th or August 3rd. Legal aid's going to gear up. They're going to.
Yeah.
You're not going to turn people away for 2 days.
Turn people away.
I mean, do we even need to give legal aid $50,000 if they're going to get X amount of dollars from the county?
That's the unduplicated part.
A reasonable question.
And it might be, Takesha Miles is more than willing to come to commission meetings, so maybe we should invite her to the next.
And she's legal aid?
Yeah, she's the head of that. So if you want, we can invite her to the August 3rd meeting and maybe put it as an early agenda item so she can do the presentation and you can ask, well, the contract done, but you can ask those kind of questions.
I guess I'm just conflicted because if I'm hearing that there's tons of money out there for legal aid, that it's countywide, that fits all of our people.
Mm-hmm.
Is this $50,000 better served helping people with their back rent who do have representation already through legal aid, but they might not fit, in certain boxes. It's a big box to unpack. And I'm just glad that we're having the conversation. We're going to do something. It's just, what is that something going to be?
Well, can we come back an hour before our electric utility meeting and have Takesha Miles come here and talk to us to help answer these questions?
We can ask. August 3rd?
Because
no, not
we-
August 3rd. 27th, I believe.
We have somebody outside who wants to make a public comment but can't get in the building. I just saw a message flash on my phone. Can we let him in?
I guess so, yeah.
Somebody?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
We have a work session that precedes the electric utility meeting on the 27th, beginning at 5.
Okay.
And what's that about? What work session is that? Which work session is that?
She just
Regarding
5
electric
p.m.
rates.
Oh, okay. So can we
Could we do it at 4?
forward?
I'll check to see.
I have my calendar.
I'm looking at mine right now. She's got us from 5 to 6 with the electric rates work session, and then the EU meeting is after.
Right.
And I don't know, I could go to my calendar. I don't know if I have a.
Can we do in the next week a notice to all the landlords that we are considering help? And see how many people in Lake Worth Beach are being, up for eviction.
Well, let me remind you, there's been this other program, the EAR program since March 10th. So the rental assistance program, that's been going through the county, that's ongoing. Legal Aid has a contract with the county for this. That's the contract that we're using as a model. So there is a program up and running, it has been now for a few months.
Yeah.
On rental assistance and on evictions. I mean, it's COVID specific, where the rescue plan is not COVID specific, but the landlords have certainly been getting, and some landlords have declined to participate in that program.
I saw that the state actually shut down because they didn't get enough people showing up for it.
Right.
Yeah,
Landlords
so-
have to register as a vendor for Palm Beach County. They get paid through Palm Beach County.
Which means that they have to pay taxes on it.
Right, right. And I think the rescue plan has different rules, and we're still learning the rescue plan rules. As you know, I mean, it's an evolving topic.
One thought that as we think about this, I know that we're thinking, well, if we're going to give legal aid 50,000, but I'm not sure that that's quite the right way to think about it. I think what we're giving, or what we would be giving them, is a contract up to 50. They may never use much of it. If it turns out there aren't very many unduplicated, then, it's sort of an insurance policy.
Right.
Now, the question is, do we want to have a second insurance policy along the lines of Commissioner Malega that says, okay, maybe we don't use many on the legal aid part, but maybe we need to do something for the rental assistance. Or maybe we need to do something to get landlords that are not taking full advantage of the other financial help to get rent paid. Maybe we need to help promote that somehow. I don't know.
I mean, if I just keep coming back to, if legal aid is getting paid to take care of the people and, legal representation in the county, why are we giving them, I mean, unless they run out of money and come to us and go, hey, we need some more money, why give them?
If the contract says only unduplicated stuff,
Well, but
and you
why-
only get paid per thing,
But what would the duplication be? You're resident of Palm
That
Beach.
I don't know.
I mean, you're a resident of Palm Beach County, you fit the criteria. I'm missing something perhaps.
So you have to be documented, you have to provide your social security card, you have to provide a picture ID, you have to provide a copy of your lease and proof that you've had this lease. You have to, I mean, there's all of
there's a
those
bunch
same
of things
things that were in
involved.
that bucket that we watched a week ago still have to be in the ARPA bucket, correct?
I believe so, at least 90% of it. I mean, I haven't done a side by
Because I'm just, if the legal aid money that's out there says you have to have all of this, but then this ARPA money comes in and says, well, you have to have this minus 20%. That's the hole I think that Commissioner Stokes is worried about filling, is those people who would slip in that hole. Does that make sense?
All right, what about an undocumented person?
They go
What
to
about
Florida farm workers.
Okay, that's good. I mean,
Again, my suggestion is, why don't you just give us authority to work on contracts for both of them for a total of up to 50,000 and bring at least Takesha Miles here on August 3rd and answer all these questions, because we've been struggling, Takesha, myself, Bob, with these questions for the last 10 days.
I like that idea because I like including the rule, because that really affects our community that are going to slip through the cracks. And
which rule? I didn't.
the rule, Florida rule, rural.
Legal services.
City guy, I can't say rural.
Rural.
I was struggling.
RURL, that word.
10 to 11.
I just want to shop around and get.
I think that's a good idea. Go back, find two contracts for both of them, split the 50,000 or however, 20, 30, whatever you get. They think
It's up to that number.
No, I understand that. But if we split it between the two agencies, it's up to 25,000 each.
But you'll find out from rural legal services to see if they're participating.
I'd still like to see if we could try to get, if we don't feel comfortable tonight, we need more conversation. And we do have public comment cards we need to listen to, but I'd love to see us try to move it up to 4 p.m. I came in here 3 today, but 4 p.m. on the day before the electric utility.
On the 27th, good.
Yeah.
4 o'clock on the 27th.
I still.
If she's available.
If she's available.
Well, Bernie shall show up if she isn't.
I'll check, I mean, I can check tomorrow and let, if they're available, and see if they're available on the 3rd, if they're not available on the 27th.
And we may just exercising ourselves over something that the county is.
That's my concern. Madam Clerk.
My concern about the 27th is that it's at 4:00. They might still be at 4:00. And
Yeah.
night, I know she could do the night meetings. We talked about that. She knows 6:00. She's there. I never asked her if she was at noon, assuming that she could be.
And people
Doing her
are
job.
not going to get turned away because the money's there. I mean, that's the contract.
Madam Mayor, we have a budget work session on Thursday that week as well. Maybe a little bit later for her to show up in 4:00.
Thursday's what, 29th?
If she came
Yeah.
before the budget.
Yeah.
Well, the budget's at what time? 6?
Madam Clerk, what time does the budget work session start? 5 or 6 on the
It's
29th?
at 5:00, Mr. City Manager.
So then we're back to.
We can bump that to 6 and make her at 5.
Okay.
Can we do that, Melissa?
If she's available, just let me know and I'll make it happen.
Then we should check on all those dates and then coordinate with
Yeah.
on the calendar.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Something we never have figured out how to face before. It's just, and we don't just want to, we all want to help. That's the thing. We all want to help. We don't want people to get kicked out of their places but it's, how do you actually effectively do that? Is the question.
Well, I think Glenn's suggestion, let's get fairly far with the contract. It's an up to, and let's hear, if she's available to come, let's hear what her suggestion is. And she may say, look, we don't need the money.
No, she's not gonna say that.
She's not going to say we don't.
No, she's not gonna say that.
Lawyer.
And she's not gonna say that they're gonna cover everybody. She's not gonna guarantee that they're gonna.
Madam Mayor, you're gonna hear public
cover
comments. We're gonna have to.
I know, I just said it's 10 to 7. So, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments? I'm
I have
on.
one, Madam Mayor.
Please read it.
Matthew Brennan, 602 18th Avenue North wrote, American Rescue Plan Act money is an opportunity for us to lead with our values and how Lake Worth uses this money. Protecting housing rights as the end to the eviction moratorium approaches is a time to do that. Right to counsel is something that will protect many residents and deserves to be a fair chunk of the money allocated. Please do not go small in allocating a paltry percentage of this money, as it will signal an insignificant and half-hearted pledge from the mayor and commissioners to keep our residents and their families safe and protected from perils of evictions in a difficult economic time. That's the only comment I have.
Thank you. Amari Hardy, you had put a card in, but I see you're here now. Do you want to read your card or you want to ad-lib it? What a surprise.
Does your wife know you're here?
2181 North Australian. I'll reiterate what I said on the card, which is that this is really a once in a lifetime situation. You have a large percentage of renters, not just in the county, but across the country, who are basically on the verge of eviction. And I think now's the time to do something significant to make sure that these folks have a line of defense in place. What I'll say is that this conversation got 100% further than it got 2 years ago. And it's a testament to the people who are sitting on this dais, and it's a testament to what it is that y'all value, because I know that y'all hearts are in the right place here. What I'll say is, we got to keep it really simple. First off, the eviction moratorium ends this month. And if you don't have something in place, it means that there are more people who will fall through the cracks. And so I really
There is something.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, it's really important, I think, to have something in place with legal aid for residents of this city before August 1st. That's number one. The other thing is, it's not either or with respect to rental assistance or eviction defense. It's a both and you can use eviction defense to steer folks to rental assistance and to get landlords into a posture who might not want to accept the rental assistance because they really want to screw their tenant. It might put them at, not everyone is as awesome a landlord as some of the folks, but there are some situations where the landlord-tenant relationship has really deteriorated and the landlord's like, screw you, I don't want your money.
Well, let's not blame the landlord.
No, I'm not blaming the landlord, but if we can use the eviction defense to get the landlord to a position where he's like, okay, I'll take your money and I won't pursue this any further, that would be a positive thing. And the other thing is, the county's doing this. The county has a lot of money to this. But again, we're talking about 6 attorneys in a good year when the economy was doing fantastic. There were thousands of evictions.
and Palm Beach County in
Thank you. Your time is up.
So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Omar.
I mean, I have to take a home bridge.
This model's watching
Okay.
and is texting. Give them some information. So,
Who was?
Keisha,
Oh, she's on it.
So what she said first is all Lake Worth Beach tenants would have access to a dedicated phone extension to be helped with, never double bill services. So that goes to that concept. And then I asked about the dates being available. She's on vacation next week. She's trying to get a vacation in before the moratorium ends.
Makes
She wants
sense.
to start. Exactly. So she could send someone else on the 27th or 29th, or she is free on the 3rd.
Will someone, if we don't
frankly,
have something in place
She is,
and someone shows up at legal aid and they live in Lake Worth, are they going to be turned away because they live in Lake Worth and not in the county proper?
no.
So we're really, it's
There are people
really,
that get turned away throughout the entire county. Like, I like the way that Commissioner McVoy stated it. We want to provide our residents that insurance policy. Make no mistake, there will be people getting turned away. They are not covering everybody in the county up to 80% AMI with 6 lawyers that are going to be facing eviction. What we're trying to put in place is that insurance policy that the people in Lake Worth Beach don't get turned away.
But
So, yes.
what legal standpoint do they have to say, no, Glenn, we're not going to help you because you're in Lake Worth Beach?
right.
No.
Why do they turn them away?
They turn people away throughout, they don't cover everybody that walks through their doors.
But I'm saying on what,
What basis?
I'm just asking for the education. What basis do they turn people
What legal
away?
basis would they have?
Yeah, let me back
Which-
you up a second. It's not like on August 1st, the doors are going to open and people
Right.
can be thrown out. The landlord tenant case is a case in court that takes some time. So that when Takesha talked about the 1,700 cases, those are cases that are already filed, they've been filed and waiting for the moratorium to end. And her expectation was about 300 of those, 350 maybe, are at the point where they could be asking the judge on August 1st to issue what's called a writ of possession to evict somebody. Now, realistically, there's not 300 judges, or there's not enough judges to issue 300 writs of possession on the very first day.
Before you get a rid of possession, you have to go through the whole eviction.
That doesn't answer my question. Who's being turned away? That's my, I mean, I just want to know what legal standpoint, because is it because they're, if you're saying that they're only focusing on people who are 50% AMI?
No, they're triage.
So what is triage? I'm just asking because you've been doing our research. I don't know.
Right, and it would be good to have somebody from legal aid come talk to us that can answer from past experience what happens and what those situations are. But from my conversation, because there's a limited amount of lawyers, they are going to take certain cases first. That's triage. So they look at what's coming through their doors and they attack like the worst case scenario first. And we're not trying to jump ahead of them. We're trying to provide extra funding to help them increase their bandwidth to make sure that we don't get.
Are they going to hire another attorney with our money?
So they have, no.
So then how would we get, I guess that's where I'm confused, is how do we get at the table?
They've hired the 6. She just texted again saying they are most concerned about the cases that are now stopped in the system because of the moratorium. They're going to outreach to those people first.
And they know who they are because they're cases that are filed.
Cases that are filed, they're going to outreach to those folks first. And again, if tomorrow I tried to evict, I want to keep using you, evict Juan.
Knocked down 2 walls now.
And you have a pit bull.
Not
2 actually.
He's going to get a notice, which is a 3-day notice, I think.
Yeah, 3-day notice.
And then after that, you file a lawsuit and then you go to court.
Answer.
It's a several-week process on a good day.
To get a court date.
Right. And court dates are going to be
cuckoo
backed up.
But again, I guess I'm just confused that what is our, and this is where I need education. What does our agreement with legal aid, giving them X amount of dollars, give us the guarantee that of those 6 attorneys that we're going to have one who doesn't say, okay, we're looking at all this criteria. And even just because you're in Lake Worth Beach, we're going to give you precedence because we have a contract with them. If they only have 6 attorneys are only going to be able to do so much work. Now, if they're going to hire or delegate a certain attorney, or say we're going to hire a representative for the city of Lake Worth Beach only as an attorney just for Lake Worth Beach, then I would understand how this is going to move our need.
We're not even guaranteeing them that.
I'm sorry.
Can we ask for their records of all the people that in Lake Worth Beach that have contacted them?
We could ask those questions and she could be here to answer them.
Again, the latest text.
Well, I'm going to ask when she shows up to have the list of the contacts from Lake Worth Beach to legal aid.
And their priority
For
under
evictions.
the existing ERA program is if you're 50% of AMI.
That's what I thought.
You have a priority.
Right.
Motion to continue for
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Well,
It would be motion to extend until midnight, at which time we have to end either way.
All right.
Not
one of those.
helping.
so when this person shows
All
up.
in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. When
I'm
this-
sorry, who seconded that?
I did.
Maligo.
No, wait, somebody, one of the commissioners.
Okay, so some more information. They have a dedicated staff attorney handling any city-funded contracts. So you are going to get a little bit of
That's
priority.
a contract. I'm asking for information on contacts from tenants to legal aid from Lake Worth Beach.
Okay, and so is that one city attorney, that they're gonna have us, Boynton, Boca, who else has a contract with them?
I don't know.
Right, and
Those are some of the questions that I would like to know.
it's not, it's a dedicated staff.
It's a dedicated staff attorney handling our city-funded contracts.
Contract,
And
Not
as this
city-funded.
conversation, it becomes clearer and clearer.
clients,
You didn't have
Contract.
her here.
We
contract.
do.
Right.
I think we need to have her here and
I'm not a good
Well,
translator.
because I'm interested in the people that have contacted legal aid so that we can go to the neighborhoods, we can go to code, we can act as a community.
Okay, I'm gonna take a leap of faith and go motion to approve up to $50,000 of ARPA money for the coronavirus moratorium, but to potentially be split between the rural lawyers and legal aid, with contracts coming back to us and this lady coming and answering these hard questions that we all have because we don't know.
which I
It's an
guess,
easy question to provide the statistics of, or the data, the names and the addresses of eviction
That's my motion.
contacts.
and can we live with August 3rd? Because it sounds like if we want her to come, that's what we got to deal with.
Is there a way that, like, so the cases that are pending right now, to look at which ones, what are our most at-risk cases if we wait, and like we're obviously. Is there a way to find that information out? Of the, I mean, it's public record,
Again,
right? There's,
realistically, I don't think you're going to see anybody in this county evicted on August 1st and August 2nd.
Right.
That's just
At
the
all.
first day the moratorium's lifted and you can get into.
You gotta
court.
start you gotta start the process.
But we would like to know of those court proceedings that are on
How
hold,
many are Lake Worth?
who is in Lake Worth Beach that's going to be affected. But now we've given direction, go get your contracts for us to review and carry on with it. That's my motion.
And maybe we
Do we have a
can,
second?
and maybe we can set aside some of that immediate money for immediate help.
Well, do we have a second?
I'll second it, but I don't know if I heard all of the details from
Right.
Mr. Herman, but generally, but I believe, I don't know what our procedure is, but it seems like Mr. Omari might have some additional information if we want to hear him out.
I was just gonna say that there are people who on August 1st are gonna get 3-day notices, and they're not necessarily gonna make it to the court system. Having
Yes.
something in place that says.
Legal aid is in place.
You have rights, come to us immediately. Having that in place is invaluable,
Legal aid has that in place now.
but they don't have the capacity.
But the first, and I don't really want to get into this, but I mean, the first wave, the first week or so, I mean, it's not gonna be everybody. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Are they going to hire a dedicated attorney? As they see the need, are they going to hire more people is another question.
They've just ramped up to 6.
Right.
Now, let's make believe that they decide on August 1st to hire an attorney. Imagine it's going to take them at least a month or 2
To hire
get out
somebody.
there and get people to apply like you're filling any position. It's not like you're not going to do it and say, okay, come on in. And landlord, tenant law.
Which is why I think it's important that what Commissioner Robinson brought up is reaching out to the other association to see what they're doing, because they might have 15
And
attorneys.
they're on top of this. I mean,
And we
again,
don't have the ARPA money yet.
At 11
anyhow.
o'clock at night, she's texting and on
But they
top
know.
of this with information saying that they have a
We don't
public
have it.
records request out to PBS
I
right
would like
now.
to be ready to.
Can we let Glenn talk?
I'm sorry, Herman, Commissioner. Takesha just sent another text saying that they have a public records request at PBSO right now to determine how many writs of possession there are. So if they're ready for their triage, they're ready to say, okay, you 3 people are facing an imminent eviction, whether you're in Boynton or Lake Worth or Loxahatchee.
Yeah.
We're going to get to you right away because you are most at risk.
And they're going to find out who those people are and they can identify from that. I mean, it's not going to be 10,000 people. They can suss out who's from Lake Worth Beach. I mean, we can ask them to do that.
Right. And again, they're estimating 300 or so people in that first wave. So that the statistics are, if my math is anything right, we're probably looking at somewhere between 3 and 10 Lake Worth residents added at 300. And they got 6 lawyers.
That's optimistic, but I'll let you know.
It seems low,
Yeah.
but
I don't know. I mean, yes, I want to help, but I'm just afraid that the county has the money to do it. They're prepared to do it. Legal aid is set up to
But
do
we're
it.
not approving the contract right now. We're just approving them to go get the contract and get us more information.
Oh, more information? Yeah. All right. I mean, I'm fine with that.
right, the motion is go ahead and write up the contract as best as possible, maybe with the rural and maybe with legal aid, but probably mostly with legal aid, we're thinking. And see if we can set up the.
I like the rule component though, because of the people who will fall through the slacks with legal aid and their box that they have to check off.
But if the rural legal services has the same criteria, it's not
I
going
think
to.
they're all going to have the same American Rescue
Yeah.
criteria.
Can I ask one question on that? Something that came up when we had the ARPA presentation that was the kind of stuck in my head was with the money that we might set aside for the city for lost revenue. Once that comes into the city, we have, I mean, it seems a little bit like an end run, but we have more flexibility about how we use that.
Correct.
And
would that be a sensible way to do it such that maybe that would open up people who don't meet the boxes?
And it would be in-house and
I'm
immediate.
worried about the box checkers.
Because I mean,
But then
I hear
that's going to go back to legal aid with their criteria. I mean, you know,
right.
The rural legal service, they all have criteria.
Well, that's a question. Are the criteria imposed by legal aid or is it by where their funding's coming from? If we could fund it through a mechanism that does have fewer boxes to check, I think that would fit a lot of our concern, that we're looking to avoid duplication. We're looking to make sure that folks here who might fall through the slats don't fall through the
I'm
slats.
not sure it's the funding that's creating all the cracks, because the Department of Treasury has been very, they've been putting out things constantly, trying to get as many people access to the services that they need, and encouraging self-attestation forms and encouraging loosening up of certain requirements. But is legal aid following that guidance, or do they have their own requirements? Or is it purely just what is ARPA? So we do need to.
And legal aid will identify who's going to fall through the crack. Somebody's going to go to them and they're going to say, well, you're not qualified. And then
because they're undocumented.
Well, for whatever reason.
Or they don't have a lease.
Or they don't, for whatever reason.
They can't prove they haven't paid.
And then we would have to say, well, what do we do with those people? Do we pay their, what do we do with them? We don't.
How do we help?
How do we help them? I mean, how can we help them given the constraints of ARPA?
We move them into Juan's place because he's getting evicted.
He's got a big house out there. 3 walls.
Oh, yeah, 2.
So, we're in a situation where this group wants to help people. We want to do it wisely. We don't want to duplicate, if the county's getting all this money to do this, but is anybody here like in favor of actually paying people's back rent?
And then the question is going to be with whose money?
Yeah, right. I mean, if you fall through the cracks, what do we do then? Do we hire?
Can we just take one step at a time at midnight?
No, we're going to go home.
I think I'm with you on that.
So can we vote now?
And the vote is to look into it. Because it sounds like it's going to come.
Authorize up to $50,000 subject to contracts coming back to be negotiated with legal aid and maybe Florida Legal Services to eviction prevention. In a nutshell.
And that we get certainly more excited about it if it's non-duplicated and if it picks up some that might not fit the other boxes. If that's a possible mechanism, we're definitely more in favor.
Well, the good thing we have a contract in front of you is all out spelled out. And if there's something missing, we can deal with that. But you should have, like, notes are good and the minutes are good. We should get all your boxes checked off. And then she just again said the current criteria is based on the ERA regulations from the Department of Treasury. So that's the regulations that we have, the criteria for this program.
But with ARPA, it could change.
ARPA could probably change. And again, I mean, legal aid, I'm not sure now, but when I worked for legal aid in Schenectady, which was 35 years ago, there was criteria. I remember then when clients came in. So there's always some set of criteria.
Yeah.
But legal aid wouldn't pay a millionaire, right? I mean, that's not their mission. The criteria is not, you can't make too much money. Right. So.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Reluctantly, I'll vote for it. And not because I don't want to help people, but I just think that we're just in the middle of a conundrum that, whatever.
Well, remember that I think in voting, we're voting to
Direct
draft
staff.
up a contract. We haven't approved the contract.
That'll be back on the 3rd.
Okay.
With that information that we could actually go to immediate response.
And get clarification from legal aid.
All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Wait, we're gonna get.
Oh, city manager return.
Oh, city manager report. That's
City
right. I'm
manager.
sorry, city attorney report.
He
He sat here all night waiting to give his report.
Business needs to stay. There you go, buddy.
Juan's wife is filing for divorce because he's there at midnight.
I'll give her my card.
Madam Mayor, really quick, I just need direction on 2 items and I'll try to make it brief. One is there's been a request to pursue to engage with legal to identify or create an ordinance that prohibits the flying of drones at city parks. Specifically, we'll say Snook Islands for now, in order to protect wildlife. There's been some activity of drone flying that has disturbed. If you're familiar with the American oyster catcher, they nest on our Snook Islands reef off the golf course, and it's very unique that they actually come here and nest. And we want to ensure that the public isn't doing anything disruptive. Palm Beach County Parks and Rec passed such an ordinance within their parks, beaches, and parks and rec ordinance. So we're looking to model something similar. We can't restrict the flying of drone. It gets very complicated with the FAA. But we can at least have a designation that's enforceable at our city parks. There's a second layer to that. In order to do that, the first step is to be designated to FAA as a government entity that can prohibit. So it's a little complicated. It's going to require some legal time to the fiscal impact. So if there's consensus to move forward, I can go ahead and have Chrissy move forward with that discovery and bring back an item to be considered.
But that would be like, I see all these lovely, videos of the beach and going,
I would ask for an exemption for city staff because we do use drones for city events, promotion, rescues, utilities, especially in the case of a storm. We fly drones to kind of see the damage and do damage assessments. So there would be some exemptions written into that ordinance.
And County Rec is doing it already?
County Rec has already done that, but it's a pretty lengthy process to go through the FAA designation. So again, there's a fiscal impact to going down this policy.
What is the fiscal impact?
We don't, it's going to be legal time, Christie's time, staff time.
We don't have a dollar figure?
Not yet.
And
can we pay back onto the ordinance of the county?
That's the intent, but it still requires legal time to craft the ordinance, bring it forward.
And
we've done a lot of preliminary research already, but I was reminded that, as I said earlier, if there's policy direction going downward, it needs to be talked about here and get consensus direct staff to do so under the fiscal impact.
And the motivation for this, as I understand it, comes from that the American oyster catchers are, I think, the T&E, threatened and endangered. They nest here. The problem is they see drones as competition and they chase them, and then the nests are left unguarded and there's predation. So it can ruin the nesting. So it's a big deal to the species. And the county is aware of it, and they approached us and said, hey, would we be willing to do something since we have the islands here, which is a big.
Aren't Snook Islands County Park Islands?
Well, Snook Island it's operated, it's our jurisdiction to govern it. They built it with county funds, fine funds, but we govern it and we operate it.
So they
do own it, but we have operator rights to it. So they don't place county ordinances on Snook Island Pier per se or the boardwalk.
Oh, I thought we had restrictions on like what you could use at that pier. That opens up a whole.
We do have restrictions on what you can and can't do, but there aren't any signs that prohibit the flying of drones specifically.
If we can, we're not allowed to go on those islands, right?
Correct. Well,
why don't we let the county say you can't fly a drone over the.
What's happening is people are coming to Snook Island's facility out to our boat docks and out to the pier and lifting the drone.
And they're doing it at the shore.
Or they're doing it from the shore. So we're not going to prevent someone in their boat or someone out in the ICW who decides to fly their drone and get cool aerial pictures, or even out of Bryant Park.
Who's going to police this? I mean,
we shoot them out of the sky.
County police it.
If the signage, which is what the county suggested, was signage along the shoreline in Bryant Park, because that seems to be the main area where it's a problem. The signage would be on our land, so I think we would have to be the ones to set up the FAA thing and put the ordinance in place. The ordinance, I think, is moderately straightforward because we use the county one, modified slightly. It sounds like the FAA defining that area is a little bit more hassle, but I'm sure there are other threatened and endangered species examples that can be used to.
Could we get an estimate of how much it's going to cost Lake Worth to
get certified
to police the Smoke Islands?
I will.
But I mean, Boynton has it. You know, there's Boynton, Lantana, the Riviera. I mean, a lot of cities are facing the same thing. Can we find out from other cities? You know, did you do it and what did it entail? I mean.
Right, and we're just unique because of the protection of the American oyster catcher and their nesting area, specifically the Snook Islands. It's really the detention area. And in the heart and spirit of ecotourism, which is very important to us as well, we don't want to see those nesting areas disrupted inadvertently by the use of drones. So I'm trying to be careful not to over advocate for it as it came to me as a policy ask.
Right.
I'm definitely in favor of protecting our nature.
Sure.
I think we all would be. So I'd like us to pursue this. But how much does it cost? Is your question like, how much does it cost to like go get that FAA thing? Like, is it going to cost us, I don't know. Like, we've never talked about at what point do you come to us before you go to the lawyers? Like, if it's like just a simple ordinance, you're not coming to us and asking for permission for every ordinance for them to draft. So at what point are we worried that we're going to overspend or we're getting into an area where.
Can we find out? What it takes.
Let me clarify. The current policy is, in fact, that anytime there's policy direction that's going to create an ordinance or reso or expend exhaustive staff time and legal, it comes to you for discussion first.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me.
I'll be honest, we haven't been consistent with applying that policy because there's things as a city manager, it's obvious this is a change or a tweak that needs to happen, so we just go. I was reminded today that for the sake of consistency and ensuring that we're protecting the policy coming downward and not upward, and for the sake of transparency, that I needed to just remind everyone. And again, we get so busy, we get engaged, you guys send emails and we're off and sprinting and then we're reminded, which is kind of where I'm at. So it brings me to the second issue, similar situation. There's been a request that would require a change to our procurement code to bring us up to par with, let's say, the county and neighboring cities like West Palm, that gives a recognition when we issue bids to veteran-owned, women-owned, minority-owned, and locally owned as a preference on bids. So after doing some research on the staff part, it does require a change and amendment to our procurement code, which again is a legal action, which is a cost. It's probably minimal, as far as hours for Chrissy to work with our procurement staff to do it. But again, just trying to be consistent. Is there consensus to move forward? And that will be coming to you August 3rd as a presentation, just an update on what is procurement, what's in the world of RFPs, invitation for bids, the differences. Because again, as we talk about the beach and public-private partnerships, and I know there's direction to issue an RFP for the beach pool right now. I think it's time for you all as a board to be updated on what exactly do all those acronyms mean. And at the same time, there may be tweaks that need to happen to the procurement code. So if there's consensus on just moving forward with that, we can keep going down the path that we were for the second time.
I'll trade you one American oyster catcher.
For one RFP?
Yeah.
For a woman owned business.
Piggyback on what I'm saying is, what none of us want is each commissioner gives a different direction.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, yeah, no.
And that's what this is all about, because that it's so easy to get passionate about landlord tenant, or get passionate about the oysters, and we're off and running. I mean, we both like to just get off and running.
Yeah, no, it's gotta be some.
Got to make sure that we have your
That's
blessing,
great.
permission. And just, on the RFP thing, we just did that research project with somebody else, so that shouldn't be very much. And there's only there's a certain amount of tweaks you can make.
Yeah, and we're not looking at substantial legal fees. I have to be transparent, say that there's legal fees involved in creating ordinances. It's just that simple.
And if you all said, no, we don't want to make any changes about preferences, then why bother?
Well, I think that might be, also bringing those up as discussion items on the agenda, to allow us time to, discuss them. But I am definitely in favor of moving forward.
On both of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have consensus.
We're gonna bring forth a discussion on
But
that.
I was really confused because I didn't know what kind of animal we were talking about until you said flying over. So I'm like, why am I worried about oysters and drones?
Yeah.
So just remember that not all of us are up on the animals of our wonderful state of South Florida.
One of those cool labors, did you know?
Right. No, I did not.
If it wasn't for Gail Silverblatt,
I know Gail's
what
really.
American oyster catcher is, but
Because I'm like, oysters, they grow in the water. I'm like, why do we care about drones? Is the noise vibrating? And that's why I wasn't saying anything. I was just sitting over here listening to everybody.
Legal discussion, maybe we're going to have a discussion on mask mandates for.
okay, that wasn't under my city manager. I'm done, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so you have consensus on both those.
But I'm
Other than
serious,
your victory, you can go home.
I'm serious about the COVID response that we might have to consider.
Do we have any jurisdiction to do that? When?
Mask mandates?
We have no jurisdiction.
No.
As an employer, we can do it for employees.
Well, as an employer, you have more discretion.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Mayor, our mask mandate during the pandemic has been in our personnel policy.
Yeah.
So as an organization, we can mandate with any organization, but outside the walls and the confines of organization, we don't have any jurisdiction to mandate to the public of wearing a mask.
I'm talking about protecting our employees.
Like, so if you're not vaccinated, you have to wear a mask.
Correct.
Sounds like an item for discussion. I don't know if we want to.
Right.
I'm just
But yes, I agree that the data is looking quite alarming and that we probably need to pay attention.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah. Do I have a second?
Mayor seconded.
Here.
Awesome. I seconded. That was great.
Do I have a second?
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Boy. All in favor? Aye.
That was.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you all for hanging in there.
Good night, I'm going to bed.
9:30 and then 9:30.
Good night. Have a great evening.